All right, we are getting ready to start.
Right now.
They're about to do the rules meeting here. We're going to get started, and then you're going to see this camera that we're moving go all around the facility here, and we're going to move outside. It's a little laggy. Once we get outside, it should clear up. Do a little mic check here. Alex, can you put the earbud in real quick? How do we sound?
Everybody hear me okay?
Good.
Thumbs up if you can hear me.
Can you hear him?
Awesome. So first off, I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody being a part of this. So that sets us up on the right note. Let's just remember, we are here. We like to support, hopefully. I hope you're here because you need it. So be nice and friendly to your fellow competitors. Be sure that your staff and Cerberus will also having a lot of stuff going on. So if there's anybody like you or maybe a first or second week, help them out. We will be encouraging support each other. Let's get after it. So, Cerberus says something. That'd be good. All right. Anyway, so we're going to real quick. Have some brief stuff on the rules. Please ask me a question, but we want to try and get this going on the quick. So my thing, like maybe more rules later. Fire truck, they showed up, it's fine. We're gonna try to get it over 45 without doing it.
I'll talk this.
Okay, so either fast to get rid or distance that you cover in 60 seconds. All right, now I sent this in an email. You get it on the card, some people do not, but this is set expectations for this.
Hey, Alex.
You guys hear me like this?
Can you hand me the screwdriver? It's in the top of the black box on the.
Everything else will be running pretty quick. We've got a couple different harnesses, so we're going to help you guys get set up by the way, but let's just try our best. But when you know that you are coming up, you know you can order, just try to be ready, let's start there, and let's go like this. All right,
You hear me when I talk? All right, while he's doing the rules meeting, I'm going to give a shout out to a few of our sponsors. Cerberus Strength over here is sponsor of the channel. You see my beautiful wife sitting there. They sponsor not only the live streams, but our podcast and everything else on the channel. They're in the description down below. Make sure you give them a follow and go support their business.
When we are doing this all day long, no reordering of events. So the order that is in on Iron Motion.
So something different with this show is he's going to not reorder the athletes. So each event, you're going to stay in the same order, which will help me doing this broadcast. Again, it's going to be a little jumpy until we get outside. I apologize for that, but quality will get better once we're outside this building. Shout out in the comments who you are here to support, athlete, staff, whoever.
No problem, all right? So that when you get out there and get ready. You wouldn't be allowed to get on that rope. 3, 2, 1, go. Count down, on go. Start. Sound good? Questions on fire truck?
And while he's doing this, I'll give you a little look around. We have arm wrestling there under the big Fit Fest sign. Got a nice little setup here with booths and vendors. We're on the far end of the expo hall, but over here, this stage, you're going to get bodybuilding. So we're going to have a lot going on at the same time. We'll try to make sure we're not get too distracted.
No questions about that. I will make sure very clear that you know the last time that you know something. Yeah, any second guessing? on that. So, it's actually 0 meters like you said. But, that's not any questions, fire truck four. One, twice. Awesome. All right, so we'll just go over the rules for the active moving practice. We've got 3 over the rules for the other 3 active work. Yeah, now we'll be 7 for the rest as the third. Okay, so active moving practice, we're going to do this one. In the order. Like, first day. Like, you gotta get that day one. You load the first day on the bar. With a 65 and then 150. So, just to give you an idea of how that's going. Each one is actual for women. All women. All women. So you will be in that. You will load the weight up.
If you're new to the channel, we do have a few options to help bring you more of these streams. This will be, I think, our 10th stream of the year. We have about 13 scheduled for the rest of this year altogether. And we've already got some scheduled for next year. So make sure you subscribe to the channel to catch these for free. If you do want to be a member to our channel and support us, you can start as low as $1. So quick shout out to some of our members. We have Stan White. I keep messing up his. Okay, right. Stan Wright. Huge shout out to him. Trey Godbold, Rosalinda Barrett, Adam Guy, and Tasia Benton. So huge shout out to all of our members supporting the channel. Y'all help making this possible for us to travel all over the U.S. and bring you these streams.
Make sense? Any questions? 30 seconds. Give that 30 seconds. Round. No good. Got to get that on now. 30 seconds. Dan, quick. Question. Number one more. That's period no matter what. Then we accept the same weight. You not go back down. If you miss a weight, you want to try to stay one more time. You're going to file in to the back of that line. You're going to put it like a full lid. Just kind of back to you before loading up your next weight. At 3 attempts, pass or fail. Good. Any questions on the active? All right. So I have 834 right now. Okay, so I guess you're waiting on the truck. I'm gonna let you guys know as soon as it's out there, but should be here in a second. I will try to give you a 5 to 10 minute warning, but I'm still warming up right now.
All right, they're about to start moving outside and warming up. We're going to go to commercial real quick while we get set up outside. We'll be right back.
personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
Mic check. Can you hear me now? All right, there we go. We're just getting everything measured up. Sorry for the feedback. Give me 1 second. Alex, give me a thumbs up. Can you hear me well? Awesome. We are getting everything measured out, set up. Fire truck's here.
All right, 1 quick test, and then again, start with those team limits, all right?
All right, this is going to be a test run right here, just to make sure everything's working well. We got it measured off right. And then we're going to start with our team women. I believe our first athlete is going to be Mackenzie Ingram. I apologize. You're going to hear me talking to my wife, who's not on camera right now, to make sure that everything's working well.
Let's just make sure we got enough room, a little extra room out to the side. Yeah, we're doing one test and then 5. All right, Phil, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Those of you watching at home, this is, I want to say, around 45,000 pounds on the fire truck. I can't see the full frame here, Alex. Are we pretty center? Good. All right. It's going to be very loud out here. I'm going to do my best to speak up so you can hear me. We are resetting, getting ready for our first athlete in the team women's division. It's going to be Mackenzie Ingram.
Where are y'all going? Josh made me over, so I thought you were over there too. No, I was over there, but then I saw you guys.
So again, our first athlete is Mackenzie Ingram, followed by Madeline Merriman.
After Madeline will be Lauren Bond, so after Madeline, Lauren will
We only have 2 women in the team division. Following the teams, we're going to go into the novice women, starting with Lauren Bond. Mr. Wessel's walking up here. Oh, she's got it moving. Getting it started is hard, but she's got it going now. Oh, you don't even need the rope anymore. She's going to keep going. Good run there. Good job.
Great work. Fantastic opening.
Thank you.
You the hand?
Up next, we have Madeline Merriweather. So she's getting strapped in over on the side. Try to change sides here. Well, the exhaust on the Penske truck is making me sweat. We got Madeline Merriman coming up next.
I'm not very.
I made my son go get
Standing in the row. 3, 2, 1, go.
And she's got it rolling. Doesn't even need the rope anymore.
Nice. Good job.
Good run. Next, we're moving on to the novice women. Starting with Lauren Bond. Moving back to this, I turned the truck off.
All right, Lauren Bond, you'll be up next.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to get in the shade over here to keep it from overheating, but yeah, there's none at all. So we'll go ahead and move back to this. I'm bouncing from side to side trying to find shade. It ain't working. Guess you did, but we're gonna stay over here. All right. You good, Alex? All right, I appreciate it. Up next is Lauren Bond.
What was the point of this? 3, 2, 1, go. Keep going. Right.
Quick run.
Nice. A bit of cardio.
Jessica Yates up next.
Up next, we're going with Jessica Yates, still in the novice women division. On deck, we have Michelle Gibson.
Jessica Yates up next.
There's a slight decline here, so if you can get it moving, you should be able to pick up a good pace. All these ladies been able to pull it without having to use the rope. A hard stop there.
All right. Good job.
Michelle Gibson.
Up next, we got Michelle Gibson and Eliza Starkenberg. Good thing we're getting this first event out the way to start with, because everyone's going to be sunburned if we don't.
Three, two, one, go!
Well, fast feet, moving feet. She was pulling so hard on the rope, the truck started moving. Yeah, the truck moving over here.
Good job, baby. Oh, that's good.
I was just a little bit swayed.
Up next, we got Eliza Gartenberg,
I was like one of the
Yeah, yeah.
followed by Ashley Burke.
I know. I like.
So that was pretty good, except I really do want to work on the chair starting. Because you can always make a lot more torque pushing up 2 feet than 4. Which is why it started so slow. But then obviously, it's downhill too, so it's gonna go faster. But yeah, together. Overall, you have a good time though. Weight makes a huge difference. Like Lauren.
All right, up next we've got, I believe, Eliza Gartenberg.
Yeah, it was like whose hands are faster and who's stronger. You know?
I felt like
Good run there.
Ashley Burke up next.
All right, up next we've got Ashley Burke, followed by Kelly Harkler Road. Kelly Harkler Road. Now I apologize if I'm butchering anybody's names.
Emily and my best friend. Oh yeah. You can stand in front of me. Sorry. My one job. Yeah. I'm glad they're trying to right.
Ashley, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Come on!
There you go. Come on. Easy. Come on.
Keep going.
You go. You don't need the rope. You don't need it.
You good? You good?
That was fun. So much fun.
Up next, we got Kelly, Harper Road, followed by Natalie Day.
Because we're missing people since you have the names.
Well, this is printed a couple days ago, so I don't know. Yeah, I was just about to go ask Steven how many didn't show. Yeah.
Because we have like 4 that didn't show up for the photo package.
Oh, man.
That paid.
Yeah.
Not.
Roughly how many people didn't show? Do we know how many people didn't show up?
A handful, 3 or 4.
Okay, so most of this is right still?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Kelly Harper, right up next. Followed by Natalia Day. Followed by Julia Vincent.
While she's getting strapped in, I'll take this opportunity to say if you're enjoying the show or want to see more like this, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you want to join our membership and get some extra bonuses, we start as low as $1 a month. All that can be found in the description below. Kelly is off. You can't see it on camera, but there's a lot of athletes. It shows the difference in how they start this off. They use their legs more, their upper body more. If the Penske truck next to me that's tied off to start rocking if they're using their arms more than their legs.
Natalia Day.
Up next, we've got Natalia Day, followed by Julia Vincent. Only 5 more left in this division, and then we're going to be moving on to the women's 165 and under. Like the Triumph over here, we got some signage supporting Natalie.
Is the order?
Yes,
So where are we at?
we're at Natalie Day right now.
I'm looking for a Mindy. Mindy.
Not yet.
I wonder if some of these people didn't buy them and then Mindy Foster.
I don't see her on
No,
here.
either. Okay, and then there was a Nicole.
I don't see her as well.
Hawkins.
Got a Harkaload.
You can go faster than that.
Natalie's good run here. Natalie's got signage over here on the side. People supporting her with some big posters.
Just started. Tiny.
Up next is Julia Vincent. I'm not seeing it.
I wonder if it's like spouses that can but you know the
Last name?
So I have a Foster, a Michael or Joel, and a Hawkins.
I'm not seeing any of those. Oh, the Mark
There's Mark
Hawkins.
Hawkins, yeah. So that's novice men. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one, and then Foster and Davis. That's in here. Oh, there's a Foster. So that's is that tomorrow?
No,
That's today.
that's the heavyweight.
Okay, so Foster and then what's the other one? David. No.
Yeah, there's a Tom Davis as well.
Foster, Terrell or Tequila.
Got a Tom Davis.
Yeah. Oh well, we'll figure it out.
Right now we got Julia Vincent up.
We're just shooting all of these. It's too hard to-
3, 2, 1, go! Big leg. Big leg. Go. Keep going. Keep going. You don't roll. You don't need it. Keep going. Keep going.
Do you want me to?
I mean, it's up to you. I got the mic here. I'm not doing anything. I've just been announcing names as they go. Up next is-
Oh, hang on. Where should I clip this?
Put it.
Wow, you- Oh, oh.
All right. Alex.
Can you hear me? Check, check, check.
Okay, so he's going to be taking over. This is Will. He's going to be the MC for most of the day.
Yes.
We are currently on
Emily Roney, who is in the novice women division. Yes, Will Ramirez from World Development. I'm going to be doing the commentary now. Give Big Chris a break.
Just bring me up to do a few other things.
Yeah. Pretend like he's doing stuff.
As long as you're within about 20 feet of this, you're fine.
Okay.
You can walk around.
Yeah. Cool.
Alex will give me a notification or a wave at me if something's wrong.
Right on. Well, me. Alrighty. Have you talked about how this event works?
A little bit. Just give us a little more rundown.
Yeah, so generally speaking on this type of event, you're going to want to lead with the hips. Both feet are going to want to be in tandem with each other when you're taking off. Usually a staggered step position for a start is not a good start for this type of event. Obviously, we are going at a slight grade, which means athletes are really able to pick up some good speed. And in this case, she just threw away that lead rope.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people tossing the bears.
Yeah. We're either on Nicole or Emily Wright. I think we're at Emily Wright. Yeah. This will be one of the more
Long-running events.
yeah, longer events. You still got women's super heavyweight, and then we are
Okay. So I got like 5 people in front of me.
something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just say
Right now.
you're on mic right now on live stream.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Hi.
I do want to get a shirt made at some point that says, just so you know you're on camera. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, when we were, because I just recently did commentary for another show, and people come up to you when you're holding a microphone because they think you know stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And like we're literally live streaming. People are asking us stuff about the event. It's like, yeah, we're working.
Oh, yeah. We've done shows before, but we'll be behind the desk. But because you look important, they're going to come ask you questions.
Well, I'm wearing a collar, so they think I'm important. So she got a real slow start, but then she was able to gather that momentum. And as you see, a lot of times these athletes are able to just kind of throw away that rope and just keep moving. It's going to be a good time for her. I think a lot of these athletes are going to have pretty good times.
Brian, Tiffany Brock, Ashley Overton, Abigail Scarborough.
And then we're going to be moving to Nicole O'Brien. It's going to be next, and that's going to round out our novice women division. Again, this is going to be one of the longer running events just because we only have a single lane for it. The other events should move a lot faster.
We had a very similar situation at my last show that I hosted. We ended up with one truck at 2 that we were scheduled. We had 68 athletes.
Yeah.
Good long while.
The good news is it seems like we're getting through athletes probably each athlete's going to take about a minute, which is good. I like that too, that we've got a gentleman out here with a leaf blower.
Safety's important.
Helps keep the route clear of grass and things like that. Nicole O'Brien is up right now. Sounds like Nicole might be a no-show. And I guess we're going to open.
Ashley,
Now, Robin Fisher, and then we will have our novice.
Sounds like he.
I think we're just going to go straight on the list.
Well, I heard him say Tiffany Brock, but I believe this is Ashley Overton.
He said Overton and Scarborough real quick.
Okay. It sounds like it almost sounded like he was skipping middleweight, but I think this is Ashley because I don't believe this is.
Middle, you know that. She's 165.
Yeah. No, I'm. Oh, she moved down. Okay. So that must be it. Okay, so I don't think our list. Right. All right. So yeah, that makes sense.
Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Go. 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 Go.
Yeah.
Ashley Overton, up next.
Yeah. So that was Tiffany Brock. She moved into 165. She's not super heavyweight. So that means our list is not totally updated correctly. Huh? How's it going? Yeah. So next up, we will have Ashley Overting. She is going to be the second middleweight women. It sounds like most of the people around here are getting sub 20-second times. I would assume as the athletes get a little larger,
I know I'm going that road, by the way, after like 2 seconds.
those times are going to go even faster.
I'll probably pull you a scar. I don't know. I never do this shit.
You can definitely tell who's using their arms more than their legs to start with because that biscuit truck rocks.
Yeah. And this is one of those events where really you're going to want to try to break the momentum initially with just your hips. It's a really good way to start is just plant both feet, shoot the hips forward, and then after that, once you get that momentum going like she has, you can just start pumping those legs faster and faster and faster, leaning, almost doing the bear crawl on the way through. Yeah. It's going to be a good time for Ashley. Next up, we're going to have Abigail Scarborough.
Oh, we're doing a live. Yeah. You can tell her that's live.
Z88 mode, bro. Safe for the little ears. Yeah, so next up we have Abigail Scarborough, and I believe that's going to round out the middleweight women. Or maybe not.
You know what? Don't put that anywhere online.
And the promoter, Steve, is not going to wait for athletes to get into position. They just better be ready.
Let's go, Jordan!
Moving on to the
Oh, got it. Okay. Moving to the heavyweights. Got Jordan Helms, followed by Robin Fisher. So in order to try to expedite this event, what they're doing is we have multiple harnesses, and sometimes different athletes can use different sized harnesses as well. And so they're going to try to keep things rolling by having the next person who's on deck already in a harness. So that way we just have to hook them up and go. She definitely pulled with her arms. I am leaning on the lead truck, and I felt that. It's getting moving, getting moving. There it is.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Come on.
Not a bad time. Looked like she had a little bit of a challenge on the start on that one.
Robin Fisher, then John Susana.
Robin Fisher is up next. I actually know Robin. She lives down south. She actually, I think Team Men.
Yeah, Team
Yeah,
Men's
yeah,
right.
yeah. Lightweight.
So we're here.
We are on Robin. We are the last heavyweight.
Last
Oh, novice means going first.
Oh,
Skip.
I guess novice men are going before.
That's what I say.
He's the promoter. It is a warm one out here today. Wish I brought a hat.
I don't know if it's helping or hurting.
Yeah. I have one of those nice straw hats, you know.
All right, hey guys, listen up. Listen up. Absolutely need at all times. Nobody should be walking down the street at all unless you are going or you are going to pass. So please, if you see anybody that's walking through something out, let them know that they cannot be.
Get Steve making an announcement that seems pretty obvious that you should just stay off the lane, because what happens, mostly for a safety issue, people should not be either in front of or behind the truck for safety. That's why they call it strong man, not smart man. And Robin is doing her best to get going. She's moving, she's moving. Just that initial break is always the hardest part. Once you get moving, you just get moving.
Keep going.
Bad.
How do you feel?
The first couple feet were hard.
Good job, Robin.
Truck was like half a lot.
It's kind of a cool story. I think that we have a mother and son competing together today, because I believe that is Robin's son over there. If I were to guess, he's going to be in the teen division. I don't know exactly how old he is, but I'm assuming he's not. I'm not. I don't think he's grown. I'll put it that way.
He's not done growing.
He's not. Yeah, he's still got room. This kind of weather, right?
I think we're good. I just need to block some of the sun.
How's that working for you? We might, maybe if we go to the other side of the truck.
No, because it's going back. We'd have to stand so far back.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. All right. So this is Novice, I'm guessing.
I think so.
So that must make this Josh Bazata. Who? Yep, this is Josh Bazata. He is actually one of Steve Coyne's clients, as I understand it. Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of different techniques out here on this. Looks like a lot of people are throwing away the rope as early as possible, which is usually indicative of a, I'll say, a more approachable weighted truck pull. So that means next up we're going to have Nathaniel Irizarry. My brain had to read all those vowels and put them together properly real quick. Yeah. So Nathaniel Irizarry, second in novice men. Starting with the staggered step, I do not recommend that ever. Even with an implement this quote-unquote light, that inertia is still going to be really hard to break. I watched a lot of people not do so great, and he's still just trying to walk with it, which is, I mean, I'm not going to tell him it's wrong, but I feel like he could have gotten a much better start if he had just started with both feet planted, keeping the hips down.
I think we're okay. Yeah, we're good.
Good catch.
It's exciting.
We are in the danger zone right here.
Yes, very much so the splash zone for the rope. Volunteer got a little excited, wanted to make sure the athlete was safe, which is rule number one, athlete safety. Yeah, that was fun. I hope that didn't jostle too many people's jimmies that are watching the live stream. Yeah, so if somebody throws away the lead rope that quickly, as that athlete did, as Nathaniel did, I don't blame that volunteer for doing what he did.
Oh, no.
Get out of the way, because if an athlete steps on that rope, they could twist their ankle, they could slip and fall, hurt themselves in a really bad way. So, you know, this is just stuff. People come first.
Alex, we still good there? How we looking? Good. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, this stream being live streamed by Ellison Fitness Innovations. So I want to thank them because they're doing a great job today. Working out in the heat, people don't understand camera equipment in general does not like heat. And it is a warm one today. Probably should have brought a spare shirt, even though I'm going to go back inside. This one is going to get sweated through very quickly.
Extra pair of shorts too.
I don't worry about all that, man. I'm used to that. I'm used to the swarm.
You really Florida.
Yeah. This is Chris Davis. Yeah, I like his positioning of his hips and his body, staying low, and he's really attacking it. And that's what happens sometimes. He's going to finish side saddle. Finished by any means necessary. Yeah. He was about to do a barrel roll. I like it. That's what happens. Sometimes the implements get ahead of you. They get away from you. He's stuck with it. I believe this is Robert Rogolski. I actually checked him in this morning, gave him his little wristband. I tell you what, man, these kind of events are some of the only ones that you'll find me actually wearing, like quote unquote supportive equipment, just because if my knees hit that ground. I've done events before where I did one show in July, very hot show, and they had a sled drag, and it was so heavy I ended up grabbing the asphalt and like clawing just to try to get movement. And when it was over, I basically melted my hands off, and I had somebody pouring water on them just to stop the burning.
Doing events on concrete floors and stuff like this, we had a car press, and they showed the concrete floor. And as I pressed up, I was allowed to double dip.
Oh yeah.
I can press with a double dip. So I dipped underneath, and when I did, my knee just buckled and slammed right. Thank God I was wearing some thick knees.
Yeah.
So, I definitely understand the gear on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I don't like wearing gloves on lead rope events like arm over arm or this kind of thing. I need the tactile feedback personally. But I'd be wearing knee sleeves out here just in case I took a knee. Robert off to a really good start. I like the short steps to really get moving and gather that momentum. What you'll often find is, even though he's having a very steady pull, that's usually how you win this kind of event. Real good, quick time. I'll be interested to see how that one shakes out.
You were talking earlier about the staggered stance.
Yeah.
That puts you a lot more risk of Healy structure because you put all that pressure on.
Yeah. Next up is going to be Mark Hawkins. Yeah, you know, the staggered stance on this kind of event, I understand why people want to try it, especially because they see so many people blazing through this. They just assume it's light. But that's the thing about momentum and inertia and how that works. It's like, it's hard to stop. It's hard to start it. But once it's moving, it's really not that bad. Especially on this particular route we have, there's a bit of a grade slightly downhill. You know, it's not totally flat, but there is a slight downhill grade. So like once you get that momentum going, you'll be able to just breeze right through it. But staggered step on this is still, in my opinion, never a great idea. Something like a yoke or farmers, if they're light enough, go for it. But this is not the one to start experimenting with that, in my opinion.
Innovations. Our mission is to provide personalized fitness
the same time, I weigh 175, and I out deadlift you by 200 pounds.
I don't think he does but 1 or 2 a year.
You know what I mean?
Say,
Like,
very nice guy, but he's fun.
very nice guy. How you doing, man?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing? Hey, Steve, you just went, right? Yeah. Okay.
I was also at your.
Yeah. I was talking.
Woody and I were like, I know that guy. How do I know that guy? He said hi to me like he knew me, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, it's because you were the guy calling my up.
Yeah. Never forget that face, right?
Plates almost bounced off the barbell too. I remember that.
Hey man.
Video of
That's the way Will is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Whose show was that again? Yeah.
That's why I accused
Yeah. Whose show was that again? I forget. Yeah. Same thing. Oh yeah, 83. I think that's a good idea, man.
I like it. You know what? That's to say, but
I had a lot of
gave
fun.
me the idea, but I'm not going to give him.
He probably stole it from Steve, so.
That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, most of his good ideas come from somebody else.
Are you going to do another?
Well, Willie was around when they started slicing bread, so.
There you go.
Yeah.
Doing the same exact thing.
You know who actually was? What's her name? She just died recently. One of the Golden Girls. What's her name? Betty White. She was alive before sliced bread. Yeah. Oh yeah. Both world wars and stuff. Like, dude, it's crazy.
Lewis is putting the same people on. We'll have more fun. We're doing that.
Cool. Okay, I believe we're on Chris Bond at this point. I think we missed, I want to say Mark Hawkins, Stephen Rowley, and Ethan Cole. I believe we're on Chris Bond.
Position because of shade.
We were in a very hot position, and if you think I'm sweating, the cameras like it even less. They don't have sweat glands, so they just overheat.
I just know it's at late November. Lewis is doing it, right? Because right now I'm
It's like our boy's off to a really good start. I really like the synergy he's got between the legs and the arms, and then just throws away that rope. So one of the most challenging things that people probably aren't thinking about right now is actually for the volunteer who's handling that lead rope, because he needs to throw that in such a way that it does not get in the way of the tires. I'm going to ask our camera guy here and Willie if they can step out of the way. You are just fine. It's these gentlemen.
That way you can actually see.
Hey, fellas, we had to move our camera, so we're shooting from over here. So can we keep this lane a little clearer for us? Thank you. Yeah, we were over there, but we overheated, so we had to come over here. Thanks, guys.
Shade. Yeah, it got too hot to cut off.
Yeah. I'm like, I understand. Yeah, right?
Black shirt was the best choice.
Yeah, man,
For the
bold.
most part, it was inside.
Bold.
I knew we were gonna be inside for the most part. You're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got hit too. So
Thankfully, you're in pants.
I only got one hit.
That's a big old boy strong.
He really is. He knocked this down one time.
As long as it hit my camera. All right, I don't need to do that
Yeah,
again.
right?
So
Whoop.
whatever way it's feed, I'm gonna be on the opposite side of that.
Right on.
Hot as
We're on live stream, Adam.
A few here and there is okay.
Oh, it's nice right here.
It's a lot better. It's like 10 degrees light.
And I'm just gonna go Harvey Two-Face. Just
I'll scoot out the way if you need to.
yeah. No, I'm good. Yeah. Steve thought I was tan yesterday. Just you wait. 20 minutes in the
He
sun.
was making fun of how
Yeah.
light I am. I need to stay out of the sun.
Yeah.
He was like, I wish I put my other arm.
Beware the light. So I believe this is Chris Bond. And Chris is a very large boy.
Yeah.
I do not anticipate him having much trouble at all breaking this momentum or breaking the inertia. I'm still a novice, yeah. Yeah, I've seen Chris. I believe he's done one competition before. He is very, very green. He was actually in there earlier asking me how he should warm up for this event. I told him, go stand outside. You'll be all right. Yeah, this dude, if you told me build a strongman in a lab, this is pretty much what I'd come up with. Just a big head, long arms, big legs. Just big boy. Staggered step, which is what I told him not to do. But it's cool. Why take my advice?
He's squaring up a little bit.
It's because he has to. That's one thing I do like about this particular event. It sort of forces you into the proper positioning.
He looked to be very focused on his executions. Like he was trying to stay.
Yeah. Yeah, he was trying to keep his feet flat because in those kind of shoes, you don't have a ton of grip. So he was trying to get as much surface area as possible. Now, on a heavier truck pull or event like this, I would actually recommend you turn your foot sideways sometimes because it gives you more surface area. Because if you're just standing there with just your, what do you call it, the balls of your feet on the ground, not a lot of surface area, maybe 2 square inches. You get that whole foot down, even little feet like mine, you've got a bit more surface area, better grip. I mean, think about it in drag racing. They use big, wide, slick tires because it gives you the most surface area. I believe next up is going to be Nathan St. Clair, followed by Stephen LaFils. If I say your name wrong, I apologize. I will not correct it either.
We went straight into novice, correct?
Yes, I believe he's doing teen after novice. Run, find shade. What person? Dude, I don't know. But more than halfway through. Yeah. Yeah, I think you said 5 left or so. Yeah.
35 athletes left. Oh,
That's not bad. Just some quick
almost
maths.
halfway.
Quick maths right there. Yes. Yeah, I can't. I'm not a horse, so you know, I can't.
I mean, if you can't count, I'm worried about the stones that you make.
Yeah, well, the scale does all that. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Someone's like, "Oh, you wanted 6, right?" And I got 8. Nathan St. Clair, I believe. Good. I like his stance. He is slightly staggered. One of the most important things to try to do. It's easier said than done. It's always easier to sit here and say it, but staying straight on is going to be just your best bet because he's throwing momentum to the left and to the right. He's wasting energy doing that. And it's easy to say don't do that, but he is a very explosive athlete. And I apologize. I believe that might have been Stephen LaFils because he just said Alexander Hopfenblatt is next, or Blot. Hopfenblatt. Alex is next. Big H.
There we go. That's good. Don't know why I didn't think to bring my second to go mic.
It's all right. So I can talk enough for 3 people. Oh, we got Andy. We got Andy Dolbaum doing the resets here.
A lot of jean shorts here today.
Andy is Florida man incarnate. I love him. He's great. He's a heavyweight, and yet when you see him do anything, you'd never guess it. He's deceptively fast, ridiculously strong, close to a 400-pound overhead, and he's got one of the most narrow stances I've ever seen in my life for an overhead, which is not something you often see. But enough about him. He's not competing.
Keep selling him. I might have to invite him to the limit breaker.
I would. If he stays healthy, he's a monster, dude. He's fun to watch too.
We've got to announce the winner of the refund for an athlete. So Cerberus sponsored our show, Limit Breaker, in February, and their sponsor package was large enough to give one athlete a refund on their entry.
Oh, okay.
So essentially get a sponsored slot. We've already did the drawing. I'm going to post it on our Instagram, but once we post it, then we'll announce it on the live show.
Now we got Alex, and he's doing a good job. What's cool about him, you see, he's actually wearing rock climbing shoes. There's I wouldn't call it contention, but there's definitely some debate on which shoes are best for this type of event. I would argue on this type of asphalt, rock climbing shoes are great because we actually have some pretty flat asphalt here. It's not very bumpy. They're also really good on concrete. And much like what I was saying earlier with drag racing, when you have like slick tires, that's what rock climbing shoes are. They don't have tread. They're just flat. So you have a lot of surface area. And in theory, all the power you're producing gets transferred better to the ground, which helps you move faster. The only problem with rock climbing shoes, no ankle support at all. And that does tend to be a challenge sometimes for athletes that are used to maybe more ankle support using high top shoes and things of that nature. But But for the most part, I would highly recommend using rock climbing shoes for this type of event. Other guys like hiking boots sometimes too. They do have tread, but they're usually very grippy. A lot of ankle support too. And like you were talking earlier about the Achilles, could offer some Achilles protection there. Generally speaking, I don't like to think about equipment as protection or support per se. I think more of the feedback you get in your own brain when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like you feel good, so you perform good. Because the reality is accidents happen and no amount of ankle support's going to keep that thing from snapping if it wants to snap. Oh. So we're going to be taking just a slight little intermission. I believe he said about a 2-minute break for the firefighters. The Hillsborough Fire Department has provided this awesome fire truck for us pull. Don't ask me what the weight is. I don't remember. But those boys are out here in the heat too, and I believe they're going to rehydrate, which is super smart for them. And then we'll be back up with, I believe, Jonathan Chappell or Chappell. I'm not sure. It's probably Chappell. I might just mispronounce everybody's name because I think it's funny. It's kind of fun for me. I got Leroy behind me. They can't see us, but they can hear us. Yeah. Yeah. How are you beating the heat, Leroy?
Today I'm not. I'm just standing in the shade with you.
Yeah. It's a good strategy.
Yes. Very hot out here today.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah. Luckily, it's just one. Yes, we are getting ready for, I believe, Jonathan Chappell. Yeah, make him sip past that, man. I'm thirsty too.
Right.
Chappelle, right? Yeah, Jonathan Chappell with the sweet shorts, a man after my own heart. Heck yes. I guess he's decided against that.
Just kidding.
Now, I know for a fact the firefighters are going to want to make sure everybody's safe before they get anything moving. They made an announcement earlier about making sure they do not have anybody in front or behind the truck when the truck is moving. I'm going to go grab that water. But everybody enjoys my back.
The back.
How you doing, Will?
What's up, man?
Did you say what's up? Not much.
No news is good news, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, like that's good. But legitimately, like with my autism, with new voices, it takes me a minute to pick up your accent. So that's why sometimes, like, if we're ever having a conversation and I say what 100 times in the first 5 minutes, my brain's still trying to pick up. Like,
I don't have an accent. You have an accent.
well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's.
All right. It looks like we're getting everything set up. I am most slightly rehydrated.
Oh, I'd say so. Taking a small break.
Boob sweat going on there.
Do I got boob sweat?
Hey,
Yeah,
Alex,
it's really
if
bad
you can
boob
hear
sweat.
me, let's go ahead and go to commercial break for just a minute. I'll give you a thumbs up when we're coming back.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you. Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
Walk in there.
All right,
Like-
Alex, can you hear us? All right. Just
Yeah.
dealing with a.
So yeah, we actually had an emergency. Luckily, EMS is on site anyway, but we also had the firefighters on site too. I guess a spectator had a bit of a medical emergency, and so the Hillsborough County Fire Department is handling that right now. So we are on a slight bit of a break. The great news is the athletes will not be cooling down out here at all. So everybody's going to stay nice and warm. And we will get started just as soon as we can. Safety is number one, so we're going to just be hanging out until that happens.
Go back to commercial break. So, Alex, if you'll send us back to commercial, give me a thumbs up when we're out.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right, can you hear us, Alex? Thumbs up. All right.
All right, we are back with Jonathan Chappelle. Everybody keeps saying it's Chappelle. I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him Chapel. This man is built like a steeple.
Maybe you can just talk into the mic, Alex, and let me know. I'll be right back.
It's all good. All right, another staggered step, but we do have rock climbing shoes. And once again, you'll see this event sort of forces you into what you need to. He started staggered, but what ended up happening, he ended up with 2 feet planted. I'd say the only thing he's doing wrong, he is crisscrossing his feet a little bit. Again, one of those things, easier said than done, but you're going to want to keep your feet as forward as possible, not crisscrossing. That gives you a good chance to trip. But he had a lot of good momentum going into that run. I'd be very interested to see how he ends up. I am going to have a quick conversation with one of these volunteers. Hey, Leroy, can you tell the guy who's handling the lead rope to just make sure he's throwing it more to the side so he misses those tires? It's the gentleman right here with the dreads. Can you tell him that? Yeah, thanks, man. Athlete safety is paramount. On top of the equipment is next in line, and if that truck rolls over that rope, it's going to be a bad time for a lot of people involved. So I was just asking one of the volunteers if he would let us let the gentleman handling the lead rope to make sure he's really clearing those tires, because that's going to be a bad day if that does not happen. So up next and getting into the harness right now is Jason Manalo. Like I said, he is still plenty warm. The hardest part about a long break like that is just keeping the mental aspect nice and strong. That can be a challenge for some people, especially novice athletes. You know, usually that first event, once that's over, the jitters are gone. But I mean, I remember my first shows. I like his starting. I like his starting position, nice and strong, really pushing at those hips. That's something experience will teach him, to take that strain of that front rope a little bit more next time. Now he's rolling. He'll probably be getting rid of that rope pretty soon. There it goes. Nice. Clear the rope. Nice. Perfect. That's a really good run from Jason Manalo.
Like, should I
Whenever you can.
Feel like you got good momentum going. Down the way.
When you get in, are you team? I'm guessing, yeah. When you get in it, what I was saying with him right there, the mistake he made, he did not pull full tension on this.
Yeah.
Because you saw once he got going, this rolled back a little bit. This should be rolling back when you're in position. He's holding the brakes. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Pull as hard as you can right from there. You want a slingshot out of there. Because the better you get that going, because then you've got tension on the hips on the back and pulling in the front, and then you'll just fall right into it. And after that, wide hands.
Oh, yeah.
Going under.
So you gotta keep your feet wide.
Yeah, because you don't want to crisscross.
Yeah, we were able to train for this.
I believe this is Andrew Rice. Because it
Oh,
rolled.
yes. I'm sorry. We still have.
Andrew Rice.
I apologize.
Yes. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. 7 towels is what you're going to want. Andrew Rice, I like his starting position. He's a little off to one side of the truck. And again, what's great about these implements is it sort of tells you what you need to do. Yeah. He was also a little bit more upright for my liking. I think if he'd gotten a little bit further down, he could have driven with those hips a little bit harder. And after that, I think the only critique for Mr. Rice is just work on speed, man. Get those legs moving a little bit faster. I mean, he was basically upright running with the thing at the end there. So then up next, we're going to have Robert Sanchez and then Jamie Carfagno. And that is going to finish out our men's novice class. And then after that, we're going to start, I'm assuming, the team lightweights and then heavyweights, which we have 5 total. teens. Then we move to our open class. But right now we have Robert Sanchez. He's going to be getting strapped in and ready to go. And he is our penultimate novice men's.
Off the street, off the street.
Again, big shout out to the Hillsborough County Fire Department doing a great job out here providing this truck for both today and tomorrow. We got Robert already ready to go, nice and locked in. Let's get him strapped up, hooked to the truck. Thank you. Hey, my man Josh. Noticing a lot of competitors. Yeah, see, he's doing a really good job of pulling out that tension of the lead rope. At first, anyway. There you go. There it is. So from my position, I'm leaning on the lead rope truck, so I can feel when the athletes are putting momentum on it or not. And this particular athlete, Robert Sanchez, he pulled the slack out of the rope and out of the truck before he even started, and that's a really good move. What you're going to want to do is you're going to want to kind of slingshot out of there, and the only way to do that is to make sure you have all the tension of every factor here. This particular truck that the lead rope is attached to is rolling just a little bit when athletes put tension on it. And that was one of the things I talked about with Andrew, is that he really wants to pull that tension out of the lead rope, make sure that truck is in its rolled back position. That way he gets as much spring out of the start as possible. Up next, we have the last novice man, Jamie Carfagno. And then we're going to be moving to the teen men's, which will be Nate White, Walker Gibson, and then Blake Herndon. Blake. Yes. I want to thank everybody for watching the live stream. And if you like it, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you can catch all the live streams in the future. And if you do like it, go ahead and hit the thumbs up button too. All right, we have our last novice man here, Jamie Carfagno. Getting everything cleaned up, making sure the field is nice and fair for every competitor, within reason. Jamie hasn't really pulled much of the tension out of the front, and you'll see how he jumped like that. He is in rock climbing shoes. He's getting moving. There he is. Throw the rope. Throw the rope, Jamie. Pretty good run. Yeah, it's such a tough, delicate balance to decide when to throw away that rope and when to not to. Always hats off to our volunteers. They don't get enough credit. I got melanin, but I can't spare any. Yeah. Beware the light. I ain't scared. I might drop a couple buttons here, though. This is a very stale, hot day out here. Not even a breeze. but it's not slowing anybody down right now. We have our first teen lightweight, going to be Nate White. Yeah, you tell them what side you want that rope pulled to. Personally, I like it to the left. Mm-hmm. That'll do it. All righty. Looks like Nate is going southpaw as well, and he did not pull the tension out of this big truck. I've noticed athletes that don't do that seem to have a really tough time starting. And usually what's happening is they do that initial pull, and as they're pulling forward, what ends up happening is this truck rolls back, and then they get almost slingshotted backwards. So it is imperative that the athletes get all the tension they possibly can out of it. Make sure to pull all the tension out of this truck. If you don't feel it roll back, keep pulling until you do. Because everybody that's starting and then getting stuck, it's because this truck rolls back up. To pull all the tension. Well, this truck, the lead rope. You'll feel it, you'll see it roll back just that little bit. Make sure you do that, because then when you start and they let you go, it's going to pull you forward. We've got Walker Gibson up with Blake Herndon on deck. All righty, we've got Walker Gibson is locked in. Going to take his lead rope, another southpaw. There you go. Nice. I actually really like his start. It's a good start. He's got pretty good positioning. I wouldn't mind him being just a little bit lower. Yeah. So up next, we're going to have, that's a good time. Up next, we're going to have Blake Herndon. You know, one of the things I keep talking about their positioning, there's really two positions when it comes to this event. Your start, and then once you get moving. To break the initial inertia of this truck, you're going to want to lead with your hips. That's why you're going to want to start with those 2 feet planted nice and strong. And with those 2 planted, you can then drive your hips into that center kind of belt band that's on the harness. But once you get it moving, then you're going to get low. You're going to want to get low and drive through your shoulders at that point, which is why you'll hear a lot of people say, get low, get low, get low, because once you're moving, that's what's carrying your momentum. It's really not coming from your hips anymore. It's going through your shoulders, through the harness. Right now we have Blake Herndon, who is our last teen lightweight. And his, it's getting nice and set up, nice and wide. Little crossed up, little crossed up. There it is, nice.
Come on, Blake.
Good, good. There it is.
Woo!
Not a bad run. Got crossed over a little bit, but it happens. Like I said, it's one of those things. It's so easy to sit here and say, hey, don't cross over yourself. Don't do this, don't do that. But once it's time, you know, it is what it is. So that's going to round out our teen lightweights. Next up, we're going to be doing our teen men's heavyweight. All of these athletes weighed in over 220 pounds. And the first one on is going to be Nicholas Arcilla. Followed by Riley Porter. And that will be the end of the teen class.
novice and then like teens. This is teen. They've already done the novice and I don't know. Teen heavyweight, and then after that, right. Oh no,
We don't really know. We're listening out from up there.
I already cut it off. I didn't know I was live streaming. I was cutting off.
What?
I said I already cut you off. I didn't know you were live.
Oh, yeah. It's all good, man. All right, so this should be Nicholas Arcilla. Going to be our first teen heavyweight. And he is really good about taking that strain, but he's doing a stagger step. Let's see how it works out for him. Rock climbing shoes, and immediately goes into the 2-foot planted. It's one of those, like, I hate to say I told you so, but he's staying nice and low. I would have gotten rid of that lead rope. There it is. Get even lower. Nice. It's going to be a good time for him, though. That wasn't a terrible start, and it was definitely a good run once he got moving there. Then up next, we're going to have a Riley Potter. Okay. I'm not sure if I should say like Malfoy or not. Potter. And that is going to be the end of our teen men's heavyweights. And I do not blame any of the athletes that are done for just going inside. Because the second this is done, I am running, not walking, inside. I would like to sit. I would like to drink water. I'd like to eat a little snack. So we've got Riley Potter here. Their last teen. Strapped in. He is trying to just muscle his way through it. I get a feeling once he gets going, he'll be running with it. There he is. Not bad, not bad. Get rid of that lead rope. There it is. Yeah. That is just all just raw brute strength. Little refinement, he'll be real dangerous. But that's what it's about, man. You start him young, possibilities are endless, right? That is going to round out our teen division and all the novice division, which means all we have left is the open classes. And we're going to be starting in the men's middleweight 220 division. So all of these athletes had to weigh in under 220 pounds. And we're going to be starting out with Rush Davenport, followed by Paul Frew, and then Colin Wagner. So I'm going to just assume that Rush is already geared up and ready to go. Again, big shout out to the volunteers. Big shout out to Hillsborough County Fire Department. Rush is getting strapped in. So I think perhaps to increase the difficulty of this pull for our heavier weight classes and our open weight classes, it appears that the heavier and open classes are not going to be allowed to have the lead rope. And this will actually increase the difficulty of this event greatly for these athletes. Now, I will say, if I was doing this event and I knew this was happening without the lead rope, I would be wearing gloves because that asphalt is very warm. And as a man who has lost some skin, it's a good idea. Not a terrible start, honestly. And you know, the beautiful thing, that's what's great about strongman is things just change on the fly a lot of times. So the fact that the now open class athletes will not have a lead rope on this event, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Leading to the beautiful thing of strongman, which is usually the strongest person wins anyway. So up next, we're going to have Paul Frew in the 220s, followed by Colin Wagner and Daniel Singleton, if anybody's waiting to watch. And now, without a lead rope, I'm noticing a lot of these open competitors.
We're going to be running events in there before these are done.
Oh.
So you can stay out here or do you want to go in there? The only reason I suggest I go in there is because I can move the cameras and do all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they're going to start at 10:45 for the women's in 10 minutes. Once we're done here, all you have to do is mute it and bring it back in. That's it.
Okay. She gonna just wave at me and let me know?
No, when they're done out here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just mute it and bring it in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just keep an eye on that charge. If it starts getting low, say something in the earpiece or say something to the mic and I'll hear it. I'm going to jump in her spot.
Sounds good.
All right.
Right on.
It's 10:45. So it's 10 minutes. Yep.
So I've just been informed that the max axle press for the women's is going to be starting in about 10 minutes, and that's indoors. Lucky them. And I am going to stay out here and try to beat the heat. One thing I have noticed actually that I wanted to talk about, some of these athletes, now that they don't have a lead rope, I've noticed them putting some either tacky towel or stick them on the bottom of their shoes to help them grip this ground a little bit better. Not a terrible strategy, but one of the reasons I don't necessarily recommend it for an outdoor event like this, there's so much dust and dirt that is present on this field. After your first couple steps, you're not going to have any anyway. Now, maybe it doesn't matter after the first couple steps, but probably by the time you step onto the field, you're already going to have dirty shoes, and you'd be surprised how little that stickum's going to help. Don't get me wrong, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, but we're going to see how everything works out for Colin Wagner here.
Let's go, Colin! Come on!
Nice and low. And this is one of those ones where I actually would recommend staying low. Nice short steps, real good stuff.
Good.
That's a really good run from Colin there. Now, without a lead rope, starting higher up and trying to lead with the hips is a very challenging prospect. You don't have something to pull against, and most people don't have the body weight, just the sheer body weight. I don't think anybody would, to just move this truck. So a lot of the athletes are going to start low, which is actually the better position when you don't have a lead rope, and putting most of the tension onto your shoulders, as you just saw Rush, Paul, Colin do. And I would assume Daniel Singleton is going to employ a similar technique. Again, mostly out of necessity. Because if you try to just stand there and lead with your hips without a lead rope, it's a really tough time. And this is Daniel Singleton. Starting with a slightly staggered step.
Go, Dad! Let's go!
Kind of just grinding his wheels, but he's getting it moving. So easy to sit here and say, hey, don't go left and right. Don't cross yourself over. He's getting going. He's getting going.
Let's go!
Now with him, I actually would recommend getting just slightly higher, just so he can lead with his chest just a little bit more. This is such a tough thing because, especially in competition, you only get one shot at this. So, and each one's a little bit different too. So it's not like, oh yeah, just do this. Next time, it could be a tough
All right, I'm not sure. I think Will's might have died. But we're getting ready to set up inside. We're gonna have the women start with the axle clean and press, some max. If I hear Will pick back up, we'll move back over to him on the outside shot. So just so you know what you're looking at, top left is our outside shot. It's still going live. We're going to have two lanes for the axle max. And then the bottom right hand end is kind of our view, so you know what we're looking at. Oh yeah, much better.
My camera, like literally, the one I was using the most, it was like, you are overheated. Like, oh, I don't think I've ever had it say that, but I think because we're so close to the concrete, and it was like.
I think Will's mic just went out. So it went dead silent, so I've got this one live, just so you know.
Okay. Can we get telling?
If you don't mind.
So he's not sitting there talking.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Turn the camera around a bit. I'm going to turn the camera around a little bit, let you see kind of the crowd here. We've got a stage over here on the far end. We're gonna have bodybuilding up there. Got one of our sponsors here, Dark Horse Massage Therapy. Gonna be working on athletes here. Got some athletes already warming up.
Chuck, can you hear us? Can you hear us now, Chuck?
Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. Once Will finishes up outside, we will have him come back in and get back on the mic, and we'll actually have him on camera so you can see him.
They just can't hear you.
For those of you new to the channel, I am Chuck. This is mine and my wife's business. We run this live stream here, and along with, we're going to end up with 13 across the U.S. this year. If you're enjoying the show, please consider subscribing to the channel. If you want a little extra benefits, our member section starts at just $1 a month, going up from there. We do have a show next week in Prattville, Alabama, the Southeast Open. Looks like we're about to get started here with the women at 65 pounds. I'm going to say lane 1 is going to be your top right of the screen.
Piece of advice ever novice. Just don't fuck up.
Can you hear us?
You're just scared.
Okay, we're back on.
So
All right, we're back on.
Outside mic up. I said that. Looks like it went back out. It's hard running a wireless setup outside when we're all inside. All right.
All right, so we're starting with 65 pounds on our axle. So if you know you're coming up and you're either at 75 or 85, when we're calling your order, be ready for that. You're coming up next, all right?
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is Mackenzie or Madeline, but her first lift was good with 65 pounds. She's going up to 75. The mic outside is going in and out. Again, we're doing a wireless setup outside. and we're having our main setup inside, so it's kind of cutting in and out. If it comes back on, it'll go take over, but for now, it's just going to be the interior.
It's a good run, Rich. Start was slow, but man, once you got moving, dude, real good.
All right, I got confirmation in the chat. My wife Alex said the mic is completely out, so unfortunately we no longer have commentary from outside. He'll be inside shortly. Up next we got Tom Davis on the truck pull. Sorry, correction. Evan Rush. Inside we got 85-pound attempt right here.
We're at 85 pounds right now for one of our team competitors here.
Just got the clean. I guess you get the press. Okay, so that was Madeline. That was Madeline Merriman. She got her first 2 attempts, but her third attempt at 85 was just not there. Looks like we're moving up to 95. Up next outside, we've got James Van Pelt.
105, please come get ready. And 3 attempts at a match weight after being press bar is loaded for Mackenzie Ingram.
I believe coming up in lane 1, top right of your screen, that is Mackenzie Ingram. Looks like she's going to be starting with 95 pounds. Good lift there.
All right, Kelly Harper road up next, and then on to 105.
Zach Matthews coming up outside on the truck pull here.
All axles on the floor, 25 pounds, every single one.
Good lift at the 95 pounds.
All right, Matt, we're about 5 minutes from starting out, so know your openers. We got a novice man. Start it off. All right, Lauren Butler up with 105.
We got Lauren coming up She's attempting 105. It says 95, but it's 105.
Remember, when you lock it out, no work under control, no slamming it down. Within reason, it's heavy weight, but make sure you're lowering under control.
It's Lauren Bond, the women's novice. Good first rep.
Emily Wright is up next for 105.
Emily Wright coming up. Looks like we're about to wrap up the 220 division outside. Moving up to the next one. Good lift inside. I believe that was Emily Wright.
Keep that energy going.
Moving to the super heavyweight men's. I believe we're starting with Bubba Foster outside.
Not a time, we're going to start soon, so we start somewhere around 115 or 135. We need to be ready. And that's not team that. Team that will be going in the second inning. Heat one after all the eliminated. So your team man competitor, you're going in the second heat on lane one after all players are done.
Arnold, I'm sorry. We are in the men's super heavyweight outside. So Arnold up.
If you want 115, please come close to 2. Don't say it. We'll organize in 7 seconds. Don't forget that.
Good lift at 105. Now, if we're in the men's super heavyweight outside, that means we're down to like the last 3 or 4 competitors. So that'll be moving inside soon. You'll have Will back on the mic full time. Steven coming up on the truck pull.
105.
Good, how are you? Good.
How's the streams going today?
So far, we had a little hiccup outside, but it was just got overheated. And it's almost done now, and then we'll be easy sailing.
Nice. Are they still pulling some trucks?
Yeah, we got about 2 more athletes out.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Nice.
All right, I think Steven just completed his outside. We're going to go to Martin. Looks like we're moving to 115 in lane 1, top right of your screen. Alex confirming for me outside. Martin is up next on the truck pull. Alex may correct me, but I believe we only have 1 person left outside. That's going to be Scott Schofield. Looks like we're going to have novice men starting in lane 2, the bottom left of your screen. We're starting at 115. Oh, so close. She almost came back into my frame over here, but she held strong. We got Lauren Bond coming up. Thank you, Alex, for confirming. Scott Schofield is our last.
115 on the bar right now. 135. Pump it up now. Jessica Yates up next for
All right, they're going to bring that camera in. I'm going to go ahead and take it off screen. So now you got me. I'm going to get this set up for our other commentator, Will.
Again, this is 3 attempts at a max weight. Axle, clean, and press. We're going up to 135 next for the men. Men, 135. If you want to 135, come line up. 10 down. You got it. Next up for 115. Good job, you're up. All right, Leslie, you're up. 115. Guys, this is 115. One more person asking that.
They are at 115 on lane 1. That's your top right.
Anybody else on the men for 145? Guys, make sure we're crossing over that you watch out for these rows and cords in the middle. 155 for the men next. 155. Awesome. Yeah, it's men 155. If you are 155, up next, come take it. 155 for the men. If you want to start lining up, we'll get you in the right order in just a second. Right now, if you want 155. Now this man all the way down there, lane 2 down here.
All right, just a reminder. Lane 1 is going to be your top right screen. So 115 is what weight they're doing now. Your lane 2, the bottom left of your screen, that's going to be your men's. They're starting with Novice. I think they're starting at 155.
Facing out, facing this way. Ladies, when you are going, please tell Shannon your name before you make your attempts. Coming up to go, please tell Shannon your name. All right. 3 attempts, max axle clean press. We got 155 on. Good lift for Josh Lusada. Nice job.
If you don't mind. You're good.
All right. Retaliate up for the women, go for 115, and we got 155 up for right now. Ethan Cole up next.
They are moving fast, so I apologize. I'm not being able to keep up with who's going which because they're not going in a normal order. what they're doing is they're calling the weights out. If 115 is on the bar and you're in lane 1, you need to line up, get ready for it. Same with lane 2 right now with men's. They have to line up and get ready if they're going for 155. So they're going a little bit out of order here. Wait.
With 155, here with all strict pressing. Nice job. We got Emily Bond coming up. Emily Wright, excuse me. Emily Wright coming up. It's Bond right there. Emily Wright's up. 115 on the axle. All right. Anybody else for 155 on the mat? 155. Going once. All right, we're going to 175 on the mat. 175. Where's it you want it? All right, I got order. Get in line if you want it. Josh Posada. Nathaniel Irizarry. If you hear your name, get in line. Chris Davis. So, Novice mat order, Josh Posada, Nathaniel Chris Davis, Robert Wadowski. Only line up if you want to do this weight. All right, Mark Hawkins, Stephen Rowley, Ethan Cole, Chris Bond, Nathan St. Stephen Cole. Yes, you got it. All right, Nathaniel Irizarry coming up next. We got Robert Wadowski up right now for the Novice mat. We got anybody else for 115?
We're still at 115 in lane 1. Looks like we are at 175 in lane 2.
Are we going to have that second attempt at 115 on the up? All right, so we're going to 125. This is the champion order. It's only novices right now. Only novice right now.
Will is just refueling right now, getting something to eat and something to drink, and he'll be over here soon to kind of catch y'all back up on the stream. Trying my best to keep you updated. We're at 125 on the top right stream. And the 175 lane 2.
Jason Dolo. Robert Sanchez, correct? All right, Robert Sanchez is up. And then we're going to 125 for our ladies on the actual clean press.
Moving up to 125 for the women's side.
Nicholas Arcelo's up right now. We got Jessica Yates up next for 125 on the ladies' side for the actual clean and press. All right, Potter, big up for Ryan Potter over here. Michelle Gibson stepping up for 125 on the axle clean press. Any other takers at 175 for the axle. Any takers at 195 for the axle. All right, line up, 195.
Yes, every event has both men and women's. We are currently working through the women's in lane 1, which is going to be your top right of your screen. And we're doing the teen, men's, and novice on the bottom left of your screen in lane 2.
And you have not done 3 tests, so Nate Krusevsky, Chris Davis, starting with the Mark name lined up. All right, bar closure for Nate Krusevsky.
All right, you about ready?
Yeah, that's what you.
Yep, here you go.
Listen. Alrighty, we're back. We're inside. We're out of the heat, finally. We've got a lot of action going all at once. I will probably not be able to know everybody's name, so I apologize in advance for that.
Good hit for Mark Hawkins at 195. We're still at 125 on the women's side.
But I heard somebody just hit a 195 on the men's side on the axle.
Up next.
Got Nathan St. Clair on the men's side going for an axle and basically strict pressing it.
Chris Bond coming up next for 195.
I actually know on the women's side this is Robin. And I believe I heard it was 125 for the women's right now.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and I know this is Robin.
195 still working up for our novice. Man, Chris Bond getting that big clean up.
Still 195. Little bobble on the clean there. That is heartbreaking. Once you get it to the shoulders, can't quite get it further than that.
Got Robin Fisher stepping up.
Robin Fisher going for a 125. She's got a good start. Oh yeah, way to make up for it. Over on the men's side, we got 195 up in the rack position. We'll see if he can lock that out. Nice. Judge's gonna give that one to him. I would too. He held it for a while. So those unfamiliar with strongman, or maybe you're only familiar with powerlifting, a lot of times in powerlifting, you get one attempt, and if you just fail, you fail. That's it. But in strongman, most of the time, you're just going to have a time limit. And I believe in this case, they're going to have 30 seconds. And in those 30 seconds, you can make as many quote-unquote attempts as you want with that weight. So let's say you miss the clean and drop it. You're still allowed to re-pick it, re-clean it, and go for it again.
Nice. Came back and got that 125. Good stuff. I think we just had another good men's.
We got 195.
We got 195 still on the men's side. See how this works out for him. Real tough on the clean. So unlike in Olympic lifting, when they're cleaning a barbell, a normal barbell is usually only about 1 inch in diameter around. I'm not saying that's easy to get your hands around, but it's a lot easier than an axle. Most axle bars are somewhere around 2 inches in diameter. Oh man.
So close.
Heck of a grind from him over there. That is one of those almost, that's a heartbreaker. That's all there is to it. It's about as close as you're going to be able to get without actually just getting it.
Got special guest in the house. Rob Brady is here to support. Help us out. Hopefully give us some of his axle pressing power. We're going to have him jump on the live stream for just a minute with some commentary, and then we'll be around for some support.
Yeah, so just got the announcement that pro strongman Rob Kearney is actually going to be joining us on the live stream pretty soon here. Rob Kearney is a pro. He's competed at World's Strongest Man. I believe he still has, and I'm sure he'll be able to confirm this, but I believe he still has a number of press records up and down the weight classes. He should be able to confirm that, Rob.
Well, how you doing, man? Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I was just embellishing you a little bit, telling everybody about the pro strongman you are and how I watched you at Worlds when it was in Bradenton the first time.
Yes, 2019.
And Steve mentioned giving away some of your pressing power, and I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I was fortunate enough to have a really great career. You know, just retired in May from competing, but, you know, throughout my career was able to hold the American log press record for the pro open men, held the 105 world record for a number of years, so I was actually the first 105 strongman to ever press over 400 pounds in competition. Now when I bumped up to the heavyweights, held the American log press record at 475.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, nothing crazy.
Is that it?
You
That's
know?
it? Wow, yeah. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, and you were one of those athletes that, as a lightweight and not such a vertically gifted man, I definitely look up to you.
That's a very nice way to say that I'm short.
Yeah.
So
I'm shorter than you. But it gives me hope because it's like, well, if he can do it, there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I think people forget is, like, my career spanned over 15 years.
Right.
You know, so I started this sport in 2009 as a 90-kilo athlete. And it just took that many years to, one, learn the sport really effectively, get a lot of competition experience, but also just, like, take that time gaining weight, gaining strength to get myself to that world level.
Competing is a skill in and of itself.
Yeah. I always tell people that, you know, are reaching out to me, getting into the sport, they're like, you know, well, like, you know, I qualified for this show next year. I just want to focus on this. I'm like, no.
Right.
You know, like, if anything, compete as much as you can before then.
Right.
Within a, you know, a certain acceptable time frame.
Being reasonable.
Yeah, but like, learning how to compete and perform under this kind of stress is massively important because obviously, as we all know, what we can do in the gym is different than what we can do on the floor.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you know, so being able to have the competition nerves, be able to settle into them, and then also adjusting to what the day looks like in a strongman competition, right? Like, we've all been at those shows that are only 5 minutes long. Thanks, man. You know, we all have these moments where we've been at these competitions where it's like, you know, we have these couple hours in between events, then all of a sudden the next event starts in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Right? Like,
hurry up and wait.
Yeah, and then being able to control your emotions.
Mentally staying sharp for hours at a time.
Exactly.
Without exhausting yourself doing that.
It's a game that takes a lot of time to learn.
Yeah. And I learned that the hard way watching Worlds, because that is a show, not a competition.
And that's the thing I think people don't realize, like, the way the sport runs doesn't really change regardless of the level you're at. Right, from your local shows in gym parking lots all the way up to the Arnold and World's
When you see how the sausage is made, it's all made the same way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so that's one thing that it's tried and true to strongman. It's just the way we run the sport.
Kind of keeps it pure in a way, though.
It really does,
Yeah.
and you know, it kind of has that nostalgia, that excitement about it, regardless of where you're at.
And I've always said too, the beauty of shows running in that way, usually the strongest person wins anyway.
Yeah, and that's what I always find funny. You know, when people are looking at strongman competitions and how they're programmed, you know, they might say like, oh, well, this event is a little too light, guys are moving too fast. It's like, well, if you're really that good of an athlete at the end of the day and you're that strong, you're still going to be faster than the next guy.
Right.
And I think that's one thing that has kept me in this sport for so long is how important it is to be athletic.
Right, prioritizing that athleticism and speed especially.
Yeah, and I think that's why we see Mitch Hooper kind of running the table right now in the Open Pro Men. Because at his core, he's a great athlete.
Right.
And being able to transition that athleticism into strongman is what's made him so successful in such a short amount of time.
Right. That's what I explain to people sometimes is getting strong is one thing, but being able to express that strength in a lot of different ways is what's really important.
Yeah.
And that's why strongman's beautiful, because you got a lot of different modalities to show and express that strength you have.
But it's also being adaptive to what's going on, right? Like, we all have the equipment in our gym that we're training for these contests.
Right.
But how many times do we show up to a contest?
Well, now we do anyway.
Yeah. We show up to a contest and it's like, oh, well, the log at my gym is 12 inches, but the one we have here is 13.
Right.
So there's like these slight differences, or the handles are knurled at my gym and then they're powder coated here.
Right.
You know, trying to like being able to adapt on the fly and overcome
We
those.
just had that here. They dropped the lead rope for the open weights because it was too light for everybody. So they said, all right, no lead rope.
Get rid of
make it harder.
Yeah, so, but I think that's also the beautiful thing about the sport. Because like you said earlier, like, regardless of the changes that are made, the strongest man is going to win.
9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
There's very few times where it's like maybe a bad judge call or something along those lines. And those are so rare that when they do happen, it's the talk of the town for years.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think is a good thing that it's so rare.
Yeah.
It ends up being the topic for a year. You know?
I mean, and just like from a personal athlete growth perspective, like that's what helps catapult a career.
Yeah.
You know, like I think about me, you know, like, yeah, I made my first Worlds appearance 2017, 2018, and I was doing well, but not really breaking into the mainstream that much. You know, 2019 was able to win the Arnold Australia in a stacked group against Matthias Belsack, Michelle Kivlikov,
it's some big names.
Jerry
for those who don't
Pritchett,
know.
you know, all these powerhouses in the sport. And it was really that win that not only kind of like set my career up for the next few years, but also gave me the momentum and the drive to really push to a different level.
Right. Once you realize you're not that far behind guys you looked up to, all of a sudden it seems possible.
Yeah, you get that little taste, you start flirting with that success, and that's like, okay, now it's time to really dig the heels in, push a little bit more, and see what we can actually do.
And you definitely did, man.
Yeah, thank you.
For sure.
It was a great career. You know, I mean, it's 15 years in this sport is a long time.
Some might say too long.
Yeah. And, you know, being able to spend the majority of that at the biggest competitions in the world is something I never thought I would do.
Right.
You know, as a guy that, again, started at the 90 kilo, 200-pound weight class, I never thought that I'd get to Worlds or the Arnold or Rogue and these massive shows. You know, but now it's really cool to have left the sport, I think, in a better place than what it was when I came in.
Sure.
Be a part of that monstrous growth that we saw in the early 2020s. And then, you know, just kind of ride its coattails now and, you know, be on this side of the of the table a little bit more.
And I think a lot of people don't really, you know, especially new people. I've been in the sport for about 12 years. So I remember some of the darker times where it was like, we're inside of an arena? What?
Yeah.
You know, and now you've got people, they won't do a show unless it's indoors.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's adorable.
Yeah, right? Like, I still remember sweating my ass off on you know, in parking lots and...
Or freezing.
Or, oh, God. I've done some. I did some shows in upstate New York in the beginning of my career, and it was always St. Patrick's Day weekend in a driveway.
Right.
And we're in upstate New York, and it was like, 1 year it was great. It was 50 degrees and sunny.
And
The
you're
next
praying
year,
that the potholes are filled in with ice this year. Yeah.
Yeah, there was 1 year it was 38 and raining.
Yeah.
And we're still outside, still doing our thing.
That's strongman, baby.
Yeah, and I think there's definitely still some of that. That's true, but I also still love seeing events like this in convention centers.
You said, the growth that has happened. A lot of people don't realize, like the sport. We were having a discussion just last night about it, where it's like, as a sport, it's only been around for like maybe 40, maybe 50 years.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, you look at the history of other sports like football even. How long has that been around?
Exactly.
They didn't have it down pat in the 1800s.
No, and the first World's Strongest Man was in 1977.
Right.
So it's still a baby.
At least in the States, anyway.
Yes. Yeah, if we're looking at, the official strongman as a sport,
right,
that's really when it started. And,
wow.
Really easy press.
135. I hope that was her last warm-up because it
was
easy.
Pretty effortless. I mean, you see a push press like that, it's like, all right, what else does she have up her sleeve? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thank you for being here.
This is so cool. Absolutely. Like I said, I love being able to do stuff like this. Support the athletes at the level of show I started at. It's always fun to just be at these shows.
Yeah. Seeing the new people coming in too, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but when I started, they had Novice.
Yep.
And I was in a class with, 25, 30 other people. Of those 25, 30 people, there's 2 of us.
Yeah.
From that first show that are still doing it.
When I started as an amateur, there was not a novice class. So it was just jump in and
and honestly,
there
was really only like heavy and lightweights back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when you say 90, I mean, you probably would have done 80s if it existed. Probably,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it didn't exist. So it was 200, 231, and then heavyweight was your option to compete.
Yeah. I mean, so many classes now for both men and women. There's weight classes for masters now. You've got over 50 now for men's. I think women's too, maybe, but I know for a fact men's.
And again, like just seeing the growth of the sport, the accessibility to strongman equipment, the interest in the sport over the past few years. It's really cool to just see how excited people get for this sport.
It's a spectacle first. And I think as long as you use that as a promoter, I think it'll continue to grow the sport.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is one of the biggest crowds I have ever seen at a show in Florida. I can say that.
It's cool seeing standing room only at, a show like this, I will say, obviously my perspective has been skewed over the past few years, but even seeing the growth of the Arnold from when I first made my first appearance to where it was this past year.
Right.
The first year I was there, we maybe had about 3,000, 4,000 people. This past year, they had to add an extra 3,000 seats because they sold out so fast. And to see now, especially at the Arnold, Strongman is the biggest draw of fans. They sell more tickets for Strongman than they do bodybuilding. And to see that evolution of the sport is just really, really exciting.
Yeah, it can only grow too. I mean, the accessibility of it, like we were just talking about with, like, you said equipment in the gym, and I was like, yeah, remember when that wasn't a thing?
I mean, I remember when I started, I was fortunate enough to live, I will say, close enough, quote unquote, to Derek Poundstone.
Yeah.
And I would drive about 90 minutes on Saturday mornings to be a part of his training crew.
Until as old as time.
Yeah. And we had a crew of like 25, 30 guys that would roll up at 8 a.m. on Saturday morning.
That's what you had to do.
Yeah, and we'd have a group that was, whatever Derek was training that day, we were helping him train. This was in the height of his career.
Derek was a problem.
He was.
In the height of his career.
Yeah, this was 2009, 2010.
Yes.
He had just missed out on that Worlds win. And, one of the first days I walked into the gym was that video of him hitting, I think it was a 400-pound log for 8.
Yeah.
I mean, just inappropriate, to be honest.
Just unimaginable numbers.
Yes,
at the time.
Seeing that as a 17-year-old kid, and I can't even press the empty log that he has out.
A 400 to this day is still like a standard minimum weight for like a pro heavyweight strongman.
Yeah, So it's yeah, but now to see that, there's CrossFit gyms that have strongman equipment.
Yes.
There are strongman specific gyms now. It's really cool to see, like, regardless of where you're at, if you see the sport, you want to be a part of it, you have that access to do so.
I think the struggle's good though too. I mean, I wouldn't have ever started making Atlas stones if I could have just found them in my backyard.
True.
Like, if they had existed here in Florida at the time, I wouldn't have started making them.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be sitting here.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I think sometimes the struggle's good, but I like accessibility. Just a little gatekeeping.
Yeah,
just a little accoutrement of gatekeeping, I guess we should talk about the show now, huh?
Yeah. I mean, we
what
could
we're really
talk
here
about the
for.
sport all day.
Yeah.
Obviously, as Max Axler starting to get heavy.
Yes, I think the warm-up on the platform reps are over.
Yes.
Now, I unfortunately don't know a lot of the names here. A lot of new faces, and even the faces I do know, I don't know their names.
So we're at 155 on the women's side right now. Looks like 255 on the men's side.
Pretty good clean from him. Let's see. Wow.
Great press.
Easy press, too.
I mean, one of the telltale things when it comes to a pressing event is when you see that the clean is on the easier side.
Yes.
That's going to give you a lot of confidence into that overhead, and you're just not expending as much energy going into that press.
And especially on the axle, that was actually one of the things I was talking about with myself over here before you got here, was the difference between an axle and a standard barbell. Standard barbell, give or take, is about 1 inch.
Yep.
These are going to be at least 2 inches in diameter. So just double overhand cleaning, it becomes very challenging, if not impossible most of the time. And the athletes implement what they usually call a continental clean style, which can expand a lot of energy if you're not practiced at it, to make it as efficient as possible.
Yeah, and, I think we see it a lot of times, too. We have our athlete on the men's side, taking that time, taking that breath with the weight on his stomach. But when you start to sit with that bar in that rack position for too long, your core is getting tired, your quads are getting tired, you're not going to have a stronger confidence as a dip to get that transfer of energy to that press overhead.
Well, and like you said, you're sitting there in the rack position. If you're holding tension like you should be, that's where you're out.
Yeah, and when we're getting into some of these bigger weights, every moment really counts to make sure to get this rep to count.
Easier said than done, right? Just make it look easy.
Yeah,
that's my not pro tip I always tell people too. If you want a quick down call, make it look easy.
Yes.
If it looks easy, the judge will be like, oh yeah, for sure.
If you struggle a little bit too much, they're just going to make you hold it that extra second or two.
You need to demonstrate control. All of a sudden, right?
Yeah. Right.
That look in your judge's eyes. As if they're looking in your eyes, they're not looking at your arms.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think we're starting to get to those PR weights now. Now, there is a chance for a Florida State record here. Do I think anybody here is planning on it? No. Do I think there's a few capable guys? Yes.
What is that record?
I believe, and here's the thing. I actually know the guy who has the record for the Florida State axle record. I believe it's at 280. Now, the guy who said it, his name's John Wimberly. Real great guy, by the way. One of my training partners. He only did that because that's all he needed to win that day. That was his second attempt.
Not a bad way to go
into it. And
he
hit 280, and none of the other heavyweights even hit 270 that day.
Wow.
So he was like, I'm good then. Now, John is an actual international competitor. He's a really strong dude. He was just like, I'm not going to waste my energy,
No point.
Or potential injury.
Yeah. I mean, that's just smart gameplay, right?
Well, I think he was gearing up for either the Arnolds or the Shaw at the time, too. So he was like, I got bigger fish to fry.
But that's also part of the sport, and I think a lot of people on the outside looking in, they look at this sport as, just go out and lift. But you don't realize the kind of chess match that's happening behind the curtains, where you're thinking about, okay, what weight do I have to do to get good points? What are the events that I can really excel on and push? What are ones that might not be my strong suit, so I can I can afford to lose some points here.
Strategy. It's a big part of the game, especially on events where you get to pick your own weight.
Yeah, and I think like that's another big tying back to the beginning of the conversation. It's a really great learning experience that you get only in competition.
Yes.
You know, as an amateur coming up in this sport, you're gonna have that want to just go. But learning where to cut your losses and learning where to like, okay, this is like a wheelhouse event for me. I'm gonna just burn it down on this event. Those are all really important things to help you excel in this sport and get you to that next level. And I think that's why we see athletes, you know, that's one of the reasons that made Brian Shaw so successful. He was a student of the sport, and he really took time to learn the events, learn what the other competitors are doing. Same thing with Mitch Hooper, really making sure that he's playing into his strengths, but working on his weaknesses, but also playing that game of where are the points that he can make up the most, where can he pull back, and possibly save some energy for the next event.
And because that's what really comes down to, you know, you've got 5 events at least, which means if you get second place on every event, you'll probably win.
Absolutely. Consistency across events is more important than event wins.
I mean, look at when Mateusz Kielskowski won, 4 out of 6 events at the Arnold's?
And took second place.
Took second place to Thor, who got second on 5 out of 6 events.
Yeah.
But won the deadlift. But Mateusz was such a loser with an only 800-something deadlift, right?
I think that year he pulled like 860.
Yeah.
And then he had 400 kilos, 880 locked out, and then his strap broke.
Right. Yeah. Ooh, what a loser, right? Only not even 900.
I mean, it is just
That's
like
the evolution of the sport right there. The fact that if you don't even have a 900 deadlift, you're not even getting top 5 at the Arnold anymore.
Well, I think it was, at the Arnold 23 or 22, last time I competed there, I pulled 971 for third place.
Yeah.
Yeah. But still, like, just the fact that is the number that is a third place deadlift.
If you're not pulling 1,000, you're not getting on the podium.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, consistency is going to be key. And the strategy at these kind of events is a lot of fun too, because they do the thing where if, let's say, my second attempt is the same as your third, and then I fail my third, I still beat you because my second attempt was higher than your second attempt, essentially.
So again, like, you know, as much as this sport is about lifting what's on the bar, it is still about like playing that chess match, making sure you're putting yourself in the best position to succeed.
Yep. Oh, I know I'm not so great at this event, so I'm only going to do enough to get not 0 sometimes even. I know that's my game plan sometimes with events, especially on pressing. I'm working on it.
You know, but it was the opposite for me, right? It's like, okay, I know there's pressing events coming up, so that's where I can push to really maximize those points.
Right.
Versus like a truck pull or a keg toss that are just historically bad for me.
Yeah.
Or grip.
See, I'm the grip guy.
Yeah. See, can we like trade? We should have just like traded hands during my. Yeah, that would have been great. Could have used that last year. Thanks for it now.
Yeah, same, bruh. I guess we'll both just have to get better.
Well, that's all on you, man. I'm retired now, so.
I'll just get better.
I'm in my fitness era.
Your fitness era.
Yeah, I do CrossFit 4 to 5 times a week now.
So this is one of the teams. I believe that's Herndon. His father is actually competing tomorrow.
Oh, very cool in the Master Show.
Yes, that would be. Blake Herndon. Yeah, his father. Leroy Herndon, one of the best masters in the state.
Very cool.
Just got, I think, 6th at Nationals as his first showing.
Not bad.
And honestly, it was just because of 2 little bobbles. He would have been on the podium if not for those.
Yeah.
Leroy is a really good competitor. And so it's actually really cool to see his son out here.
That's awesome.
Kind of hanging out. That's it right there. The gray shirt. Yeah, so if you guys are enjoying the stream today, check it out tomorrow. We're going to be doing the Masters, I want to say, World Championships, and the Florida State Masters Championships as well.
A lot of great strongmen going on all weekend.
Yeah, there's another event going on this weekend, isn't there? I don't know. None of that matters because we're here now.
Yeah, I mean here, but then on the pro side, we also have the Giants Live Log Press Championships over in the UK going on today. They're actually going to be kicking off in the next 20 minutes. See if Iron Baby can hit a log press world record. He's talking a big number.
Another one, you mean?
Yeah,
one.
adding on to it. Yeah, I know he's talking a pretty ridiculous number on the log. I've heard rumors he wants to shoot for 520.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I can't roll that downhill most days.
You know, and like here's the thing, you know, like I've had 500 on my chest before.
Yeah.
After cleaning it. And again, like I was one of the best pressers in the world during my career. And still, it's just unfathomable to me because it's so heavy.
I don't think there's, I kind of hope there's never a time where 500 pounds on the chest doesn't feel heavy. You know, I don't know if I want the sport to evolve to that point where there's human beings that are like, it's not so bad.
Yeah, 500.
It's whatever. We're still warming up? Cool.
I mean, hey, that's what they were saying about an 800-pound deadlift 10 years ago.
It's true. Looks like he's going again.
Going up to 155 now.
Not bad. He's actually just a little off. If he brings that left hand over a little more, I think he'd be okay. So every athlete's going to get 3 attempts. Again, this is not powerlifting. He has the full 30 seconds to drop it, clean it again, try again.
Yeah.
On top of that, this is a 3-attempt situation. He failed that weight. He could come back,
Still has another shot.
weight. He could try that one again. It is just 3 attempts no matter what.
Yeah. Nice wide grip strict press over there for the men.
Oh, that's Bubba.
Luis Valero coming up next. If anybody is walking in between here, watch out for the tripod cameras and watch out for the coach.
Luis Valero, I know him. Actually, we just met today, but we know of each other. Yeah, he needs to go a little heavier.
Yeah, that was...
He just double overhand, like, fully cleaned that. And then strict pressed it. Yeah, you need to go heavier, bro.
195, 195.
I better see a weight you need a belt for, bro.
Right.
195, anybody going once? 195, all right.
So we got Blake going to go for 195. A very lean athlete.
Something that's never been said about me.
Anybody else for 195 over here?
Go down with the thickness, right?
That's right.
Just one, 205. 205?
Being spotted by the one and only Andrew Dolbaum.
215, he wants 215.
Florida man himself.
Trying to get those hands even on that press here. Looks a little better.
Took his time on that clean, too. I believe they're allowing belt cleans here.
Good, there
nice.
it is. Yep. It's all it took. That small, you know, I mean, you know, they say sports are a game of inches. Well, so is strongman.
100%.
Right? You know, having that hand just out a little bit more, he was able to get that press, get that good rep.
And, you know, the other part of it, too, to come back from a failure, too, mentally.
It's not easy.
It's almost impossible, and then to do it is so rewarding.
Big win, give him confidence for the rest of the weekend.
Oh yeah, he'll be talking about that at school for the next week. Big shout out to all of our spotters and loaders. We've got Philip Fajak and
hardest
Tim
job in
Fisher.
strongman.
I will compete. I will cut weight and compete 3 days in a row before I will volunteer for a show.
Completely agree. I mean,
because I will be less beat up.
Yeah, these men and women just, I mean, they're nonstop on the floor, changing the weights, making sure everything's right for the athletes, in a good spot, keeping them safe.
The thing I love about this particular lane, everybody that's in this lane doing any of the jobs, they are all current competitors.
Yeah.
Well, Andy's semi-retired. That's because he's dumb. We're friends. I can say that. Philip is on his way to be a world-class athlete, if not already there. Shannon behind him. She's only been in the sport for a few years, and she's making waves. And Tim Fisher, Masters. Easy, easy, easy.
I love it. All right, I think I'm going to go talk up with some of the competitors.
Sounds good, man.
Thank you.
I think everybody wants to talk to you anyway.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for stopping by, man.
You got it.
It's great meeting you. Oh, Is this his? Yes, sir. Well, that was fun. Yeah. I'm like sitting next to another pro strongman. Who's this guy?
Yeah, I had like 3 people message me. They're like, I didn't know you had Rob getting on your show. I said, I didn't either.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
So
That's the way strongman rolls, man. I love it. Sounds like they are calling for 175 the teen men's. Good Lord. Andrew with the double overhand axle full clean. Get away from me.
Is that Andrew Lewis?
Andrew Brock.
Brock.
So we got 215 over there.
What divisions we got?
It's so tough because we're not going in any particular order.
We're in the men's 275 on lane 2, which is
so
the bottom
left
left
anybody
hand.
from that group.
Yeah. We're doing teen men in lane
You just said
1,
Nate
which is
White.
the top right of the screen.
Yeah, you got Nate White. I believe he's going for a 175. Did I hear that right? Not bad. Okay, 195. I apologize.
Nice.
So we got Steven Real over here in the
Man,
275s.
I just keep seeing myself compared to you.
Yeah.
I got a black backdrop on top of it, which makes it even worse.
I figured if I was going to get jacked and tanned, it'd be easier to do the tanned part first, and then I'd work on the jack part, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We would just go from there, you know? Wow.
Easy.
Yeah.
Just got to keep his balance.
His rack position is very high, basically on his face.
The press looked easy. It was the balance he just had to worry about.
Yeah, yeah. My man could use a touch of mobility work, just a touch. A scotch.
I don't know whose mic that is. I think it's the bodybuilding mic. It keeps going that high pitch.
Yeah.
I had my earpiece in listening to y'all talk, and I kept hearing it. So I apologize to the people watching at home if you've been listening to that high pitch noise.
I believe we might still be at 195 over here in the teens.
That's what it looks like.
Very wide grip, which can help sometimes because you have a shorter way to press.
Now, when you do this yourself, are you a wider or more narrow?
I tend to be somewhere in the middle, like just outside shoulder.
Mm-hmm. My thumbs typically line up with my shoulder.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's basically where I'm at, too. It's just where I feel the most comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also done a lot of work to get in a more Olympic-style rack position.
Gotcha.
Even though I don't jerk, I still find my transfer of power through that clavicle and shoulders a lot better if I'm tightened up like that. Because I like being here, too, because it keeps my back tight.
Yeah.
And I feel more stable when I go for the dip. But I'm a terrible presser, so I wouldn't listen to me for advice.
I wouldn't say I'm good or terrible. I'm kind of mediocre.
That's, yeah.
I was 5 pounds away from setting the state record on log press until Tyler Davis went again and beat me.
Yeah, I've never been even in, the record's never been in danger of having my name on it, ever. Maybe someday, but not today.
It was very nice, Tyler, because it was my second attempt. I was going to go like right below, and then my third, I was going to make it.
Right.
And,
wow, that was an easy press for him.
Tyler leaned over. He goes, "You need to go ahead and try for your second attempt because I'm going to do it on mine." I was like, "Okay, well, I appreciate the heads up."
You know, I do that sometimes with grip stuff because I have a really good grip. I was at a show one time, and we were doing a Hercules hold.
Oh yeah.
And I told the guy, I said, "How long are you planning on holding it?" And he said, "What do you mean?" I was like, "How long have you gotten in training?" He's like, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna go until I can't go anymore. And I said, "Well, don't make me work for it, else I'm gonna spank you harder in the rest of the show." He did. He made me work for it. And then I was like, "Oh, okay. I'm not just gonna win. I'm gonna make sure you lose.
Dominate.
It's not about me winning. It's about you losing."
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to have our guest, Rob Honey here. If you don't know, unbelievable overhead presser and everything else in strongman. He's just going to kind of give a little bit breakdown about that.
Okay, so we're going to have Rob talking on the MC mic now.
Features, requirements of it. So,
Yeah, one of the best pressers to ever live. Period.
It looks like we've at least got my my mother-in-law and my daughter watching. They're telling us we're doing a good job. So my mom thinks we're doing good. That's all that matters.
Thanks, Mom. She might have just a. She might be slightly biased.
I don't know. It's my mother-in-law, so.
He's going to switch that grip to an overhand grip, the double overhand, and put that bar up onto his shoulders. A lot of this is, a lot of people think strongman is just lift heavy shit, get it overhead. But with this event specifically, it takes a lot of finesse. Really
Little ears, bro, come on.
Smart about the movements that we're doing.
I'm over here like shnikes and stuff, and he's just letting it drop. It's like, dude.
It's pretty muffled though, so I don't think anybody on the stream can hear.
I'm over here clutching pearls, man.
We try to keep it PG-13.
Some of these athletes are pressing way over 400 pounds. So to be able to do that on a bar that doesn't rotate, doesn't treat it like a normal barbell, takes a different type of skill set that we often see here in the sport of strongman.
There we go.
I'm going to slide out and let you keep going for a minute.
Right on. He's close to that 195. Nice wide base. Little tough. He's going to keep going for it though. I like that. I like when a competitor doesn't just give up. It's awesome. Leave it all out there, man. This is one of those events where, if you've already, how do I put it? It's easy to say you want to put yourself in a good position by the second attempt, which doesn't always happen. But if you can manage to do that, put yourself in a good position on your second attempt, you can just make that third attempt for fun. And even if you miss it, it's just maybe a PR miss or something along those lines. Got Steven Real over here at 235. So close. Just got to keep pushing behind you, big man. So close. That's one of those ones where it's so close. Those kind of reps are the ones that kind of keep you up at night because it's so close. I don't know if that was a PR for him or anything along those lines. But Steven's got a really good attitude in general, so he'll probably shake it off. You're welcome. Remember how I said earlier Andy Dolbaum was dumb? He is. I just had to fix a stopwatch for him. I love you, Andy. All right, looks like we're getting some weights figured out. Looks like we're hanging out with still 235 over there. I believe that's the men's middleweight. Easy clean, wow. Wow. Okay, so he better go up and weight because that was nothing. Looks like our teen is going to go for it again. He wasn't that far off, man.
I think this is 275 still.
Oh, okay. Nice. Comes back and gets it. Good stuff. Looks like Steven is going for that 235 again. And, didn't hold it long enough. It's a shame, but I completely agree with the judge on that one. Part of what's going to get you a down call on an overhead event is showing stability and control of the weight. So although Steven did lock it out, he did not hold it and demonstrate control with the weights. Which happens sometimes. And then unfortunately, although that press looked easy, I think the clean form was a bit of a challenge. And sometimes you just don't have it in you to do yet another clean. So we've got the heavyweights and the super heavyweights are actually going in tandem, which makes sense since it's a bit of a tighter group there. Is there any way you could maybe send a right to get caffeine or something from like Alani or whatever? Anybody, you know? Good clean. I really like this guy's wide rack position. Makes the throw a little bit shorter, but can be hard to keep everything as tight as you need it to be. I mean, the heavier you get, the more important technique becomes, especially on overhead. And that's where the real challenge comes in. You know, it's easy to sort of manhandle weights sometimes with a little technique. You'll find things work a lot better for you. And technique is such a weird word because technique doesn't necessarily mean this is how you're supposed to do something. Technique can just mean how you specifically should do something. Yeah, he showed up late. And then as I sit here and talk about technique, we just point over to somebody who uses no technique and is just pure raw power. Just lifts through any means necessary, which is super impressive. And I can't wait to see when he's a little bit more refined, shall we say, what that guy's going to be capable of. Got Country Rich over there. Easy clean. Wow. Yeah. Rich is very much so old hat. He has been competing for a good bit of time. Very experienced and seasoned competitor. He knows exactly what he needs to do to make whatever he wants to happen. He's also very hard on himself. Looks like we got 220s over here. Wow, right into a full clean. Very impressive. Nice, good dip. Just catches the weight. So you're going to see a lot of different styles of pressing, especially on axle, because it is a little more similar to a barbell. So you'll see people employing jerks, from split jerks to push jerks. Most commonly, you'll probably see is push pressing, which you just saw Zach attempt. And then on occasion, you'll see a layback press. But that's a lot more common on a log. Now, the thing is, with all of these, the optimal bar path is going to be straight up over the center of your body. The problem is you've got your face in the way. So you got to move that out of the way, which sometimes requires you to contort your body just a little bit. So although sometimes the positions that you'll find some of these athletes in look dangerous, as long as you're trained in those positions, they're not. Now you see Danny over here went for a push press and laid back a little bit. And if he can just lay back and keep pushing, I would tell him push behind you. And what he'd actually find is he's pushing straight up just to finish that lockout. And it just be like that sometimes. Sometimes you get that close to lockout and it just doesn't happen. It's easy to say give it a little more on the bottom. A lot harder to do.
55, 255, arm boost. Oh, nice strong power kick. You see that? Oh my goodness. There we go. Get that rack position. Good right there.
He's got to do a little pop, catch with his hands.
Let's go, Russ. Come on.
I sense somebody has an Olympic background.
Wow. Strong press.
And a very easy push press.
Stepping up next on our middleweight lane on the Briscoe. Dumbbell rack position, he's gonna get it. Little Bobby still got time when he wants it. Got a little right hand.
Got Paul through over here in the lane right in front of me. It's clean. Let's see. Good press. Yes, this is where things start getting tough for everybody. You see the field. When I look out, not a whole lot of competitors still hanging around. Yeah, we're getting close to everybody's max. Nice. Two good lifts. So
We're getting close to wrapping this up.
I want to say that's two.
We got one more. We got a third attempt. It's our second attempt at this weight coming up from Danny Sutterfield.
I want to say that's 265 over there, but I don't know.
Oh, no, wrong button. I apologize. We hit the wrong button. Got it back
Danny
in time.
Sutterfield going for the redemption run here. There it is. Holds it for just a second longer. Nothing wrong with that.
I was trying to go
Right
down
in
to
front
see
of me.
the weight. It was 255 according to the thing.
255, got it. Lock it out, bro. Lock it out. Nice.
We're getting close to wrapping these divisions up. Once this event's done, we'll go to commercial break for a little bit, show our
Yeah.
sponsors, and then we'll reset some cameras so give it a little bit better view.
Well, I still want to thank Ellison Fitness Innovations for the live stream.
Hey,
you're
appreciate
doing a
you
wonderful
joining.
job. No complaints.
Well, you're doing a lot of the hard work.
Me, I'm just standing here looking pretty. I do that naturally.
I have to work for that.
I just scratched my forehead a little bit when I did that.
Oh, no. Start bleeding.
I'm paying for it. I love this guy's push jerk technique because he is a very long athlete.
Yeah, he is.
And to see a long athlete like him utilize any sort of a jerk motion, it's usually a bit challenging for them, especially with how narrow his hands are relative to his body.
Yeah.
And he's just consistent and smooth. And that's always awesome to see. So I think we've only got 3 men left on the left, and I think 3 on the right.
I'll go get an update for us real quick.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah. We are going up in weight for sure. This is, again, where that strategy stuff comes in. You know, you don't necessarily want to tie with 3 other people. Because that's a lot of points to share versus stealing all those points just for yourself. Now, with all these people in the classes, a lot of points on the board up for taking. And it's one of those ones where sharing points is not something you want to do. This is one of those few events where you will be able to share points. Usually on moving events, you don't have a lot of shared points because the odds of people tying are very low. But on an event like this, the odds of tying, I wouldn't call them high, but they are certainly higher than moving events or events for distance or speed. Over on the heavyweight side, we got 275 going. Country Rich going for it. Just had a good lift over here. Andy. Tim.
Looking over Richmond, we got Scott Sheffield coming to finish it out.
Tim, what's the weight? 275. So we got 275 over here. Both lanes have 275 right now. Very impressive. I think the big boys should be a little embarrassed, honestly. Although with a press like that, he's probably got some more in him.
I think they're all in the final attempts on this side.
Yeah, the big boys should be embarrassed that the 220s are doing the same weights as them. I'll say it. Another easy press for Paul Frew. Well, this is pretty easy for me then, since both lanes are doing 275. Personally, I think the heavyweights should have to go a little bit heavier, even if it's just a 280. What's up, Andy? How pathetic it is that the heavyweights can't go heavier than the lightweights? I'll say it. Yeah, there's no weight class in the jungle, but there's no CPAPs either, big boys. Rough, clean attempt. You know, half of the battle with weight this heavy when you only weigh 220 pounds is just cleaning the thing. You know, the clean is tough for almost anybody, but when you're talking about weights that are in excess of your own body weight by a lot, it becomes ever more challenging just to get the clean done. Never mind the press. Which is one of the beautiful things about strongman in general, is it's not just about the press, it's about the clean too. And if you can't clean it, you can't press it. Now there are press implements that you don't have to clean. You won't see them this weekend, but for the most part, you got to be able to pick it up off the floor and put it over your head. And if you can't, well, you can't clean it, you can't press it. I think I just heard that the weight has been bumped up to 285, which is fun and good. Honestly, they're going to be done in like 5 minutes. I'll just go do it. Well, they're going to do the commercial breaks. Not now, but in like 5 minutes. So we've got 280 on the bar, it's my understanding. This would be a very, very impressive, wow, just almost an Olympic style clean from Rush here. All he's got to do now is get that other hand under. Now he's got a chance. Let's see if he can keep that big pop for the press. Really settling himself. Wow. Looked just as easy as the last one. That's incredible. It's the Ted Dreamer. Alrighty, we've got Paul Frew going for a 280 as well. He hasn't really seemed like he's been fighting too hard on any of the weights just yet. So we'll see what happens here. Clean looks pretty good. Let's see if he can. Ooh, he's got to settle it. Got to get that press just right. I don't see enough pop out of the bottom there. Yeah, he's going to be unhappy with that, but honestly, he shouldn't be.
295, so heaviest weight of the day, especially in the 220 and under division. Now, please get all athletes on me real quick. All athletes take like 2-3 minutes.
295.
On me, fast, all athletes.
We are?
Yeah, we're going to go to commercial.
Okay.
Let them know.
Yes, so we are actually going to cut to commercial to thank and showcase our wonderful sponsors, and we will be back with, I believe, the Deadlift.
We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right, we're getting started a little quicker than I thought. Will is still taking a quick breather. In lane 1, the bottom left of your screen, or sorry, the top right of your screen, we have our teen women. I believe this is Mackenzie Ingram, starting with her first lift. And I believe we are working with the novice men in lane 2. So this should be Josh. Yep, so in lane 2 right now we have Josh wrapping up. Lane 1, Mackenzie's still going strong. Up next in lane 2, we've got Nathaniel. Now lane 2 looks like they've got 455 pounds. The teen women are doing 135, and she is still going strong. Quick shout out to Alabama Mineral Springs Artisan. They provided our water for the live stream, and for this one and the last few that we've done. So it's not in that bottle right now because I'm drinking out of my big jug, but we are drinking the spring water from Alabama. All right, looks like up next we got Chris Davis coming in lane 2, which is the bottom left of your screen again. Up next, in lane 1, we've got Madeline Merriman. Quick shout out to a few sponsors. We got Dark Horse here doing massage therapy for any of the athletes that need it. We got USS is the sanctioning body, and we've got the owner, Willie, here. Cerberus for sponsoring both the show and our live stream here. So Madeline going strong still. So is Chris. I believe this is Chris Davis. Now they are allowed to use wrist straps for this. Going to the very end. Men's division running quick over here. We got Robert coming up next. I'm going off the list I have here, so I apologize if any order is out of place, but from my understanding, this is Robert in lane 2. Up next, we've got Lauren Bond in lane 1. Weights have not changed. It's still 135 for the women right now and 455 for the men. We got Lauren Bond coming up to lane 1 here. Looks like they are changing the weights. I apologize. I said that they were 135. The novice women are going to be doing 225. So they got the weight set now, and she's about to start. Up next in lane 2 should be Mark Hawkins. Let us know in the comments who you're here watching. Give them a shout out. Lauren going strong over here in lane 1. Mark starting us off in lane 2. Great job there by Lauren. Coming up next in our women's division is Jessica Yates. Mark still going strong in lane 2. Mark's going to rep it out there. I'm pretty confident he got double digits over there. Up next should be Stephen Rowley. Looks like they give them the opportunity to strap in on their own time. That way they're not burning through their 60 seconds. Some shows you'll have to strap in while your time's running. And Steven's off over here in lane 2. Jessica still going strong in lane 1. Again, this is 225 in lane 1 and 455 in lane 2. All right, up next in the women's division, we got Michelle Gibson. Looks like Steven's finishing up over there as well. We're moving on to Ethan Cole. Now, I'm not sure if anybody's pulled out at any point, so if I'm getting the names wrong, I do apologize. I'm just going off the order they gave me. Michelle going strong over here in lane 1. Sounds like this is Chris Bond over in lane 2, so it might have got a little bit out of order, or Ethan may have pulled out, I'm not sure, but I heard someone yell Chris. We got Will back with us. I'm sure they're getting tired of hearing me just rattle off facts.
Righty, hello. The mouth of the South is back, maybe. With his New York accent. How are you?
Oh, doing good.
What'd I miss?
So we are rocking through. We're in the novice women. We've already knocked out the teen lightweight women. We are about halfway through the novice men over here on the right side. I think Chris finished up. You said you think this is decent? Okay, so now I think we get. Oh, sorry. No.
Cool.
Okay, so I think we're on a Nathan St. Clair on the right over here. And then this is Eliza Gartenberg.
So some notables about this particular event. We're doing a conventional style deadlift. Straps and hitching are allowed because it's strongman, baby. We don't care about your grip on this event. We care about what you can deadlift. It's going to be for reps. And from what I can tell, it looks like everybody's pulling on a power bar.
Yes.
Which means there is not a lot of whip in these bars. If you've ever done a deadlift in the gym and you've done it on a deadlift bar, usually after about 315, you can kind of tell the difference a little bit. But on a power bar, it kind of doesn't matter. Most of the weight hits you almost immediately once you start picking it off the ground. And like I said, hitching's going to be allowed, as we just saw in this lane right here with our novice woman. She did a little bit of a hitch at the end there, and she's doing that. Again, totally fine in this particular competition. Almost standard height. We do have the plates raised about 3/4 of an inch, so call it a 10-inch deadlift. But honestly, with a power bar, not much of a difference, and it's still not that disgusting 13-inch no man's land height.
And that's just for the benefit of the floor. We don't want to drop iron plates on concrete and destroy the concrete.
Yes, as Rob and I were talking about earlier, we have the beautiful benefit of being at an indoor venue in Florida, which is lovely, and we'd like to get invited back, and the easiest way to not get invited back is ruin the floor.
That's right. It looks like we got Ashley Burt coming up in lane 1, and we've got Stephen LaFils over in lane 2.
Who's making it happen. Looks like we might have another rep or two from him. He needs to drop his hips just a touch, I think, to get some more out of that.
At least he didn't get 0. He got
Easier
on the board.
said than done.
He got on the board.
Easier said than, hey, just not zeroing
It's huge.
half the battle.
Definitely.
From a fool who knows.
Yes. I'm perpetually 4th place because I typically have a bad event, and deadlift is the one.
Usually me, it's the press, which is always lovely.
So we're 2 halves of a whole.
Starting out the day with a 0 is the story of my life. Usually, if I can get just first on that, I can usually get second at the very least at the end, or a point.
We got Alexander over here on the right side of us. He's in the bottom left of your screen. He's almost so tall that he goes out of frame.
Yeah, he is just cranking him out. I love that he's using sort of a more athletic style lifting belt, not necessarily the standard, weightlifting belt that you would see.
I believe that was Ashley Burt that just finished up. I think we're moving on to Kelly Harkleroad.
This is one of those events where it's really tough because you're going to be inclined to sort of pace yourself. And sometimes that's good advice. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes just go and don't stop until it's over. You've only got to be doing this for 60 seconds. Breathe when it's over. That's usually what I say. Of course, with any advice, easier said than done.
I've had that yelled in my ear several times during competition. You can breathe when it's over.
Now, I saw him drop that bar from the top. I don't know what the exact rules are. Some competitions don't like when you do that. Most of the time, again, that's just to protect the equipment because that can damage plates, barbells, the floor when you do that. But I think he did that because he was eking out that last rep against the clock. Maybe got it?
Now,
tough to say.
I know this gentleman coming up here, Jonathan Chappelle, because we kept going back and forth between Chappell and Chappelle, and I remember the American flag short, so he's coming up in lane 2 over here. I believe this is Kelly still going strong in lane 1.
Really good pacing.
Yeah.
You know, the tough part with strongman deadlifts or reps, a lot of times you're strapped in.
Yes.
In fact, I'd say every time you're strapped in, which means when you're at the bottom where it's hardest to breathe, you can't let go to stand up for a second to breathe, which means you have to breathe when you lock out the rep.
Or when you finish.
Or when you finish, which is really tough to do. You'll notice a lot of people employ where they'll get to the top, lock out, take a breath up there, to brace, then go back down.
We got Natalie Day coming up here. Now, I love seeing Natalie come up, and I know it's Natalie because every time somebody in the audience has a nice little sign to hang up, and it's always something different. Like every event, they've had a different sign made perfect for her.
Come on, Natalia, let's go, in parentheses, get tacos.
There was the one for the axle clean and press. They said if you clean it, or if you're jerking it, you got to clean it first.
Yeah. Good stuff. He basically did every single rep that he could. I like that.
Next, we got Jason.
Normally on these kind of events, depending on the weight, you wouldn't expect to see too many double digits. But I think some of these competitors are here to play.
I know we've had at least a couple of novice women and novice men hit double digits today.
It's so tough as a promoter to pick the appropriate weight for novice division, even when you do have a light and a heavyweight class, because you want a weight that's not going to necessarily scare away a novice competitor, but you also don't want people out here doing 25 reps.
Well, you can't help it if somebody signs up for novice that probably should be in the open.
It happens sometimes.
And not necessarily because they're trying to
be a trophy hunter.
Yeah, it's a lot of times it's their first event. They've never done it. They're just that strong.
And generally speaking, novice to me is for people that are simply unfamiliar with the sport or the events.
Definitely.
Now that doesn't mean you should do 3 novice shows because, well, I've never done a truck pull before, so no, that's going to happen.
Oh yeah. All right,
What I mean is you've never done a strongman show and you just don't know how to do a strongman show.
Yeah. We got Julia Vincent coming up in lane 1 over here. Still working with Jason over here in lane 2.
Now, knee sleeves on a deadlift, I really don't understand it myself.
So I have used them for protection when there's hard knurling because I have tore my thighs and knees up. But it's a catch-22 because if it catches and snags, it's going to slow you down.
Or if it gets stuck on the way down, it'll rip you down.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, good pair of deadlift socks, you'll be all right.
Oh, yeah.
Or just wear tights. Slides up your legs, too, if they don't allow you to grease up your thighs. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
We got Andrew Rice coming up over here in lane 2. And see, like right here, you got a novice guy eking out 1 rep, and then you got another novice guy doing 10 to 12.
Right.
So, but he's on the board. That's the important thing. Making sure
man.
If you don't zero, you still get a point.
And it's one of those things, too, I've done it before, and that's where, experience comes in. If I've got a show that has, say, an overhead medley, and I know I'm good for 1 or 2 reps, I might just do 1 rep and call it.
Yeah, because if you know you're not going to win the event,
it's not
don't
worth
waste your
me
energy.
killing myself, especially in lightweight class. There's usually not a lot of competitors.
So we got Robert Sanchez over here, and he's using, I call him Versa Grip, but I know that's a brand, but he's not wrapping it around the bar. He's using it to protect his hand. So he's having to do a powerlifting hand over and under.
Over, under, yeah.
And he's resetting every time, which is killing his time. And he looks to be strong enough to get, 4, maybe 5 out of this. He's on 3. He's got another one in him. We got Emily Wright over here in Emily Roney.
And it's really tough, too, when you're in a class as large as his is, because you don't know what everybody's going to do. So every rep does count. So if you've got the capability to do 5, do your 5.
I think he got 4 there.
You know what I mean?
Which we've seen that puts him at least not in last.
Right.
So, get what you can. Don't kill yourself trying to do something. We have people who will sit there 30 seconds of their minute pulling for nothing. Now we're down to our last 220. Jamie
Carfagno.
Okay. I'm going to let you say that one.
Carfagno. That's what I heard Steve say it.
Okay. So we're running through this event very quickly.
And it should be that kind of an event, too. You've only got 3 or 4 weight changes. Everybody just get in line. Let's make sure the plates are tight. That's all you need to do.
Oh, yeah. All right, I think now we're on Emily Wright, which is our second to last novice winner.
And now I actually like, he is very consistent with all of his reps right now. What I really like about him, he's just dropping the bar from the top. He's quote unquote controlling it down.
Yeah.
But he's not wasting any energy trying to slow the bar or do an eccentric at all.
You know, the best person I've seen at this, my buddy Todd Williams, he is so good at, it almost is like he dropped it from the top, but he follows it down so he doesn't get that bad call. Oh, can he get it? Can he get it? They gave it to him.
Now, judge gets final decision, final call.
Exactly.
Personally, though.
Well, and I'll tell you
that
this.
was I will call it a generous down call.
Well, it's hard to tell from the front. And
right.
When we do our shows, I try to get the judge to sit kind of 60 degrees.
To the sideways, yeah.
They hate it because they want to be right eye to eye with. I'm like, no, you can't see the knees sometimes.
Right.
But Emily is still going strong.
I always say I'm a very athlete first kind of person.
Yes.
And I believe Ty should go to the athlete.
Yeah.
Every time.
Agreed.
You know, if you had a bad judge call and he gave you the down early, that's the judge's fault. On that same token, though, if you leave it in the hands of the judges, that's your fault.
But, you know, I've seen very consistent judging across the board here today, so they've done a great job.
And that's all that really matters.
Exactly.
If the judge is calling soft lockouts or easy downs, as long as they're doing it for everybody, that's all that really matters.
Looks like we are moving up to the heavyweight 275 in lane 2 over here, which means they are going to 545 pounds on the bar.
It's a good bit of weight.
Oh, yes. And then I guess we are moving on to the women's middleweight at 275. I get.
It should be.
I don't know if
Tiffany.
we missed Nicole or.
I don't think Nicole's here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think they skipped her for the truck pull as well, and this should be Tiffany Brock.
Okay. Yeah, they got her moved into the right division on this paper. The other paper we had, she's in the other one. Yep. All right, so she is going to be pulling 275 pounds, while our 275-pound men are going to be pulling 545 pounds.
Yeah, she was telling me earlier she's pretty excited for this event. She went for a PR on the axle but didn't make it, but I guess she won the event on her second attempt. So,
okay,
no harm, no foul, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll see how this works out for her. And this is kind of the tough part about this sort of stuff. I mean, this is the third event of the day. You should be nice and warm by now.
Yeah.
But the deadlift is such a tough.
Well, this is 1
event.
o'clock. If they're not fueling themselves right, this is where they're going to start getting lightheaded. They're going to start passing out. We don't want that.
And that's part of that, like, learning how to compete thing, too. When to eat, what does your body like? I know for me, I don't really eat whole foods when I compete.
No, I snack.
I'm chugging down honey 90% of the time.
Cashews, cheese, some fats.
Just a bunch of sugar, man. Just all I need is honey. That's it. And my body tolerates it. I feel good.
She is repping through these quick.
Very consistent pacing. She hasn't really slowed down. I think that's the first time she's ever taken more than a second to kind of start the pick again.
Catches the breath, gets set, pulls. Quick, fluid motion.
And she's also relatively seasoned too, and you'll notice she is not leaving it in the hands of the judges. She is locked out, hips through, knees locked out, shoulders back.
Eye contact, probably. I'm assuming. From what we're saying, we can't
Big
see.
on the eye contact with the judge. And who wouldn't look into Philip's dreamy eyes? Come on.
And she's going to call it there. I don't know. Did she run out of time? Because she was going quick.
Well, I heard him say 30 seconds, and then she might have had 5 seconds left and didn't think she could crank out one more.
Safe. All right, up next we've got, I believe, Ashley Oberding.
Yep. This is definitely one of the events where you might actually find me wearing leggings.
Yeah.
Just to help that bar slide better, man. Especially in a cold arena like this, my legs wouldn't be sweaty naturally. I don't need that bar sticking to me at all.
No.
Or I'll grease up the thighs like I'm not supposed to, but what are they going to do about it?
A little baby oil.
They don't catch me.
You've said it a dozen times. If you're going to say it again, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
You ain't trying. Yeah.
She's going pretty quick on these two.
Yeah, she's clearly got a lot more power in her to really crank them out.
Looks like we got some scores getting updated. We can kind of update y'all on the placings after the first event. They're slowly getting them in. You know, when you got this many athletes and this much going on, it's hard to get them all in quickly. But with just the fire truck pull in this division, Tiffany's currently sitting in first, Ashley in second, and Abigail sitting in third. Did Abigail not compete?
I don't remember the name. I could be wrong, though.
So she's showing that she didn't do the truck pull, so I'm assuming
you got to imagine, yeah,
because
everybody moved it, yeah.
All right. So it's a head-to-head race between Tiffany and Ashley here for the women's middleweight.
It's not the first time that's happened either. Those two have competed against each other before, I think.
They haven't? Or they have?
I'm pretty sure.
You know, the
They're
women's
both
division,
Florida locals, so.
We've been trying to get the women's division to grow, and, you know, you got a lot of that going on where they're head-to-head over and over again because we just don't have as many female athletes.
Right. I know the
are.
pain as a lightweight man. It's usually the same 4 or 5 dudes.
Yeah. And we're down to we got just 2 women in the heavyweights here. They're doing 315.
Looks like they're going to start cooking over on the men's side again.
So it looks like the fire truck results are backwards. I will make sure that they know the slower score's got the higher points, so we'll get that corrected. We're not doing that, but I will go find the person that is. I'll be right back.
Nice easy pull, and she's actually doing powerlifting mixed grip also. And the reason you do that is basically what happens is as you're pulling, the bar is sliding against your legs, and that's going to spin the bar forward. So with the one hand that's on top, it would basically rip that hand open. But with the underhand, the bar is actually spinning into your hand, tightening your grip.
All right, they're going to get that fixed for us.
That's why over-under works. Haven't seen anybody utilize any sort of hook grip yet when they did decide to just kind of go bare hands. And then we've got Robin here, and she's going to be using figure eights.
Looks like we're getting started over here with Bubba Foster. On the
Bubba
right
giving it a good pull, but that's what, 5:25?
5:45.
45. Well, clearly somebody glued the bar to the ground for Bubba, which is so unfair.
You hate that. Now we got
Robin still just plugging away. I believe she really only needs 3 reps, and I think she's going to take her 3 and call it.
Now, is this Riley?
That's Robin.
Robin. Okay, so Jordan's already gone?
Yeah.
Okay, so I missed it. That one went quick. Dang.
And then Robin, I believe she did 4 reps just to win that event and called it a day.
I got you. Okay.
Which is real good strategery. And over on the men's side, we have
Iron. Andrew Brock.
I believe you're correct. No, that's not Andrew Brock.
No,
that's
Chris?
Maybe Chris Steffies, yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted. Our iron podium was going, it was a little possessed. It kept scrolling through. I'm going to sit there here so we can both see.
Yeah, because that's not Andrew is that's Tiffany's husband, and that's not him. I know him. Yeah, out of these, we have what, 60 today?
Something like that. I know it's like high 50s, possibly 60.
Out of the 60 some odd athletes, I maybe know personally maybe like 7 or 10 of them.
I know one.
And after that, I think I know like 5 more faces. So I apologize if we get your names wrong.
I think we're going to go.
We're doing our best.
So I think we're getting reset to go back to the team men lightweight. They're going to be doing 275 pounds in lane 1. That's going to be the top right hand of your screen.
Yes, that is 275 on the bar for sure.
and they are getting set. Not sure if they are. What was that?
It's like one of the big boys on the warm-up bar.
Oh, okay.
Looks like they were looking for Blake. He is a novice man. Teen man. Blake Herndon. His father will be competing tomorrow. Looks like Blake is going to be going first.
Are you familiar with who's over here on lane 2?
That is Andrew Brock.
Okay, so we're up to Andrew Brock now. So we must have just got those two backwards.
I think so. Yeah, because neither one of them is Lewis.
Oh, easy first rep.
Yeah.
You know, this is a power bar and it's supposed to be stiff, but when you get up to the 500 pounds, it starts bowing a little bit.
Oh yeah, once you break that 450 plane, that bar starts to get a little bow. You don't get much whip out of it though at all.
So he's getting about a true 10.5-inch pull.
For sure.
All right, we've got over here.
That is going to be Nate White.
Nate White.
In the teen men's lightweight, doing what, 275. So in theory, they're doing body weight for reps, right? Because that means they're 275 or under. Is that supposed to be 175?
No, that's the weight they're pulling.
Oh, gotcha.
So
Yeah, so they're doing
lightweight-
275s. They're what, 220 or under, right?
Most likely 220. If I had to
220
guess,
or under, yeah.
Yeah, because the heavyweight's 220 plus.
Yeah.
So they're pulling more than their body weight right now for reps.
And Nate is just cruising right through it.
Is. I think up next we have Luis Valero.
Yes, that is Luis Valero.
I think I've seen him in another show before, so he looked familiar.
Yeah, well, he's relatively new to strongman. I think he's done 2 or 3 shows, but he's hosting a show in November.
Okay.
On this side of the state. Can't
that
remember.
The American All
Yes,
American?
yes.
That's how I know him, because I have talked to him about doing the stream. So
Yes, sir. That is Luis Valero.
got
Let's
Walker
see.
Gibson coming up here in lane 1.
Luis good for 1 rep.
Quick one.
There it is. 2. Looks like he's having a little trouble finding his proper positioning.
He's got the quick down like we were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
Not wasting energy there.
I'm not sure if that's on purpose.
Well,
in his case.
We like to think it is.
Give him the benefit of the doubt, right?
Walker running through these two.
Yeah. It's good for 3. I think Lewis could get 4 if he really wanted.
He's got the time.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think he's going to
He's gonna
call
walk
it.
away,
Save it for
yeah.
a little bit. Save it for another event. Don't blame you one bit, my dude.
So that's going to put Justin Lynch coming up in lane 2. We're still watching Walker go here. He's repping these out. It's going to be a battle between Walker and Nate.
Walker's on 15 right now.
I don't know how many
16,
Nate's going to get.
17, 18, 19. Keep going.
Wow.
Yeah, he is just going.
In the 20s, right?
He is a machine. Wow, almost 25
Full
reps.
time.
24 reps.
Nearly pulling one every 2 seconds.
My calves, hamstrings, and glutes hurt just watching.
We got our last contestant in this division right here, Blake Herndon.
Herndon, yeah.
Herndon.
Yes, his father will be competing tomorrow in the Masters.
Oh, nice.
Leroy. Leroy's a problem in the Masters division.
Oh, yeah.
He's a problem for everybody else. Is that Country Rich?
I think this is Justin Lynch.
Ah.
I think.
Well, I have USS President Willie Wessels in the way right now. I think that's Country Rich.
Richard Brand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Justin Lynch is here.
You are right. Justin Lynch is no-show, so we're going to take his name.
Yeah,
right
that's
there
Country Rich. I can tell just by from the jorts. Rich has been competing for at least 10 years because I have known him since I started being involved in the sport.
Wow.
Normally, he used to be a 200 competitor. I think he could do Masters if he wanted to, but he's out there banging it out with the 275 boys
So
today.
he does not look like he should be in the 270. I can see
No.
220.
No. I think he walks around 240 now. I remember his last weight cut.
So he just don't want to cut. That's it. Yeah.
Him and I ran into each other after weigh-ins. We were both competing at that show together. And he was just like, the weight's just not coming off anymore, man.
But you got to respect him. Instead of just hanging it up, he just moved up.
Yep.
So he's gonna go compete with the bigger boys.
He's strong enough.
Looks like Blake here was repping it out to the end too. So it's gonna be a good battle between the team lightweight.
Yeah.
Got Evan Rush coming up over here in the 275 class in lane 2. Now I know who's not here.
I'm going to assume we're going to move to the team
heavyweight.
Heavyweights, and then
They got
got to
to
do
change
the
that weight.
220s after that, right?
Yes, sir. We are smoking through this event. Now, just so everybody's watching at home knows, once this event is done, we are going to go back to commercial break. We're not, when we end the live stream, it'll say thank you for joining. So just know we're not leaving y'all. We're just going to go to commercial, change some camera angles, make sure that we've got the best setup for y'all on the next couple of events because they are moving events.
We've still got 2 more events, baby.
Oh, yes. Now, we got Evan over here breezing through this.
Very explosive athlete.
He's doing RDLs over here.
Yeah. I don't know if he's hiding a belt under that shirt. It doesn't look like he is.
I don't think he is. He's doing this raw.
Yeah, what, figure 8s or are those regular straps?
They wrap around. Yeah.
Wrap around, yeah, regular straps, yeah. It's the power of the jorts, man.
You know, I got to give me a pair.
Yeah, I think they're cheating.
Yeah.
I think they're cheating. I think they should be banned. They gotta ban the jorts, bro. We're already using straps. What more do you need? Come on.
All right, I think he's going to call it there.
Yeah, wow. Leaving it out. I heard him say Danny
Got
and
Nick.
Zach, so Zach must be next. Maybe that's Tom.
I think it's Tom.
That is Tom.
James is not with us today, so
Big Tom had a really good showing on the press. Not to ignore, I believe this is
Nicholas. Yeah, the Nicholas
Arcila.
repping through this 315.
Or Aquila. I think it's Arcila. Maybe even Archilla. Not to ignore him. He has just been cranking away over here. Gotta reckon he's only got time for a couple more reps.
He went all the way through time. That's
Yeah.
good. Tom over here getting his reps in.
And it's a lot of fun.
Oh. Did he just do a negative? He set that bar down so gingerly.
You know, and I judged him at his last show, actually. Really, really good overhead presser. Still got a bit of work to do on that deadlift.
Well, I mean, he keeps doing them negatives. He's going to be a strong deadlifter soon. We got Riley Potter coming up. Tom's going to call it there.
Yeah. That's just it, though, man. I mean, sometimes you got one good thing and one not so good thing.
But again, he's on the board.
Yes, sir. I bet his plan was to do the negative and keep that tension to try to come back up out of it. Sometimes that works.
It does. All right.
Yeah, I get this funny feeling that Mr. Potter here is going to be a pretty good deadlifter.
Yeah, he just manhandled the fire truck. I think he was the one team that didn't use the rope.
Yeah, I think you're right. Figured it was just better for him to just go. So that's Danny over there.
Danny Sutterfield?
Yes. Danny's a good deadlifter. He has a bit of a, not necessarily powerlifting background, but it's probably the closest I can equate his background to.
Okay.
Pretty good deadlifter. He is using leather straps too.
Oh, wow.
Man after my own heart, because I also used to use leather straps until they broke. It's very upsetting.
Those are leather figure eights.
Yeah, man.
I've never seen leather figure eights.
That's metal.
All right, I think he's wrapped up the 275, so now we are moving on to the open men super heavyweight. Their weight's going to be 585 pounds.
And that also ends the teen division.
At 315, yep.
And we are moving up to 525 for the middleweight men. We're going to be starting with Rush Davenport. And over on the super heavyweight side, we're going to be starting with Arnold Velichko.
I believe so. We've got all of our super heavyweights here, so we're not going to
Big V. Anybody. We got Big V over there.
There you go. Now, our 220, looks like we have one no-show here. Let's take his name off.
Scoot my chair a touch here.
All right. Now, if you have seen our logo, Whiskey Weights and Whey, or Alabama Strong behind us, we do have merchandise for sale online. If you go down to the description below, you can get some of that. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. It helps us. And if you're feeling extra generous, we do have membership starting at $1 a month. Gets you early access to different things, some extra benefits and discounts on other items.
Easy first rep over there for Arnold Velichko. And the second one. And the third one. Number 4.
He was the gentleman that gave me a startle over here.
Yeah. Yes, that's how I would describe him, gentleman.
Yes, because I'm not going to insult him.
I wouldn't either. He's probably one of the sweetest ones out here, too, I bet.
Really?
It's usually the bigger guys.
Oh, yeah.
Bigger guys are usually nice.
I thought you were talking from personal experience.
No, I don't know the dude. No, he scares me.
Oh, and he is fighting through this.
So I believe what they're going to do is they're going to wait for the super heavyweights to be done with their flight. And then they're going to do the
Head-to-head.
middleweight men's for the simple fact of some plate math.
Well, if they do it right, we might be able to have head-to-head battles.
Right.
Well, I don't know. You might not want to have bumpers and irons on one side and all
Sure.
irons on the
It's
other.
usually nicer if both competitors have the same equipment.
Yeah.
At the very least in strongman.
Yeah.
Things are already kind of, are we sure this is fair? The answer is usually yes. Quit crying.
Now, they over here are trying to tighten down the weights for the 585, and the deadlift jack is not doing a whole lot for them.
That's the hardest part when you start getting over 500. The jack doesn't do a whole bunch anymore. The collars don't do a whole lot anymore. And that's something you really don't want to go wrong when you're doing a deadlift for reps event. You really want those collars to hold the plates as stable as possible. From a fool who knows, you don't want plates just flopping around when you're deadlifting. Not a good time.
This past February, we had the mammoth bar for world records at our show in February. And once we got over 600 pounds, it took 2 people picking up on the ends because the deadlift jack was just useless.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I believe this is Steven.
Real. Or real. He likes it either way.
He's the real Steven.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so
585. It's a good chunk of weight for anybody, honestly.
close. Oh, yeah. Up next, we got Martin Espinilla.
The other challenge is, the irony is some of these guys, probably their last warm-up was only around 500 pounds if they were lucky.
Yeah.
Sometimes those jumps can be really tough. And when you're one of the last groups to go, most of the plates are already taken away. But, honestly, that's strongman.
Yeah.
You get used to it.
Let's see what Martin can do here. Oh, a quick one.
Wow, okay.
If
At least
you
make
ha-
it look tough, you know?
If you have a custom monogram belt, you better be good at deadlifting. And I say he is.
Yeah, I'd say he's got this. He's going to put up a good number here. We're already, 5 reps?
I think it's 5 right here, yeah. 6.
6. Wow. I mean, honestly, double digits with this weight is nothing to sneeze at. Like, very, very impressive work.
Oh, yeah. He just needs one more to hit double. He's got plenty of time. He's got 10 seconds. Oh,
Man,
I thought he had it. Very impressive showing there
good
by
stuff
Martin.
right there.
I think we are down to our last super heavyweight. It's going to be Scott. He's our last one.
I believe that's the last competitor for this event, too, isn't it?
Well, we still got to do the men's 220.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. That's why we keep you around.
I'm nothing if not organized.
I'm not even that, so. You know, I get this funny feeling that Scott's going to be good at this event.
Yeah, traps like that.
You told me, Will, build a guy who'd be good at deadlifts. I'd probably build something like Scott right there. Just a big back, big legs.
And as big as he is, his arms still look pretty long.
Right. Long arms. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. All right, let's see what Mr. Schofield has in store for us. Unfortunately, he's got to pull at least 10 to win this event.
Yeah.
Well,
May not be out the realm of
wow.
possibility.
Yeah. I really like the way he's breaking the bar off the ground. Notice how he just tightens that upper back, pulls those shoulder blades together to break that initial
Halfway.
right off of the ground and just follows through with exploding, pushing the legs through the floor. He's doing this beltless, by the way, so.
He is. I just noticed that, yeah.
Yeah.
He's at 8 right now. He's got time, that's for sure. I think that ties him right now.
They're not even hard for him, man.
No.
It's kind of crazy, actually.
I think it's more cardio issue than strength.
Yeah.
And there's 10. Pretty sure that gives him the win right there. And he's
Wow.
going to call it. Yep.
Wow.
Great job by Scott.
Causing a nail biter, not because he had to, but because he wanted to. He's giving us a show, ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
right. We're going to drop back down to 525 pounds and move on to the men's 220.
525. There ought to be, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least one double digits from this class.
Well, one of these athletes has got to really impress me. He's supposed to be doing my show next year.
Which one's that one?
Rush Davenport.
Ah, yeah. He's been pretty impressive so far. Paul Frews, he's a good presser. He looks like a good deadlifter. I've never seen him deadlift at a show yet, so we'll see how that works out. But he's one of the shorter 220 guys, and that can sometimes play a big factor in being a good deadlifter.
Okay.
Just simply doesn't have as far to pull the bar.
Yeah. Looks like they've got the scores fixed. So let's see here. Let's go back to the top. While they're resetting, let's go through a run through of the scoring here. They're actually inputting other scores, but for the truck pull alone, the novice women division, first place is Emily Roney. Second place is Lauren Bond. Third is Eliza Gartenberg. Your open middleweight women, first place is currently Ashley Oberting, and second place is Tiffany Brock. Split by less than a tenth of a second. So 17.38 and 17.47 on that truck pull.
Wow.
Neck and neck. Same for the women's open heavyweight. We got Robin Fisher in first currently with 16.53 seconds, followed closely by Jordan Helms at 16.83 seconds. Your teen women lightweight, Madeline took first on that by about a half a second over Mackenzie in second place. Your novice men in the fire truck pull, your top three are Ethan Cole with a 14.4 second pull, Chris Bond with a 14.82, and Alexander with a 14.84.
Oh.
So insanely close.
It started out, looks like we've got Rush Davenport.
Okay, we're going our his truck.
Yeah, not really an issue for him so
Not at
far.
all.
His lockout is pretty ridiculous.
That's perfect, lockout. At At this pace, I could see a double digit.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want to jinx him, but
Well, you know, and it's interesting because I'd say the only thing is his straps are giving him some issue. And
They are
part of
slipping.
it is at the bottom, he keeps re-gripping. And I don't know if he's doing that because the straps are slipping or if the straps are slipping because he's doing that.
yeah. I think this is either 9 or 10 here. Either way, he's in double digits.
For sure. What a buzzer beater.
That is awesome.
Love that. Love it when his legs start shaking.
Yes. It was either 11 or 12. I lost count there.
Yeah.
12. My wife over here correcting me. Something I'm very used to because she's a very smart, beautiful woman. There you go.
I think she just corrected you.
Again.
So then up next, we've got Paul Frew, who has quite the undertaking to keep up with Mr. Davenport there. We'll see how he does, man. Again, pretty distinct difference in height between these two athletes. But again, sometimes being a little more or a little less vertically gifted can be quite beneficial on a deadlift. He put on quite a show on the overhead, though. See how this first rep looks. Not quite the snapping speed, but honestly, his second rep looked a little bit easier than his first one. Third one there. Think he's calling it a 3. I think he knows that's all he's got.
On the board.
Yeah. I mean, and again, you just never know. That might be enough to that might be enough for second place. You just don't know sometimes.
Now, he's currently sitting in 4th overall after
Yeah.
the truck pull. We don't know about the axle press yet.
He was second on the axle.
Was it?
Yeah.
So that'll probably put him somewhere in the top 3 going into this event. This is going to be Colin Wagner.
I believe so. Yes. Yes.
Now, I thought he was a teen. Somebody during check-in said they don't make teens the same way they used to. So if he's a teen competing in the Open 220, that's very impressive.
Man, yeah.
I don't know if he's a teen. He may be just 19, 20 or something.
He looks young.
He does.
He looks young. He's very explosive too, from what I've seen from him. So we'll see how he translates that on deadlifts here. Again, another great undertaking to try to keep up with Davenport, our current leader. But all he's got to do is beat Paul to stay out of potentially last place now. A little bit of a false start there. Get one rep, man. It'll keep you in the game at least.
Just getting stuck right there at the bottom. He was breaking the ground. He was fully clear from the ground.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Up next, we got Daniel Singleton.
I believe so. Yep, that's Dan. I actually checked Dan in this morning because I just happened to be the one here checking him in. He said, "Hi, I'm Dan," and I was like, "Cool." We had a good chuckle about it. Like, Dan, I don't know who you are. Well, incredibly enough.
Dan the man. That's
Yeah.
why he thought you should know.
Yeah, I will now.
Exactly. There
You
we
know,
go,
I know
too.
Paul was probably a little disappointed with his performance there, but I think he's going to be surprised to learn that really wasn't that bad.
No.
So
He's
we're,
giving it his all because you can see like his back is breaking just a little bit.
Yeah,
But I think that tied him with Paul right there.
it's 4 reps, I think, right?
Yeah.
There's 5, so definitely worst case third from last. Not a bad place to be.
Oh, can he get it? Oh,
Yeah, probably gonna have to call that one, Dan. Dan the man.
good pull.
Not bad.
I think that's either second or third for him right there.
Yeah,
that.
I think you're right. Oh,
I
we've
can do
got
video review.
I believe we have a coach confirming the number of reps here. It just be like that sometimes, you know? Sometimes, listen, everybody's fallible. We're still all human. Never a bad idea to confirm what the judge's ruling on the field was.
Just offering a little instant replay if we need it.
What was the ruling on the field?
I believe they went with 5 reps.
Gotcha, okay. Not a bad place to be.
No, and I think it was 5.
I think so too.
I say we can always pull back the video if we need to.
Yeah. Now we've got
a very engaged crowd. This is going to be Mark.
Mark David Malaise. First rep easy, second rep not so bad. Third, looks like he's found his groove now. Fourth, nice. 5. 6, not a bad way to get it right into third place if he wants. That's 6, so that's 7.
This is 8.
8.
I mean, if I'm counting with my hand down under the table.
It's 9.
He's going to try to take it over from Rush.
Worst case, share some points.
That's right. I think he's got to get 2 more, though.
Sounds so simple on paper.
Yeah. Just 1 more. Now.
Honestly, though, he's not really slowing down.
He's not. Oh, I think he didn't get 1 from a down cost perspective.
I think the judge may have given him that one.
The one before that, I'm wondering because
I think he gave it to him.
Okay.
Because I saw him kind of bobble and sort of start to go down, and the judge kind of gave him a maybe.
I thought I heard him say wait for the down call. So
I think, I know when I judge, I tell all the athletes beforehand, everybody gets 1.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to get a free rep. If you are close enough, I'll give it to you. You know what I mean?
Just got to be careful with that. If you're talking chance to go to nationals or something, that 1 rep can change a big.
But that's the thing. Once you get that 1 free one,
oh yeah,
it is strict after that.
I think this is our last competitor for this event. It's
yes. Todd Whelan.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to reset, go to commercial, and move some cameras around.
All right, let's see if Todd's shooting for the middle or the top of the pack. Nice and set, a man after my own heart, strapping on the knees. See, getting everybody ready to go, a nice hop up. Set the pace. Well, looks like this first rep's going to be a bit of a fight for him.
Yeah, he's not breaking the ground on that one, unfortunately.
It's just like that sometimes, man. Always something to shoot for. It's always a heavier weight.
Yeah. All right, well, I think that concludes our deadlift event. We are going to take a few seconds and give our sponsors a little shout out and go to commercial break. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
All right. We're getting ready to get started here. They are finishing their warm-ups. Your bottom left hand of the screen is going to be lane 1. Top right is going to be lane 2. The bottom right is going to be the finish line for both. All right, in lane 1, we're going to be starting off with the teen women. They will be carrying 45 and 70 pounds. And in lane 2, we're going to be starting with the novice men. They're going to be carrying 135 in one hand and 170 in the other. I'm going to do a quick rules update for all the athletes. All right, welcome back. We are getting started here. Looks like Josh is going to be starting in lane 2. If you look in your bottom right, you'll see him starting, and he'll carry over into the top right of the screen. As soon as he gets out, there we go. You see him in the top right carrying over. So the bottom right is going to serve a dual purpose. It's going to be the start and finish line for for each lane, going in the different directions. We're going to have to bear with us. We got athletes walking in front of the cameras here and there, but they're trying to get their job done. Josh is nearing the 50-foot mark, or I believe it's 45. He's got 60 seconds to complete as far as he can with as many drops as necessary. I think he's going to call it there. Getting, I believe, 45 feet. We're getting started over here on the bottom left with Mackenzie Ingram. She's carrying 45 in one hand and 70 in the other. I believe we got Nathaniel coming up on lane 2. coming back towards us. Nathaniel's made it almost a full length so far without dropping. Same from Mackenzie. Cross the line or turn it around. Mackenzie's made it back. Coming for her third lap. Nathaniel's finishing up his second one here. And she crossed that line exactly at 1 minute. I saw the judge here show 60 seconds. She finished that third lap. Looks like Nathaniel got his 2 in. We're going to do a little bit of measuring there. He's just shy of it. That's going to give us Madeline Merriman on lane 1 and Chris Davis in lane 2. Alex just returned from getting, no, you're good. She was visiting the sponsors tent over here at Dark Horse Massage Therapy. What'd you think? Feel better?
Yeah.
100% better, awesome.
I can see better.
We got Madeline going here in lane 1, and I believe it's Chris Davis. Madeline coming back for her second lap. Same for Chris down here on lane 2. Oh, Chris turning, doing his third, it looks like. Madeline crosses. I'm going to take a measurement for Chris down here. It's going to bring us, I believe, to the novice women, lane 1, starting with Lauren Bond. Just let me know if I sound bad or it's too much static or something. We got Lauren Bond coming up here in lane 1. You see her in the bottom right of the screen getting ready. Now for the novice women, they're going to be carrying 70 pounds in one hand and 90 in the other. Again, the novice men are carrying 135 and 170. I believe we've got Robert going right now in lane 2, coming towards the camera. Lauren's up and moving. I want to take a second and thank everyone who has subscribed to the channel today, along with our members. If you're curious about membership, we do have options. It's down below the video here. We have 5 currently. We appreciate each and every one of them. Trey Godbold, Tasia Benton, Rosalinda Barrett, Stan Wright, and Nathan Guy, Adam Guy. These are our members to the channel. They help support and make sure that we can continue bringing these live streams to you for free. All right, I believe we're getting ready for Jessica Yates in lane 1 and Mark Hawkins in lane 2. Jessica with a good start here. Now the Denny rings are difficult because they're going to be hitting your legs the whole way, so you can't take large strides. Short, choppy steps. Now I did see a video of somebody twirling as they carried it down to keep it off their legs. I don't know if it was used in a show, but they were prepping, I think, for Pro Strongman League or Chaos or something like that, and they were spinning it around in a circle, used the momentum. Haven't seen that today yet. Both on their second trip back. And they have unlimited drops, so if they drop it, it's not a big deal. They just got to repick. I think Mark's going to call it there. He's just making sure he's got to cross that line. 2 full laps. We got Jessica turning around. She's going to get that extra couple inches. That's going to give us Michelle Gibson in lane 1 up next and Stephen Rowley in lane 2. We got Will coming back here to join us. Man, you too tall. You too tall. Step back. You're just really tall, so you couldn't see over your head.
Oh, good thing you weren't doing anything. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. No,
It's the tales he tells that are tall. Oh, look, still on the camera.
you're good. You can be on camera. I just didn't want you blocking the athletes.
Giant. Just giving a taste for tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
When he goes and dominates
Oh, are you competing tomorrow?
Masters. Yes, he is competing tomorrow.
We might have to have him
He
talk for a
is
minute.
At least a nationals level athlete. In my opinion,
He's not old enough to be a Masters.
He just looks good. Don't give him too much credit.
I got to give him a little bit of
It's just the just for men, you know.
I need that. I need the Rogaine. We've got Michelle going here in lane 1, making her first turn.
Yes.
And I believe this is Stephen Rowley in lane 2. Having a little trouble getting that. Looks like he's holding his bicep. Don't want anybody to get hurt, so hopefully he's okay down there. We are moving on to Chris Bond, I believe. I think Ethan Cole is not with us today.
Could you remind me of this lady's name?
So this one is Michelle Gibson.
So that's actually Walker's mother.
Okay. So
one of the guys competing in the teen lightweights.
So we got a mother-son and
we
a
actually have a
father-son?
mother-son competing today, and then tomorrow we'll have a father competing solo after his son warmed up the field for him.
Oh, we got a whole family convention down here.
That's honestly one of the coolest things
Yes.
I've seen in, honestly, recent years in the sport. When I was first starting, you never really heard of that.
Yeah.
But now you've got sort of, how do I put it? I guess I would say younger people starting, and then they have kids, and then they've been in it so long that they can now introduce their kids to it. And that's just such a cool thing.
We got Eliza Gartenberg going lane 1, and I believe this is Chris Bond in lane 2. Slow and steady. They got the sleeves around the shins because they're going to hit their shins 100 times.
And this is such a tough
It
event.
is.
I saw one of the competitors actually doing the front and back style of holding the Denny's.
I was talking about it a minute ago before you got over here. I don't know who it was, but they were prepping for a major show like PSL, Chaos, something like that, and they were spinning
Yeah.
Having the momentum keep
If
it
I
away from their
recall,
legs.
if I recall correctly, that was I think I saw James Deffenbaugh do that.
I think so, yeah.
And if I remember the post right, he said something along the lines of, "Well, the secret's out. You're just too massive, bro." I can
You're
say
good.
because I'm
The
also an 80
cones or
kilo.
the finish line.
And you're more massiver than me.
Scoot that
I'm
way,
just
by
taller.
Right there.
And not by
Good.
much.
All right. So that's Eliza finishing up there, and Chris is finished as well. I'm taking measurements. We're moving on to Nathan St. Clair in lane 2 and Ashley Burt in lane 1. Now this is also, like, it's painful to the shins, but it's also painful to the hands. You've got different size rings. I've seen some people set them down and swap hands.
Yeah, if it wasn't enough to be destroying the lower half of your leg, it is also going to be potentially ripping your hands to shreds.
Yes.
Now, I've tried to look a few times. I really haven't seen anybody utilizing a hook grip style. Personally, that's always how I do Denny rings because I don't care about my thumbs.
Well, I have that bad reality where my fingers are too short to even hook grip on Denny rings.
And we have an athlete right here using hook grip on them. I highly recommend that for Denny rings. I don't have that problem. I've got like witch fingers.
I've got big palms, little fingers.
Yeah. I've got witch fingers.
But you know what? Grip events tend to be my better events.
Yeah. Same.
I don't know.
They tell me I have big hands, but I wear medium gloves. I don't know.
I do. I wear medium as well.
Yeah.
She is hook gripping.
Yeah, I can get the both.
That's like that for me.
Yeah.
Now, she's not set it down yet. They have unlimited drops.
That's kind of the beauty if you can manage to do hook grip on this event. Now the grip is much less of a factor.
Yes.
It just becomes kind of a pain tolerance thing with your hands, which is kind of nice because if you're just doing a standard style grip, you have to deal with pain and the grip and the beating up of your legs.
Now we were at
now she's essentially taken one factor out of the equation.
Now we were at Alabama's Strongest just a few weeks ago, and they had a Denny ring hold for time, and that's a mental game because I mean, how much pain can you tolerate?
I had that at my show actually. That's one of the grip events. And I believe I picked the weights pretty appropriately because nobody got over like a minute 10. And I think an average timed hold was like 46 seconds for all competitors, which is about where you want a grip event for time to be, in my opinion. If it's going over a minute consistently, if your average is in the minutes, it was too light.
Oh, definitely. I think that was Nathan that just finished up in lane 2. We're moving on to Stephen LaFils. LaFils?
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah. And I believe this is Kelly Harkleroad coming up in lane 1. Quick start here.
She's taking some good, decent steps.
And again, now the women currently are carrying 70 in one hand and 90 in the other, while the novice men have 135 and 170.
That's another thing that makes this such a unique event. When you see certain movements like this, like a farmer's walk, usually both handles are loaded exactly the same. A farmer's walk can be challenging because you're rubbing your thighs a little bit. It's obviously usually a bit heavier. The handle is thicker than these are. But because these are also off balanced in terms of weight, it adds another factor.
Now, you don't want to have to keep repicking because that's essentially deadlifting the weight again and again. But what's your thoughts on setting it down, reach, and swapping hands at the turn?
Personally, I don't see a point.
No.
No.
Because I've seen a couple of people do that.
So he's rocking a
right
hook
here.
grip.
So he just did that. He swapped hands to get a different grip.
And part of it is now, look at his handle in his right hand. Notice how the ring is not set correctly. That causes more wobble in that hand.
Yep.
This is one of those events, in my opinion, once you get those rings set a certain way, you need to keep them that way for your best chance.
Yeah. I wonder if Natalie's going to have a special sign held up for this event.
Now, there is always that other part of it, like, hey, just be strong enough that it doesn't matter. My boy lost his shoe.
Oh man, that scares the snot out of me because the last show we were at, somebody broke their toe because they dropped it on their foot.
All right, I'll say it. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
I wear flip-flops everywhere I go, and do you really think a pair of sneakers is going to prevent me from losing a toe?
I will say yes because I work in safety, and I have seen them smash foot, and it cut but not cut through. And just a
Right.
little bit of fabric can go a long way.
Yeah, you're wrong. I'm just going to tell you you're wrong. Like, if 400 pounds comes down to your toe, if you're wearing sneakers versus nothing, there will be no difference.
I'll have to disagree on that one.
I won't, because I've seen dudes lose their toes on circus dumbbells.
Yeah.
They were wearing sneakers, so.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying
Yeah.
you got a little bit more. And this is Natalie Day over here in lane 1. We got Alexander coming up in lane 2 over here.
I'll also say, you don't know where your toes are when you're wearing shoes. I do. I know exactly where my toes are. Yeah, I got a lot of grief at OSG wearing flip-flops during the deadlift day.
Surprised they didn't. They let you. Normally you have to at least wear socks.
Well, no, I wasn't competing. I was helping out.
You were. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then one of the guys who's giving me the most grief immediately turned around and smashed his foot into a weight tree. He ended up losing his big toenail.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was like, how'd those sneakers help you out, bro? They didn't do a whole lot, did they? Interesting that.
I think that came off a weight tree or something.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. All right, we got Alexander in lane 2 over here. That's the longest strides I've seen, which, I mean, he has like 10-foot legs, but
I know, right?
But I mean, normally it's short, choppy steps. And he's
The
taking
giraffe
Yeah.
over here. Yeah, I see a lot of athletes dropping and repicking. Personally, I wouldn't do that.
No, it's a lot of energy exertion picking it back up.
Well, on top of that, when your grip is giving out, once you let go, it's really hard to get them back into a tight position.
Yeah.
Now, it could just be that this weight's not necessarily a challenge for their grip.
I mean, you're talking overall about 300 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, per hand, 100-something.
Yeah,
Arguably, that's
70 to 90. 70 to 90 is
right.
Yeah.
It's arguably it's not awful.
This is Julia Vincent in lane 1 here, starting off.
Yeah.
All right, Alexander's already made it down and back once. He's working on his second trip. I think he's going to call it there.
Yeah. Thankfully, for the athletes, not much more grip components for them.
Very true. The next one, I don't know. Sandbag, when you have small hands, you need some grip on that.
Better be squeezing at your chest.
Yeah, I'm going to
use them
Jonathan
forearms.
Chappell coming up, or Chappell?
Yeah.
America?
America. With
Julie making her first full lap, but now is working on her second lap.
She is really grinding it out, you can tell. Again, such a tough event. You know, farmers, you got more room. You can actually get a stride. With these things,
Oh, yeah.
it's basically impossible. I mean, it's 45-pound plates. They're just so big. There's no way to get them far enough out that you can just sort of take normal steps.
Agreed.
Unless you're strong enough to kind of just keep them out. But
Or you do the ballerina spin
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
All
I don't
right.
remember saying you couldn't do that in the rules.
I'm sure there will be added to it at some point.
That's the beauty of breaking the rules.
When
They
you
name
see a
them
new rule
after
made
you.
and you know it's about you.
It's your name.
Yeah.
Like, nice. That's my dream someday, is to get a rule named after me. Yeah. I like
turn.
it.
There you
Good. Just
go.
nice little quick spin.
Oh, we got to get him a new shirt.
I know. You got to say, be strong, man.
Yeah.
Sir, do you know where you are?
And in lane 1, we got Emily Roney over here.
Yes.
Quick first trip down, making that
Yeah.
turn. Now, Jonathan's
Yeah.
got his first full lap.
And she is actually strong enough to just kind of do full strides with this weight, which kind
This
of
is a good
insane.
event for her. Like she's doing really well. I will say that is one thing about having shorter arms that will help, because you tend to have your arms rest a little bit further out than.
Yeah. Another easier said than done.
True.
If you can keep it tight up on you and sort of rest your arms on
Flare
your
those lats, yeah.
and then flare them just that little bit. I mean, every little bit of extra room on this event in terms of clearance between those plates and your legs is going to help you.
We got
'Cause
Jason.
although this is a distance event, it's actually a time event.
Yes,
So the faster you move, the faster you cover that distance.
definitely. We got Jason coming up in lane 2 here. Manilow.
Yeah.
Emily's going to finish there. She got a full lap, a lap and a half.
At the very least.
Yeah.
The very least lap and a half, yeah.
Now we're
I
going-
like these kind of events too, where there's a distance, very unlikely to tie.
I'm excited to see the next event. I'm not going to lie. That's going to be a gut check for people.
What's awesome about that is there's going to be a lot of chances for ties.
Yes, definitely. We got Emily Wright coming up in lane 1 here.
Yeah. And I think Nicole is out, right? Did we confirm
Yes.
that?
Yes, Nicole's out. So this is the last in our women's novice.
Slow and steady, and sometimes that is how you win the race.
Jason had a little stumble there, but he's recovered. He recovered.
I think the worst part about this event is there's no way to get like momentum or stride. There's no way to find your groove. Usually on, say, a yoke or most moving events, the first couple steps are slow, and then you can kind of open up and get faster. On this, it's just like you speed up, you start wobbling, you go down.
Unfortunately, it looks like it's getting in front of his legs instead of staying to the side, and it's tripping him.
Yeah,
He's having to squeeze his legs between the plates.
yeah.
He's being cautious. I mean, you don't want to crush your foot, but
No, not this early in the event.
you can see the plates are almost hitting between his legs.
Yeah.
But he got a full length of the field, so I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, maybe going the front back style might have benefited him a little more.
Yeah.
There's no way to tell. I mean, it's, again, when it comes to competition, it's kind of the unfortunate, but also fortunate part. You only got one chance.
Yeah.
At least the day of. Next time, he may make a different decision. Who knows, right?
Yeah. I think we got Andrew Rice coming up in lane 2 over here.
I believe you're right.
And then
This is going to be Tiffany Brock, because I see her standing here.
So they're going to change the weight here for the women's middleweight open. It's going to be 90 pounds in one hand and 115 in the other.
Gross.
So 200 pounds. They're going to be carrying more than their body weight down and back.
Gross. In the worst way possible.
You will get a message back later today. Got people asking questions about our show in Alabaster. I guess we need to go ahead and announce the winner of our giveaway. While we got a second.
Yeah, we've
got
got
Tiffany coming up.
Andrew's still just kind of plugging away at it. He's doing good, honestly.
He is.
Slow and steady. I mean, that's the way to do it sometimes. And Tiffany is off. Let's see how she goes. There it is. Steady, steady, steady. Good stuff. You know, this is, again, another one of those events where it's so different from, say, a standard farmer's pick or farmer's walk. You'll notice Tiffany's kind of thumbs are sort of almost pointing towards each other. And normally on a farmer's, that might actually help you a little bit to get into that sort of triangle and tilt forward to use the implement to sort of drag you forward and keep you going in the right direction. But in this case, it doesn't really matter. And the most it's probably doing for her is just helping her keep a good grip and possibly dragging her forward a little bit. That's going to be 2 laps, I think.
Apologize. I told everybody we're going to announce the winner of our drawing on here, but I need to make the post first.
Alrighty, and then now in the women's middleweight, we will have Ashley Overton. And looks like Robert Sanchez is off and running over in the novice men. Yeah, he's got a great pace going, actually. Looks like a little bit of a grip issue on that left hand. Very, very low. Oh, he might be doing hook grip. Never mind, I take it back. Ashley, just nice, steady start. I see knee sleeves around the shins to give them a little protection. That left arm of hers is kind of forward, and I think, yeah, she's going to take that second to straighten it back out to the right direction. So the challenge is, if she turns her thumbs in, it kind of makes it hard to keep the shoulders back and the chest up. And it looks like Ashley's just going to call it there to not 0. No shame in it. Looks like Robert's going to call it 2. And then we've got Jamie Carfagno.
While they're getting reset, I'm going to go ahead and announce real quick for the Limit Breaker Invitational, Cerberus, who is the channel sponsor, but also the title sponsor for Limit Breaker and EFInStrong for 2025, their package included a athlete sponsorship, so they're going to refund the entry fee of one of the already registered athletes. I just made the post on our Instagram and tagged them, but it's Adam, and God help me if I can't say his last name. Caustic. But the Thigh King on Instagram. So congratulations to you for winning that. I will be getting in touch with you about refunding your money.
Looks like Jamie is done. No, that is Jamie, I think. Carfagno.
Yeah, I think he's getting started.
And now we've got Abigail Scarborough, I think, right? Yeah. Right? She's a middleweight. Steady pace. Now, I actually like what she's doing. She's keeping very wide legs and making sure
it takes the swing away.
The plates are sort of pinned to her leg.
Yeah.
It's very hard to do with a round implement. And you'll notice how the plates kind of twist and turn with every step, but she's still staying surprisingly stable.
This is going to really come down to grip for her.
Yeah, I think at this point she's looking to just beat Ashley, and I think she has. I think Ashley knew this might not have been a great event for herself, so she just sort of did enough to not 0 and then called it a day. Nothing wrong with that. That's strategy. So that's going to be good enough to put her in second. And that's also going to round out our middleweight women.
So we did have to make a little change. If you're looking at it online, I think it said 50 feet. This is actually 45 feet. We did it so we could have the 2 lanes going from end to end instead of having them side by side.
Hey, you know what? Nobody will notice the 5 feet.
No, but when you see the scores come up, it's like she just got 47 feet, I believe. It is accurate because it's 45, then turn around.
And I think Jamie Carfagno is done.
Yes. So we should be moving on to the 275 men, which should start with Bubba Foster.
Right. It means we'll have a weight change. They're going to be 205 and 225 per hand, in each hand. Pretty gross. And then the open women's super heavyweight is going to be starting over here in lane 1.
Yes, lane 1.
135 and 170 per hand.
So this is Jordan Helms right here?
Yeah, no, that is Robin Fisher.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I know Robin. She's nice. She lives down south.
Very similar to the last athlete we saw over here, keeping it kind of pinned to the leg.
Yeah. It seems like Robin is actually almost purposefully trying to keep her wrists pinned to her thighs.
Yeah.
Just to keep that momentum from getting away from her. Which is good strategy. You're not going to be very fast, but you might go very far.
First thing that popped in my head, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
I hope more than one person got that reference.
All right, she's almost halfway through the course. Again. And she's going to just call it there. It'd be like that sometimes, man. On an event like this, it is so easy to mess up the hands. Yeah. Once your hands are torn up, it is really hard to do anything. I believe they have the weights adjusted for the 275 men, the heavyweights. And I see Bubba Foster perhaps confirming some things with the lane judge and the promoter there.
Probably weight check.
I believe they're confirming weights. Nothing wrong with that.
No, you definitely don't want to mess up on that.
Most people don't complain when the weights are a little bit lighter, but I think everybody complains when they're a little bit heavier.
I wonder if it's because the bumper plate they're trying to figure out.
How's that?
I said I wonder if it's because they got the bumper plate and they might not have the room to go with the larger plate.
And it looks like they are getting those plates sorted out and loaded onto that pin. Getting it ready. Again, massive shout out to the volunteers.
We gotta jump into our team, man.
Yes, we have Nate White, 135 and 170. That makes sense. Same weights.
So that means that Jordan Helms didn't go, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if she's dropped out or maybe just declined this particular event. Or has she's not been here all day?
No, she's competed.
Yeah,
She did deadlift.
I thought so, yeah. I wonder if perhaps she just declined this event.
Yeah, I hope nothing happened on the deadlift.
Now, I notice Nate here is doing what we talked about, pinning his arms on his lats to keep them a little bit wider, making sure he's doing a very, very narrow stance walk.
He's got quick feet.
It's very challenging to do that because you really run the risk of tripping over your feet, and it's hard enough to catch yourself when you're carrying nothing.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to catch yourself when you're carrying the same weight in each hand. When you've got uneven weights on either side of the body, it is almost impossible to catch yourself when you start to stumble.
I'd be curious to see who his coach is. He's been a very impressive athlete for a team division.
I believe it's Zach Schultz, because I believe he's in the Bare Iron crew.
Okay. I said I know he is doing much better than some of the novice guys. I mean, as far as technique goes, he's been a very impressive athlete today.
Yeah.
So
One of the things I really like about athletes that tend to be good is they're never happy.
Yes.
I ran into Paul after the deadlift event. And he said that was a PR for him on the deadlifts. And I said, I could tell you were unhappy with it. The funny thing was that still wasn't even last place.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, like, you had nothing to be ashamed of.
No,
dude.
not at all. So we got over here.
That looks like Bubba to me.
I think so. I think we finally got it figured out. So Bubba's going over here in lane 2.
Bubba just try to scrape that last little centimeter if he could. Oh, I'm sorry, American units. That last eighth of an inch.
Every inch counts.
All right, and then in the teens, I believe this is Walker Gibson, who just got to watch his mother run through this event. Slow and steady, nothing wrong with that, man. Utilizing the knee sleeves on the shins for a little bit of protection.
Yeah.
No shame in it. Yeah. He's got a really good pace. I can tell he is really holding it together. Looks like he's doing hook grip. Just keep squeezing, man. Good stuff. Now he's just going to go for a regular grip. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. This is especially what we're talking about. It once you drop once, it's awful tough.
You got to be careful. He almost swung it backwards. He would have lost a little distance on that.
Got Andrew Brock, I believe.
I think so.
Yes. Andrew Brock over in the 275 men's. Him and his wife competing together today.
You were talking about getting the younger people involved, and my daughter she'll be 4 next month, and she's in the gym picking up the slam balls like they're stones.
Yeah.
And our good friend of ours, West Alabama strongman Garrett, he does a kids comp every year, and I might fudge her birth certificate to try to get her in a little bit early next year. She won't quite be 5, but
right. She signed the waiver.
Yeah, we signed the waiver. she's about as big as any of the 5 and 6 year olds, though.
Well, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping she's watching right now. I'm
We've
talking about
got
her.
Blake Herndon giving this a go.
Oh,
it's a tough one, man. Shake it off, short-term memory. Let's go, Blake.
I think we got Chris Steffes getting set over here in lane 2.
Nice. You know, this is one of those ones, too. I know with younger or novice athletes, a lot of times they get very frustrated at certain events because in the gym they practiced it a certain way and it went a certain way. Then they get here day of, and sometimes it doesn't go the way that it should.
Now, it looks like they're making some adjustment to the weight stack over here. I'm not sure what's going on.
A lot of that comes down to experience, you know. And as young as he is, he's got nothing to be ashamed of, man. I believe this is his first show. You know, he's got a very experienced competitor of a father.
So they're going to keep the weight the same for both lightweight and heavyweight team.
And in theory, the heavyweights should do a little bit better, right?
Should.
He's got a good pace going.
He does.
See what I mean? Ooh, yeah.
But as we seen earlier, the open men 220 were keeping up with the super heavyweights.
It be like that sometimes, man. No weight class in the jungle, no CPAP either.
He dropped that on his ankle. I hope he's okay. I can already see a red mark on that right ankle.
Yeah, this is one of those events where I'd be wearing some high tops.
Yeah, he's starting to limp a little bit. I hope he's okay.
Of course, I always wear high tops.
Yeah.
I just like them. There you go. There you go. Just keep stepping forward, man. That's all that really matters.
You can see him limping on that right leg. He hit that ankle pretty hard.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting ready to go back over here in lane 2. I think this is Chris.
Yes, it is.
Oh, lost his balance there.
Chris is just beef, man.
I think what they did is they swapped the bumper place from the top to the bottom, which I guess is a good thing. I mean, a little bit of rubber versus iron on your foot.
Yeah, right?
But it bounces, which means he's going to have to flip that back over.
Yeah, and that's with Chris, he's a bit of a, how do I put it delicately, a reckless athlete.
Now, I don't know. I think the guy's name is Josh on Instagram. He was doing, I think, America's Strongest, and he dropped his farmers and completely flipped over.
I saw that, yeah.
And some of the weight came off. He had to flip it back over and fix it.
What are the odds, man?
I know.
What are the odds?
At least here it's pinned in. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. This guy, man, he's got such grit and just determination. And it's just like he is going to make it happen.
Yeah. We got Riley Potter
die
over here.
trying, and I love that about him.
Oh, yeah. And Riley Potter's coming over here doing his first trip.
And that means Luis Valero is over on the heavyweights. Mr. Potter. No shin protection. Gotta love it.
I don't know if he's got a coach or not, but if he gets the right coach and gets the technique, he's got the brute strength.
Getting a little coaching from his judge, Philip.
There you go.
Philip told him, "You've got time," and he said, "Really?" And Philip said, "Yeah, finish it."
There you go. Give him 90 feet right there.
At least that's what I think I understood from Philip. His Eastern European accent.
I thought I heard an accent, but I didn't know if he was faking.
No, he's from Czech Republic.
Okay.
Originally, he lives here now.
Yeah, we got Lewis coming up over here, Valero getting set.
Yeah, Lewis just doing all this, just no belt, a sleeve here and there. Gotta love it.
Yeah, that stack is about maxed out. I don't know if they're gonna be able to add more weight to it for the super heavyweight.
Yeah, they may have to figure something out.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was Mr. Potter.
Now I'm curious if they're gonna do like they did last time and have the 220 men go after everybody so they can adjust the weight, because they're going to need that extra iron instead of the bumper to get the 240 pounds.
Yeah, they got plenty of time.
Yeah. All right,
yeah,
Lewis
we're going to do a weight change for the 220s. Got 170 in one hand and 205 in the other, with Luis Valero taking off. Looks like he's making the executive decision to get rid of the sleeves.
Or sliding them down, protecting
putting them in
chin.
the right spot. Yep. Yeah.
Now again, the heavyweight men right now are carrying 205 in one hand and 225 in the other.
It's so tough. You can just see every time he picks that weight, he is losing more and more strength. That's the real unfortunate thing when it comes to this type of an event.
He's got his thumbs off the ring. I don't know if if his hands are hurting or what.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are with a Denny ring.
And if I understand it correctly, I'm willing to bet that's probably the first time he's done that event. It's probably the first time a lot of these people have done this event.
I'm sure.
It's not a hugely popular event.
But you know, I've seen the Denny rings come into play a lot this year.
Oh yeah, it's the new hotness right now. Denny ring's so hot right now.
All right, that's Rush Davenport coming.
All right, we've got the problem. Rush Davenport. Rush the problem Davenport. Not for me, because I'm not competing. But if I was, I'd be very upset.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like he is rocking 2 pairs of sleeves.
Now, we've got some scores updated. Going into this event, Rush is currently in first place by 1.5 over Paul. Paul is tied for second with Daniel Singleton in the men's 220 open. While they're resetting, let's run through this as quick as I can.
This is going to be a very important event for those 2 men because this is the last one where you will not have a chance to tie.
Exactly. All right.
Well, I guess there is, but you got a lot less likely to do it.
Agreed.
Because that's the other thing people need to understand. They only measure from that line. So even if you go a foot past that line and turn around, you don't get that extra foot.
Well, let's run through this while we got a second. Oh, never mind, take that back. Justin Lynch is about to go over here in lane 2.
No, that's Rich.
Rich. Oh, yeah, Lynch is not doing it.
Ain't no shame. I only know because I know Rich. Country Rich. Rich is kind of off and steaming with it, too.
He is.
I've noticed some of the athletes that seem to do the best with this seem to have their hands pointed behind them or backwards. I'm not sure if that just gives them a particularly good positioning or what, but I have noticed a trend of athletes doing pretty well while also having that style of a hand positioning.
And if you notice, like, it never gets in front of his leg. It goes behind it, but never in front.
Yeah. And Rich is just so strong. You know, he can kind of manhandle these weights around.
Giving his hands a break there for a second. He went so fast, he's got time to reset and recover.
That's Rich. Now Rush the problem Davenport. Getting ready in lane 1.
Now, Richard, he's in first currently by a significant margin. He's got 29 points with Tom Davis in second with 23
that math
and a
checks
half.
out, yeah.
So
yeah, I believe that.
He's doing well.
Yeah, he's consistently a good athlete.
He got 11 reps on that deadlift.
Yeah.
Rush got 12. So we had a couple of people hit that double-digit mark.
It helps, too, that Rich tends to go a little bit later on the list, so he sort of knows what he needs to beat a lot of times.
That is the benefit of signing up early for this show because they do not reorder.
Yeah, no
each
champion's
event.
advantage. Yeah, Rush the problem Davenport, actually having a bit of a problem in the middle there. He's got a good pace, but I see him sort of starting to bobble a little bit. Hands don't look like an issue.
No.
Kind of looks like the rest of the body giving him some shakes.
Well, he's got long arms and long legs, so it's just them weights keep just slapping his shins.
Yeah. Man, it's pushing his nervous system.
See, if I was doing this, those would be hitting my knees.
Yeah.
My wife's up here laughing at that.
Oh, we have.
I think that is Evan
Rush.
Yeah.
Now, Evan had some problems on the deadlift, but that's just time, man. Just getting strong at deadlift just takes time.
Oh, yeah.
And what's interesting and cool about this is you don't have to be a good deadlifter to be good at this event. And it looks like he's doing pretty good at this event.
Actually, I don't think that is Evan
that's
Rush.
Tom Davis, isn't it?
I think so. I think that's Tom Davis, yeah.
I apologize, Tom.
And he's currently in second.
I feel bad, Tom, because I judged him at his last show.
So Tom is currently in second place in his division. So he's doing a pretty good run right here. Oh.
Yeah, he is a tall man to be in the 220s as well, or 275.
275, yeah. So
Wouldn't
we
be
got.
surprised about him moving up in super heavyweights at some point.
Here's Paul going, right?
That is Paul Frew, correct?
Who's only a point and a half behind, so if he does good here, he could take the lead.
And Paul said he knew the deadlift was a bad event for him. He was hoping to make up some points here and on the sandbag.
Doing a quick shuffle step. It's working for him very well.
The beauty of the shuffle step is at least you're moving.
Yes. I'm concerned it's about his laces on his shoes.
Shoelaces, yeah, man, I see that too. And he is taking time to retie that lace. Reminds me of that story of that basketball coach taught his players how to tie their laces.
Oh, yeah. Start fresh from the basics.
Mm-hmm.
So we're jumping down to, I think, Zach Matthews, because James is not with us today. So Zach Matthews is up next over here in lane 2. And he's currently sitting in 5th place by a half point behind 4th.
Paul is really trying to make up some points on this event.
I think that is going to give him the current lead.
He called it at about 5 seconds there. Nothing to be ashamed of.
No, not at all.
Still a really good run from Paul. And I believe we got Colin Wagner coming up. I'd like to know if he's related to Robert Wagner, because I'd like to meet him. Probably just a coincidence. No, this is Danny.
Danny? Okay, so I wonder if Zach has pulled out or something.
Yeah, it's perfectly possible that some of these athletes have either just declined to do this event and or pulled out.
As soon as he lifted that, his belt came undone.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I got a bit of a vendetta against soft belts. I don't use them. I've never really seen them be super effective for anybody else either. Kind of wonder why we wear them.
I don't like how tight they are. Like, I can't
breathe.
Yeah, you can't breathe. At least with the hard belt, you can loosen it up and brace against it.
Right. Well, that's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I swear I think this guy is supposed to be in the teens. But he's
Definitely
doing good.
fresh-faced. Yeah, I'll just take a look at him and see what I can do. Oh, he's about to get it. Nice, good stuff.
His palm was nearly facing completely backwards.
Just stretching the shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
Just stretch the shoulders.
So that puts us Daniel Singleton coming up.
Right.
Dan
Danny
the man.
Sutterfield just finished his run.
So we're
Which
going
means
to
we've got open super heavyweights. And about halfway through with the 220s. And we will have Big V, Arnold Velichko. And we've got Dan the Man Singleton here, making it happen. And he is just cruising along.
Oh,
Look at him go.
He's almost out in front of the Denny Stump.
Yeah. Again, it sort of seems like that's the technique that works really well for a lot of these athletes. Don't stop, Dan. Don't stop. Just keep it moving, bro.
Oh, there for a second I thought he was waving it off. I was like, no, you got more in you.
Little hand fatigue. Yeah. Hey, man, seconds and inches, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one. I like that one. That was a really good run from
I'm
him.
going to estimate probably about 80 feet total.
Yeah, if
about
it's 45.
5 foot short.
Yeah. Give or take.
We got Arnold coming up over here.
Big V.
I don't think they changed the weight. I think they maintained it just because there's not. I don't think you can add any more to one side.
So that means they will have 205 and 225 per hand.
I believe.
Or I'm sorry, in each hand.
Yeah.
And Mark David Malaise, right? He's still here.
Yeah, I believe that's.
Looks like he's going to be getting in position.
Now Mark's currently in fourth, behind the tide for second by half a point. So he's sitting outside the podium by just a half a point.
This could be one of those events where he makes up that little bit.
A good run here could vault him all the way to second.
Yeah. As we watch Big V finish out his run. Not terrible either. Which means Steven Real, keeping it Real, is going to be up next. I love the attitude of Steven. He's just like, I'm happy to be here. Wow.
Quick start from Mark.
Mark just off to a blaze. Not a bad strategy either.
No.
You know, get it done fast. You know?
I mean, you're racing against your grip.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just taking a normal grip too. He's not hook gripping it. Crazy, because he's out of the gates again with just as much speed and dropped at just about the same exact spot.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Keep it going. That's a crazy good run. Yeah, his problem is just getting beat up by the weights, man.
Yeah.
It's not even that heavy for him. I mean, he had to repick it 5 times, 6 times?
At least, which that gives him 90 feet. I think that's the first full lap done by anybody in this division.
I think you're right. That is awesome. Awesome work.
We got Steven going over here. We're getting set to go.
My man, Steven Real. Steven, happy to be here, Real.
He's on the board. He got a couple inches.
Looks to me like he may have either pulled something or maybe had a previous injury to a calf or Achilles, and that just aggravates it too much.
But you know what? He's staying in there. He's still fighting.
Yeah. I believe this is Joseph Apsher over in the 220s.
He got so far ahead of it, it kind of pulled him back, had a little whiplash. He's doing good. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's the first one, I think, to see to set and reset and turn like that.
And, you know, you'll see that happen sometimes where one person will set that new pace, and then the very next person goes, oh, and then they can beat that pace all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, he's got 30 seconds. He's well in a good place. He gets over that line, does a quick turnaround. Oh, yeah.
I think we've got a new event leader right here.
Joseph definitely in first place here. No matter what, can only come in second on that event.
Yeah.
Good place to be.
Oh, yeah.
And I hate our boy Martin Espino over here. He is off to the races in lane 2.
No, I'm sorry. That was not Joseph. That was Todd.
That was Todd.
Yeah, Joseph has not been here today.
What?
Not for iPad. I'm sorry. I thought
Aren't we all?
There might be one down there on that plug right behind the speaker.
Same iPad, same.
So yeah, that is going to give him the event win because he was the last one to go. That was actually what was his name?
Todd Whelan.
Todd Whelan. And we've got Martin going over
Mark
here.
still, and Scott has yet to go. And I'm going to just go on a limb and just assume that Scott is in first place in this division. Am I correct there?
Scott, let's see, let's scroll down. Yeah, Scott's currently in first by 1 point. Martin's in second with 10. Scott's in first with 11.
It's going to be a very important event for Martin then to get some good distance. Getting as precise as they can with these measurements here.
You got to sometimes. I mean, it's going to come down to just inches.
Yeah, I'm a bigger fan of using the tape over the walkers myself.
I agree, yeah. All right, I believe it's going to be our last competitor on this event, and then we're going to be resetting and going to the Sandbag pyramid, which I'm very excited for this one. This is going to be, like I said earlier, a gut check.
It's a really cool event because it's unforgiving.
Yes.
It is another quote-unquote max distance event, but it's actually more of a max rep event.
Yeah.
Because the way that event is going to work is the competitor is going to have to carry the sandbag, I'm assuming 45 feet now.
Yep.
Pick it to the shoulder, carry the bag 45 feet, put it down, pick it to the shoulder again, rinse and repeat.
No, it's so it's going to start with a shoulder carry, 2 shoulders carry, 3 shoulders carry.
You changed it to that now.
Yeah, so
that's even worse.
Yeah, so each time you finish a carry, you got to do 1 extra rep on top of what you already did.
And you only get credit for reps.
Yes.
Not for distance.
So your 3rd trip, you'll have done 6 shoulders. I think Scott's going to call it there. Just get on the board.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it appears that Scott is in fact going to call it there. Sometimes you just got to do that. Get on the board. Maybe he feels his energy is better utilized on the Sandbag event. Could be. And with that, that is going to wrap up the Denny Ring Walk event. And I believe we were planning on cutting to commercial as we get everything set up for said Sandbag event. I want to thank you once again for tuning in and hang out, and we will be right back.
Personal trainers to fit your needs. At Ellison Fitness Innovations, our mission is to provide personalized fitness in a private setting, all while creating unique programs at affordable rates. We offer one-on-one training, group training, and even virtual training. Our gym has state-of-the-art equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
Check, check. All right, so we are getting ready to finish out the competition today. The Beasts of the Bay have not let us down. We are going into the 5th and final event, the Sandbag Pyramid. Now, there's going to be 3 lanes going. Your bottom left of the screen is going to be 1 lane. They're going to be moving in between the cones. They're going to pretty much cross right over into the bottom right of the screen. The top right of your screen, there's going to be 2 events going. Might need to adjust the camera just a little bit on that one, but we're going to have 2 lanes going down and back, so they're going to end up in the center there. Hand me the remote as far to the right. That one. I'm sorry, the other one. All right, that should be a little bit better for you. Where the sandbags are at right now is where they're going to start. They're going to be moving down to the center, your bottom right of the screen. Each lap they do, they're going to have to do more reps. So they're going to start off with shouldering it once, then they're going to carry it. They're going to carry it down the, I think this is going to be about 20 to 25 feet. Shoulder it 2 times, go back, shoulder it 3, and so on. They got 2 minutes to complete this event. So it's going to be a rep, most reps. All right, just got done explaining what's going on. We got 1 lane here, 2 lanes there.
That's exciting.
Yeah, so we're going to have 3 people going at once.
Non-stop action, baby.
First up is going to be Mackenzie Ingram on the lane 1, which is your bottom left of the screen. And lane 2, we're going to start with Josh Bazada, the novice men, which I think is going to be the far right of the top right. And then lane 3, we're going to start with Rush Davenport.
Rush the Problem Davenport.
Who's going to be in your far left of the top right.
And Mackenzie is already off
Mackenzie
and running,
yes.
literally. Now she's on her 2 shoulders. Sandbag Pyramid. The promoter really does not like you.
Onto that 3. She's sticking to the same shoulder.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that,
no,
man.
Definitely not. That's 4.
Yeah. She's just cruising.
So at this point, she has done 10 reps, now going into 11, 12.
When you say it out loud, you know what I mean?
It's insane.
It's like, ooh.
Now she is using 65 loose bag. Now loose bags, they're easier to get a hold of, but they are hard to maneuver. Lane 2 is going to be using a 185-pound bag.
She has 25 seconds left.
Jeez. So lane 2 is going to be the farthest left of the top right screen. It's the black bag up there. And then lane 3 is going to be a red bag, 225, the bottom right side.
And I think Mackenzie is going to call it.
I think so.
She left it all out there.
Oh yeah,
man.
this is a cardio event for sure. So the teen women are using a 65-pound bag. The novice men are using a 185-pound bag, and the men's 220 is a 225 bag.
I believe they're going to start. It looks like the judge is giving his last ruling for the novice man over there, right?
So novice men?
Yes.
Closest to the audience. That's the best way to put it. They're
Yes.
closest to
Josh
the audience.
Pizzata, yeah.
And then Rush is closer to the backside here.
Rush the Problem Davenport.
We got Madeline getting ready to go over here in lane 1.
Yeah.
Rush is off in lane 1 or lane 3. It's a great shot right there for Rush.
Yeah. Josh having a little bit of a problem with that bag getting into his shoulder again.
And I mean, I don't know what he weighs, but I'd be willing to wager it's about as much as him.
He's a very lean athlete.
He is.
Madeline making it happen. She's got a lot of ground to make up to try to keep up with Mackenzie there. That's for sure.
Rush is on to his set of 3.
This is actually Madeline's first show, kind of first athletic competition ever. Apparently she competes in figure. I was catching up with her earlier in the day.
Okay. She's doing great. Rush is on to his set of 4 here.
Gross.
I think Josh is still working on that set of 2.
Still fighting with it, man. I appreciate that.
He's not
dude.
giving up.
You never know. You might get that one pop that one time. Every rep counts, you know? That's that stuff you can't teach, man. You can't teach grit.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at in these different divisions. Sorry. So after that last event, Rush dropped from 1st to 3rd. So he really needs to go all out here. He's only behind by 1 point from 1st. So 1st and 3rd is only separated by 1 point.
I could just see the death on Madeline's face.
Oh, yeah. And she's behind by 2 points. So right here, it's more for, just
pride.
Pride, yes. All right, we got, let's see, who's over? Nathaniel, I believe, going over here.
Irizarry making it happen. Good pop right off the belt there. I like that. I'm wondering if the belt might come into, may come to regret that.
We got Paul going in lane.
Then once you
3.
start breathing hard, man.
Oh, yeah. Now, Paul's currently in 4th place, only behind 1st by 1.5 points.
Paul's going to try to leave it all out here, that's
for
sure. And now a shorter torsoed athlete, you got to think this will actually benefit him quite a bit. I mean, look as he squats down in position. That bag's basically on his shoulder already.
Yes.
But he's doing a really good job of pinning it to his chest, carrying it, going opposite shoulders actually too. I like it too. He's all chalked up.
Oh, yeah. Looks like we're getting started on the novice women. Lauren Bond over here with a 100-pound Cerberus bag. Shout out to Cerberus. Man, I'm really excited about this novice men 220 or open men 220. Your top 5 competitors are separated by 1.5 points.
Can see who wants it more, man, after a really long, grueling day.
Yes.
With some really nasty events.
It's been rough.
I mean, just that fire truck pull first thing in the morning.
In the heat, too.
That drained me, man. I still haven't recovered just from existing in it.
I'm going to have to go find an umbrella tonight for the camera.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a bad idea. Get one of those like hat umbrellas.
Yeah. Who we got over here? Is that Nathaniel or Chris Davis?
That
and the
is
novice?
going to be Chris, because Nathaniel went.
Okay.
Well, that was Nathaniel. This is Chris right now going.
Okay. Paul gave it all right there.
Is this still Lauren Bond going?
Yes, Lauren Bond's still going. And over here we've got Colin Wagner.
Yes, Colin about to go. Colin Babyface Wagner. He's going to want to put a little more gusto on those pops if he wants to keep making them happen. And this is the pros and cons of a grip shirt, in my opinion.
Yes.
As you get tired, that grip shirt's going to make that bag stick to you.
Yes.
You're not going to be able to slide, which is sometimes exactly what you want.
Chris Davis still going strong over in lane 2.
Breathe when it's over, Chris. Breathe when it's over, my dude.
I think they just called time for
3, 2, 1. I see the judge. I'm a lip reader.
All right, lane 1 over here we got Jessica Yates. Colin on his rep of 3.
Colin Babyface Wagner still making it happen. Nice. One thing I really do like about Colin is he is leaving no room for error with that sandbag shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
It is clearly on his shoulder, clearly behind him. And then we've got, what is that, lane 1 over there?
So that's lane 2 in the far,
Lane 2.
which is Robert.
Robert Bogolski. Ooh, I don't know about that one, Robert. I don't think the judge gave him that one either. Yeah, Robert kind of didn't get it high enough up on the shoulder, and I don't think the judge gave him that one. I might give him that one personally.
Yeah. You got to
That
make sure
previous
he's.
rep, no sir.
Yeah.
That was on his chest.
We got
And
Dan
we've
the
got
man.
Dan the man, Singleton, getting ready to boogie down in the 220s with his 225
Now,
bag.
he's currently in second
So
by
he
half
better-
a point. Like, this is.
He better leave it all out there today on this one, man.
Lane 3 is going to be the really interesting one to see how it folds out. Is that Jessica still going hard?
Energy drink or water. Yes. Okay.
Monster, I got C4.
Let me get a C4 actually.
C4? Yeah. You want water?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan getting that quick down call because he's making eye contact. He's getting that arm extended. Moving on to his rep of 3.
Dan the man.
Robert over there. That,
Just barely not getting it on the shoulder for that last one.
I
But
think
now
this is
we've got
Michelle.
Michelle Gibson going. Probably giving her a little show for the sun. Oh, see, that's terrible, dropping it.
Oh, yeah. Did he drop it from his shoulder?
He started taking off and it slipped off. And then we've got our next competitor. I believe that's Mark David.
I think you're right. Lane 2.
Yes. No.
No, lane 2's going to be down here. He's going to be
Mark.
Mark Hawkins.
Yeah, and I was talking to Mark earlier. Apparently, he's been dealing with a tendon issue in that right arm, which is why his press really suffered. He said in the gym he'd been hitting something like 250 axle, and then now just hitting 215 was tough.
Is it his right shoulder or left, or right arm or left?
Right arm. See how he's got that little band on
Yeah.
there? Apparently been dealing with a tendon issue on that arm.
Surprised he's shouldering to that side.
When I asked him, how's that affect your sandbag? He said, not so much. Apparently it's just when he's in this position,
Okay.
really hurts him.
Oh, he swapped up shoulders there. So now we've got Mark David going, I believe, in here. Nope, not Mark David. We got a Joseph. Or not Joseph either. Dang, is this Todd? We're dwindling down here because. Okay, this is the Mark David. I'm sorry, Mark David.
Yeah.
He's currently in first. And then I think we have. That's Eliza, I believe.
I believe you're right.
Yeah. About to learn their names by the final event.
I know, right? Just in time for it to not matter.
Exactly.
I'm sure we have called everybody the wrong name
Oh,
at
I'm
least
sure.
3 times today.
Surely.
Getting it up there, not bad, man. Eliza's still making it happen over there. It's like you said, man, at some point it just turns into a conditioning event.
So he's going to call it with 1 rep at the end here. He wasn't going to carry it all the way down here and not get the rep, because carrying it doesn't matter.
I ain't mad at him.
It's not about the distance, it's about the number of reps.
Yep.
So that's going to move us on, not Joseph, to Todd. Todd is our final athlete. Of the 6 athletes, 5 of them are separated by a 1.5.
So exciting.
It is. That's going to bring us up to Stephen Rowley, I believe, in the novice men in lane 2.
I believe you're right.
He's currently in a tie for 7th.
I think we've got Ashley Burt getting ready to get her turn at the 100 bag, I believe.
Yeah, 100-pound bag. Yep.
I believe that's who it is.
Yes, Ashley Burt.
So we just called that guy Chris.
Chris Bond.
So Stephen Rowley and Ethan Cole must be out then?
Possibly.
I know there was a dropout.
Ethan Cole, I think, skipped last time, so.
Yeah, I believe I ran into him outside, and I think he popped something in his arm. It happens.
Yeah, you hate that.
You know, staying injury-free is part of the game, but on that same token, man, it happens.
Come on, Chris.
Country Rich trying to hog the show, man.
He was trying to dodge one camera, got stuck in front of another.
Poor guy. Let me tell you, Rich don't want to cause no trouble.
No.
He just wants to show you.
Still got Todd going over here in lane 3.
Yeah, trying to make it happen. Looks like he's pretty gassed. I mean, if somebody didn't look gassed doing this, I'd be worried.
Yeah.
Ashley's movement between lanes has really slowed down.
Trying to get some breath there. Oh, no, she reset.
Retightening it, yep.
I thought she was trying to take it off to get some breath.
Nah, you don't need air. You need
No.
support. She needs air support.
I think Chris is going to call it there. We got Nathan St. Clair coming up over here in lane 2. Now he is currently in first by a 2.5-point lead.
Sounds like Nathan is just trying to reconfirm the rules, checking with his judge. I got a not pro tip for all you out there. Don't ask any questions. Just do it. 9 times out of 10, they'll just make you do it again if you're wrong. Or best case, you get away with it.
I would hate for him to shoulder once carry, and then just not have anything out of it.
Well, that's just it. The judge is going to be like, dude, no, go back, you know?
Oh, that was a close one.
Yeah, he seems to be having some trouble with that bag. I think
It's just getting the balance on the shoulder. He was too far forward.
I think it's so packed.
It is very packed tight.
That he's having a bit of an issue with it. I think he might be used to a more loose.
Again, everybody in that division has got to deal with the same thing, so there's no bias. We're moving on over here to Bubba Foster in lane 3. That's a 245-pound bag.
See what Bubba can make happen, Captain. And, I believe we have Kelly Harkleroad over here.
Yes.
Taking the Hyundai for a stroll.
Now, come on, you had the 220 guys carrying a heavier bag than their body weight, and then you got the 275 guys with 245.
No weight classes in the jungle, right? Bubba is having a tough time with this bag, but he is not quitting, which I love.
Oh, no. Nathan's gotten a little bit outside of his lane there, but
that sounds like Nate.
What's that?
Sounds like Nate. Every time he sees me at a show, he always asks me 100 questions about whatever event he's about to do. And I don't know if he does that to everybody or if he knows who I am.
He
and
wants
it's
to have zero chances of messing up. I mean,
I don't know if he's asking me because it's me or because I just happen to be the person standing near him at the time.
well, I asked him in the locker room back there. I said, "Is this, what show? How many shows have you done?" He goes, "This is my second one."
Second, yeah.
And he's in first right now. If he wins this, he needs to move up to that open.
Guy's a problem, man. He's already a problem.
And he's young.
Yes.
20, I think he said he's 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's already stupid strong.
Now we got Steven LaFills over here in lane 2. And in lane 3 here, we've got Andrew Brock. Lane 1, we've got Natalie Day.
Yes, Andrew.
It's Andrew?
That's
yeah,
Andrew
yeah,
Brock.
Andrew Brock.
Yeah.
And Natalie over here in lane 1.
I believe.
Yeah. I see they got the sign up.
That's how he knows.
That's how we know.
They still want her to go get tacos.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I need correction sometimes.
Yeah, Natalia's still making it happen.
Now I'm assuming the open men are going to have the same weight as the 275 for the superweight.
I would imagine so, yeah. Andrew making it happen. He was telling me his knees were kind of done.
Oh man, he's got that on his neck. My neck is like just cramping thinking about it.
That is one of those like just make it happen.
Just go. Any means necessary.
Yeah.
Steven's still fighting that bag. Okay, I think he's gonna call it there.
Not bad for Andrew.
Yeah.
Taking every rep count. Chris Steffes. I love this dude too.
Lane 1 over here, we've got Julia Vincent coming up. Lane 2 is Steven LaFills, and lane 3, Chris
I was gonna
Steffes.
toast, but okay. Shut up, Zach. Get away from me. I don't want your sloppy seconds. I don't need your pity. I can do that all on my own. Thank you. I just wanted to be my choice.
All right, we're wrong. That's Alexander over there because I know how tall he is.
Chris is on the move.
Julia
Alex,
over
and
here.
in the women's, I believe
That's Julia.
Julia, right?
Yep.
Looks like Chris, a little slow to the shoulder, but real fast on the movement portion. He's definitely gassing out just a touch. I tell you what, hat off to the judges for this particular event for being able to keep track of what reps the athlete they're in charge of needs to be doing. I mean, yes, I am watching 3 different ones at the same time, but I still have forgotten.
Oh yeah, no, I'm getting lost over here.
And I see Alexander over there working on getting his reps in. Come on, Chris, one more, man. He has 15 seconds. I think Chris is going to call it, though. Or not.
He said, "I'm not done yet."
Yeah, it's not how Chris do. So close, man. It'd be like that. Hey, go take off your belt, take off your sticky shorts.
Take a
breathe.
rest, catch your breath, and
Now in the women's, we have,
this is Emily Roney, I believe.
or is it Emily Wright?
I think it's Roney. Julia just finished.
I believe you're correct,
Yeah.
assuming Roney's still in it. Let's see, over in the men's, we've got Jonathan Chappelle, making it happen, Captain.
Over here we got
And I see Richard Brand gearing up to go. I wonder if we had something happen with Luis Valera and Justin Lynch.
Justin Lynch has not been in here. James is not here. Luis Valero's, he's been competing.
He was here. I wonder if something happened to him on the last event that he just had to call it. He did have a rough go with those dinnies, I tell you what.
Yeah, he did.
And I don't really see him over in the staging area, so hopefully whatever happened wasn't too serious. And maybe he's just making the wise decision to just sit this one out at this point. There's no shame in it sometimes, man. Sometimes it's just not worth your health.
And again, they have 2 minutes for this event. That's why it seems like it's taking longer, or they're getting more time at this.
Because it kind of is.
Yeah.
Normally, minute and a half is usually the high end of long in a strongman event. But all that does is just make this grosser.
Yes.
Now we've got, I'm assuming, Emily Wright coming up.
Yes. Emily Wright.
Getting a hold of that Hyundai.
Jonathan Chappelle over here. I think he just ran out of time. He got it out here, but didn't have a chance to pick it up back
John
up.
just called it. Good for him, man. Happy to be done with today after this event, I tell you what.
Oh, yeah. Richard's still going over here.
Still making it happen.
I think he got his last point and walked away.
I think you're right. Which means up next is going to be Evan Rush and Jason Manalo. Except Evan Rush is not here, because that is definitely Tom Davis stepping up to the plate.
Yes.
I'll be interested to see. So at the show that I judged him at, he had to do some sandbag and shoulder reps. He did a pretty decent job. So I'm wondering how much work he's put in over the last time. Also the only athlete I see rocking the gloves. My only criticism for him is tape them next time.
Yes, because they're going to be pulling off his hand.
Because right now they are a liability, and all they're doing is adding one more layer between him and the implement, which is a chance to lose force and grip.
I tried using gloves one time in an event on the finger fingers. I took them off halfway through the first one.
And you know, the only time I use gloves on a sandbag event is if I'm outside on asphalt. Because digging my hands under there, I don't want to scrape them up too bad.
I can see that.
But in here on polished floors, let's go for it.
Definitely.
See him readjusting the gloves already. It'd be like that, man.
We got Jason Manilow.
That's Jason Manalo.
Is it Manalo or Manilow, like Barry Manilow?
I'm going to guess Manalo. And it looks like he's going to just call it before he even starts. It'd be like that sometimes, man. No shame in it, dude.
Tom's still going hard.
Yeah, no quitting it, man.
I mean, you got 9 points up for grabs on this event. He's outside the podium only by 4.5.
And this is one of those events, too. You just never know, man. I mean, I would have never guessed that Jason was just going to kind of tap out like that, which means I'm guessing that's Andrew Rice up to go in that lane.
Yes.
And we've got...
No, Zach Matthews.
No, that's Danny Sutterfield. Okay. That's for sure Danny. I know Danny.
Okay.
So I guess Zach maybe tapped out.
Maybe.
Danny up to the shoulder, pretty easy with it.
I would be concerned because Zach's currently in second right now.
Yeah. And we've got...
This is Tiffany.
Tiffany for sure. Easily through her first and her second rep. See how she gets that third one down. Also easy work.
I'm kind of concerned about this 275 class because you've got a guy who hasn't gone yet and got skipped over, who's currently in second, hanging on by a half point against the guy going right now.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, maybe did he have to drop out or...
Did he miss his name? Yeah, I would hate for that.
I couldn't imagine. I mean, I wouldn't. You got to be ready, dude.
Yeah.
That's part of the game, man. You got to be ready when they say to go. I mean, how could you miss your name on the last event?
Oh.
You know, like...
Especially when you're in podium position.
First event, it happens.
Yeah.
Last event, come on, bro. What were you going to do? Or who knows? Maybe he just had to go home.
I
for
mean,
some
yeah,
reason.
maybe he got hurt. We hopefully not.
It happens. I've been at a show before where a fellow competitor ended up drop out because he just had to leave to pick up his daughter or something like that. But
Tiffany's still going strong over here.
He just planned on leaving it anyway.
Yeah. All right, I see a team coming up over here, so I guess we're moving on from the novice men. So Nate White is coming up in lane 2. Is that Nate White? No, that's not Nate White. I'm sorry. That is not Nate. That is Robert Sanchez.
Yes.
I'm looking over a monitor and I just saw the dark hair.
Tiffany's setting a pretty good pace. She has to, especially having to go first on every event.
Yes.
You almost have no choice but to just kill it every single time. I like the experience you see there from Ashley. She asked the judge, can I set this how I want it for that first pick? If that helps her get this very first rep a little bit faster, that's seconds, that's inches,
Definitely.
can be the difference, you know?
Now we're moving on to the super heavyweight in lane
Yeah.
3. We got Arnold.
Big V Velichko. He is so big, he's able to just put that sandbag sideways on his shoulder, and I agree, that is a good rep.
That is, yes.
That is a large man. One of the smaller large men, but still a large man.
Very large. You just see the cloud of chalk coming this way.
Uh-huh. And man, I walked by him earlier when he was applying it, the same story. That's expensive chalk too. You can smell it's got that like antibacterial stuff in it. He's bougie with his chalk.
I mean, it's been working for him.
Yeah, I know, right?
Now he's currently in 3rd, but 1st and 2nd are tied at 13 points. So this is going to be a make or break event for Scott Schofield and Martin Espino.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Scott gets up to because he didn't do the Denny's, did he? No, he did, but he kind of.
Well, I don't know. Well, yeah, he did. Yeah, he got.
He did the Denny's, but he didn't really go for it. He kind of just.
He didn't come in last. He got 18 feet. So.
And that is going to be it for Ashley.
And I think that's it for that division.
Right, we don't have Abigail, right?
No, we do not. All right, so that's going to put us into the women's super heavyweight. They're going to be moving to a 140 black rogue bag.
Right.
Starting us off with Jordan Helms. We got Jamie over here, I believe, going in lane 2.
I believe you're correct. That looks like the same bag.
We've got, this is Stephen.
That is Stephen Real, the real one.
Lane 3.
Mr. Just happy to be here. Yeah, Stephen, he just has such a really good attitude about everything, man.
You love those type of athletes as a promoter.
Oh, yeah.
They come out just to support, have
So
fun.
I have a bad attitude of everything. Everything sucks. Right now, we've got Jordan Helms trying to put on a clinic. Now, I don't know for a fact, I didn't get to talk to her, but just based on her face after the Denny's, I don't think she was very happy with her performance.
Oh, no, you hate that.
God. What's wrong? You didn't have to pick it enough times already?
All right, I think we are going to be moving over to the teen men now in lane 2.
Let's see, I know what Nate looks like.
Yeah, he's chalking up over here by the tent. So we're going to be moving on the lightweight men in lane 2.
We've got Jordan right now. She's not giving up. She really wants to make this happen. Having a real tough time with that shoulder. Can relate.
All right, she's going to call it there. Nate already down here with the bag, carrying it off, and we got Martin coming up in lane 3.
Martin getting it going, yes. And Nate has started the game. Very exciting for the team lightweight division.
So that's 3 total reps from Martin right now. It's coming down to Martin and Scott. I'm curious to see who wins this one.
And I believe our last female competitor today going to be Robin Fisher to round it out.
All right. We're almost done. I think we're down to like 5 athletes.
Give or take, yeah. Martin's still down there trying to make things happen. Looks like he got that last rep. And like you said, going to be big points every time. Each one matters. Now, Robin is actually pretty new to the sport. She's a very hard worker, though. Not to say everybody isn't, but
yeah,
she's in it because she just loves it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not a chip on her shoulder. She just wants to do better. Right now, she needs a sandbag on her shoulder, though.
Think she's gonna call it there.
Looks like she's gonna
Not sure
call
if
it
she
there.
ran out of time, or if she just gave out. But
I think sometimes you just got to know yourself, and I think she knew she was going to make that one.
I think Nate's about to blow chunks over here.
Gross.
Need to get a trash can for him. All right, Martin just went and is down to Scott. Scott's over here getting some words of encouragement from Richard, it looks like.
Big Country Rich. And we'll see if Walker can match his mama.
All right, Scott starting off here. And it looks like we've got Walker coming up in lane 2 over there.
Scott is just so big and strong, man. It's definitely going to be a conditioning thing with him for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he is throwing that sandbag into his lap.
I think we talked about him on the deadlift. It's not the strength that's the issue, it's the cardio. Because he's throwing these weights around like it's nothing. It's just how long can he outlast the other guy.
Yeah. Well, if I recall correctly, not many of the super heavyweights did a ton of reps anyway.
No,
and I think with them, it actually was a strength issue.
Yeah.
With him, like you said, it's just going to be a conditioning thing, but he knows what he needs to be.
And again, not saying anything negative about it.
No.
It's just, this is a cardio event right
It's
here.
a very much so conditioned event.
Oh, I see we're bringing out the log. I'm wondering if we've got some ties.
We might have some ties.
Interesting. Means I'm going to have to move some camera cables around again.
No kidding. Yeah, you know, what a good position for Scott to be in. He's one of the stronger guys out here, and he gets to go last every time, so he knows exactly what he needs to do to win.
Definitely.
But not to be outdone, we got Walker out here still laying it all out on the line.
Walker's got a good hip pop on that.
Very much so. I like the way he's doing it because he's very much so he's not front squatting it. He's swinging his hips underneath him, which is not only helping him get a pop, but also helping him throw the bag behind him more.
Yeah. I'm going to let you hold on to this for a minute. I'm going to go see what we're doing over here. So.
Right on. I'll be here. Yeah, Walker's really laying it out there. You know, it's the beauty of the last event. That's kind of what you got to do. You know, what else do you need to hold on for? If you can do it, you should, kind of thing. Looks like Walker took a little stumble over that there. Looks like Walker lost time, but he did not stop because he needed to.
So I'm not quite sure what it's being set up for. He was just told to set it up.
Helpful, Andy, helpful. And it looks like the only competitors we have left, except for this very ominous log setup we have going on, is going to be one last teen lightweight man in Blake Herndon, under the watchful eye of his father, Leroy. And then we'll have teen men's heavyweight between Nicholas Arcilla and Riley Potter. But before that, we've got Blake Herndon. Looks like he's still trying to fight for his first rep here.
So I got clarification. Apparently, Rob Kearney is going to put on a little log press seminar.
Well, that's very, very exciting.
Not sure if we're going to stream that or not, but definitely will like to see that.
And so I can watch it later.
I need to find him and ask him.
And it looks like Nicholas Arcilla is getting it going. I unfortunately didn't see if Blake ended up getting his one rep. I don't believe he did. But I tell you what, when you're young, inexperienced, green, if I may, that's how it be sometime, man, and he's got nothing to be ashamed of. Hopefully I'll see him out here tomorrow supporting his father. And Nicholas is just, he's making this happen. Really hopping. He needs a little more pop there. There it is. Good stuff, man. Nice. Nice. Good stuff. I know you're sorry. Now apologize.
Yeah.
One more guy.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, last division. Yeah, he is laying it all out there, man. Nothing wrong with that. And they are tied. So Nick and Riley have a heck of a battle right now between each other. And if it comes down to that one rep right there that Nick just didn't get, he's going to be very upset. Looks like he's getting a little touch of coaching from his judge there after the event. Thanks, Judge. No, I'm kidding. The beautiful thing about this sport is even your judges are rooting for you to do the best you possibly can. And we are down to our last athlete of the day, teen heavyweight Riley Potter. Going into this event tied with your other competitor, my man needs to make it happen. I am sensing just a touch of inexperience on the sandbag to shoulder style. And I think the judge actually told him no for that rep.
After he finishes this, we're going to go to commercial and reset for the podium.
And the judge reminding Riley, you need to wait for my down call before you go. I'm thinking he might be forcing him to either get his one rep again or not. Looks like the judge is maybe not giving that to him. All right, and that is going to round out the day. But don't go anywhere. We've got the podium coming up right after this commercial break.
Yard equipment with 24-hour access, and we limit memberships so you never have to worry about waiting to work out. Ellison Fitness Innovations is locally owned and operated by Alex and Chuck Ellison, and they look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, Rob Kearney, one of the best log pressers in history. And he's going to be doing just a quick seminar here. I'm probably going to try to stay quiet so everybody can hear him talk.
And that's no good. So that's a nice chance for you. You're welcome.
Texas is fucking ass whooping, bro.
So today we're at the seminar. We're not really going to go to the head, but we are going to get some punches on this knowledge. If you want to, I will give you direct feedback on your technique, things you can work on, ways to make it better. But don't be shy. We're talking about really the three big things we're looking for in the long clean press, right? Obviously, overhead, or we're going to watch the rest. Look at the best way to go about that. Let's see you efficient and also be successful in it. The way we're going to break this down today is breaking the wall into the three parts of the length that I consider important. That would be the quick, the clean, and the grip. Alright? So we'll talk about the importance of each of those things, how we can mess up each of those things, and obviously, and how we can use it on the screen. But my goal is for all of you, if you want to get some rep and instant feedback on your long-term press technique, we're moving out to you too. That sound good? All right, so as I mentioned, my name is Rob Kearney. I am a recently retired professional strongman. Thank you. Thank you. I have been 15 years career in this sport. Really was at my first ever amateur nationals when I was competing as a 200-pound athlete. And really got to do more amazing stuff in this sport than I ever would have imagined. Throughout my career, overhead has been one of my better known events. I was fortunate enough to begin my career training with Steve from the Sparrow Poundstone, who was by the same, who owned the press, who owned the show. So we had an entire group of athletes that really just overhead as much as possible. During that time, being one of the slightly smaller athletes, I tried to develop techniques that were more efficient and maybe hard-carrying athlete as opposed to the elevator. In my career, I was fortunate enough in the 231 class as a 105 athlete. I was the first athlete in 105 to ever press 400 pounds in competition. Thank you. Set the world record in that event, which is now held by Nick Candy. And then when I jumped up into the pros, I took the American long press record from Robert Overs in 2019, pressing 475 pounds. And then it was obvious, and honestly, what was cooler was when Bobby Thompson took the record from me, I was lucky enough to be his judge and give him that record. So, just amazing, another reason why Strongman is so cool, the camaraderie, the community, and everything we do. So, we're going to get into some lifting. I'm going to demonstrate complete components of the lift. What I want y'all to do, let's play any kind of burst with a loud speaker with some music and people posing in awkward positions over there on the stage. So I'm going to try to be as loud and yell as possible. We'll be over here on this 12-inch floor. We'll start to pick it like that, and we'll get into it.
Let's do a little bit of a 20-second close down. DJ
sit back. Good. So that log is nice and tight to the hips now. It's not away from their body. We're now going to go into that lat position. So we're going to go into that front squat. Elbows pointed towards the ceiling. Beautiful. Both of you. From here, we're squeezing our back. And now we're going to go into that clean. Elbows pointed nice and high in that front rack. Now, this is where the fun begins for both of you. I'm going to have you both pause in the bottom of your dip. Knees out, butt down, pause. Now drive up into that log. Good. Come back down to that rack position. I want to see elbows nice and high. Try to get those elbows pointed towards the people in front of you. Get to the bottom of that dip, pause, and drive. Press. Good. Back down. Let's go one more rep. Give me a push, press, push, jerk, or a split jerk of your choice. Dip. Press. Good. And down. Next two up. Don't be bashful. All right, so again, shoulder width apart from our feet, toes, actually rotating handles facing away. We go ahead and deadlift that to our waist, tight to the hips. Sit down into that lat position, elbows pointed up towards the ceiling, squeezing that lung to our chest. And now we'll rotate that bar up onto our shoulders. Good, elbows up nice and high on that dip. Knees down and press. Come back to that rack position. Elbows facing forward. Remember, thinking like there's a table under your tricep. Pause the bottom of that dip. Dip. Knees out, butt down. Press. Good. And let's go one more rep. Back into that rack position. Elbows nice and high. Knees out, butt down. Dip. Press. Good. And down. Very nice. Get those logs set. Again, handles facing slightly away. Feet at shoulder width apart. We go ahead and stand. Let's go ahead and put that log back down. I want you to stand up all the way before you get to that lat position. So deadlift, stand up, get nice and tight to the hips. So now go ahead and go to that lat position. Elbows up towards the ceiling. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead into that clean. Get that log over the shoulders. Elbows up again. But there's a tricep under our tables. I want us to go to that tip. We're going to pause. Knees out, butt down. Good. Back down. Elbows up. We're going to pause in the bottom of that tip. Knees out, butt down. Good. And press. One more rep here. Bring it down to that rack position. On my go. We'll go down to the bottom of that tip and pause. Go. Press. Very nice. And next two up. If this feels different from what you've done in the past, good. If it doesn't feel different, you have a goddamn good coach. All right, here we go. Let's get into our stance. Handles slightly facing away from us. Feet at shoulder width apart. Toes slightly pointed out. Let's go ahead and deadlift that log into our hips. And sit down into that lat position. Get those elbows. There it is. Beautiful. Keeping that log nice and tight. And clean that log to our shoulders. Elbows up nice and high. Again, think of it as a table under our triceps. From here, we're going knees out, butt down. Pause the bottom of that dip. And press. Good. Back down to that rack position. Elbows up nice and high. Knees out, butt down. Press. One more time. Dip. Press. Good. And down. Next couple up if y'all want to try. Again, handles, spacing. Feet at shoulder width apart, first leg pointed out. Let's go ahead and focus that log to our hips. Standing up nice and tall, and then come down into that lap position. So sitting down, elbows up nice and high. Yep, there we go. Get those elbows facing me. Perfect, just like that. Squeezing that log to our chest, and stand into that rack position. Elbows up nice and high. Get a good rack. On our dip, we're gonna be knees out, butt down, and press. Back into that rack position. Knees out, butt down, press. Let's go one more rep, looking better each rep. Knees out, butt down, and press. Good. So, as we're going through this, I want all of you to remember that rack shit. The way we get better, especially when it comes to long for reps, or just feeling confident with a heavy log on our shoulders, is doing touch and go on that log, right? So coming down from that overhead position, receiving in the bottom of that grip, and going straight into the next rep. What that's going to do is just reinforce that bottom of the grip position, keep us nice and strong, and making sure our upper back does not get weak. Because as that log gets heavy, the first thing we're going to want to collect.
touch and go reps. So we're gonna go 3 reps. I wanna see you come down into that rack position, catching at the bottom of that dip, right back into that press. Knees out, butt down. Good. Elbows up nice and high. Good. Beautiful. And down. Good. Yeah. I got time. You all can hop on. Again. Shoulder width apart, toes slightly pointed out, hands facing away. Deadlift that long to our chest, to our waist. Sit down into that lap. Elbows nice and high, squeezing that long to our chest. Keeping that upper back nice and tight. And clean. Ready. Good. Elbows up. Just on our triceps. Nice job. Keep them up. On that dip. Knees out, butt down. Dip. Press. Good. Let's go one more. Bring it back down to that rack position. Dip. Press. And you two, let's go ahead and try some touch and go reps. 3 reps, touch and go. On your own. Good. Now we're going to come down, catch the bottom of that dip, and we're ready to be good. Timing is everything. Be an athlete. Good. Good. No, you're good. So, heels facing slightly forward. Feet at shoulder width, toes slightly pointed out. Here we go. Deadlift that to our waist, standing up nice and tall. Going down to that lap position. Elbows up nice and high, squeezing that long to the bottom chest. And clean. Elbows up nice and high. We're going to go 2 reps with a pause at the bottom of our dip. Knees out, butt down, dip. Press. Good. Bring it back down to that rack position. Knees out, butt down, dip. Press. Now 3 reps of our touch and go. So from here, we're going to receive in the bottom of our dip. Go right back into that press. Again, knees out, butt down. Don't go knees forward. Elbows up nice and high. On your own. 3 reps. Yes, there he is. Yes, there he is. Better. All right, handles facing slightly away. Feet shoulder width apart, toes slightly pointed out. Let's get it that long to our waist. Standing up nice and tall. Good. From here, sitting into that lap position. Let's go into that lap. Elbows up nice and high. Yeah, there it is. Good. Squeeze that back. From here, we're going to clean that log to our shoulders. Let's get that foot back. Good. Elbows up nice and high again. Dip. Knees out. Butt down. Dip. Press. Back down to that rack position. Dip. Press. One more over here. Want to try touch and go? So again, trying to receive the bottom of that dip. Straight into that. Good. Little dip, 2 reps. Once that log gets to the forehead, start that dip, catch and go. Yes, better. Ease out on that dip.
Test. All right, we're going to take one more commercial break, and then when we come back, we will be doing the podium. Can you hear me? All right, we're getting ready to announce the winners here. Thank you again to everyone who is tuned in today. If you like what you saw, make sure you subscribe. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow for a few different competitions. Starting with novice women's. Third place, Ashley Burt. Congratulations, Ashley. Second place, novice women. Got Lauren Bond.
And the winner of the novice women's class and can never do novice ever again, to Julia Vincent.
Congratulations to our winner, Julia Vincent, women's novice. She'll be moving up to open now.
One more time, your novice women's podium.
It's our novice women.
All right. All right, we're going into our open women's middleweight next. In second place.
In our open women's middleweight, second place we got Ashley Overton.
Ashley is here with Team Vanilla Gorilla. This is going to be out of stock. The Vanilla Gorilla team, they got a big booth set up. Cool merch and swag over there. They'll say hello. They'll be here tomorrow as well. And in first place in the open women's middleweight division, Tiffany Brock.
In first place, Tiffany Brock. I think you can hear Stephen, but I'll go ahead and repeat it just to make sure that y'all can hear him.
Give it up for the under 165 middleweight women.
It's our middleweight women open.
All right, we're moving in to our open women's class.
Go into our open women's.
Open women's class. In second place.
Second place, we have Jordan Helms.
And in first place,
First place for our women's open, Robin Fisher.
give it up for our open.
It's our open women.
Okay, last and certainly not least for the ladies, just want to say some special recognition. This is the first time that I've ever been able to have a teen women's division ever. So I really appreciate y'all for coming out. So I want to get some extra support behind these two in second place.
Second place in our teens women, Madeline.
And in first place, your team champion, Mackenzie Ingram.
First place, Mackenzie Ingram.
Guys, one more time, make some noise.
This is the first women's or teens women's division that he's had here.
All right, and just before we move into the match, just like one more time for all the women here today, big hand for all the women out here competing, crushing it. Great job, ladies. All right, we're gonna move right
Novice men's class coming up next. In third place, Jamie Carfagno. In second place, we've got Alexander Hoppenblock. And in first place, we've got Jonathan Chappell. Going on to our open men's 220 and under. Third place, we've got Todd Whelan. If you couldn't hear Stephen just then, some of the middleweight 220 men outpressed our heavyweights. In second place, we got Mark David Malice. Mark David Malis. In first place for the 220, Rush Davenport.
One more time for the 220 class.
This is your 220 open man. Up next, we've got our 275 and under open heavyweight men. In third place, we've got Andrew Brock. In second place, we've got Zach Matthews. And in first place, in 275 and under men, Richard Brand.
One more time for your 275.
275 and under open man. Up next, our super heavyweight men. Third place, Arnold Velichko. There was a tie for our first and second in this division. They did a head-to-head event wins to tie break. In second place, we got Scott Schofield. And in first place, Martin Espino. That was your open super heavyweight man. Up next, we've got team. We got a team lightweight. In third place, we've got
masterstroke. Give it up for
Blake Herndon. In second place, we got Walker Gibson. In first place for your teen lightweight, 220 under, Nate White.
guys, one more time for your team 220 and under. Podium finishers, you know it.
One last division to announce. We got our teen heavyweights, 220 and up. In second place, we got Riley Potter.
Riley Potter's still in there. Don't you got second? Don't get your medal. Maybe not. For your first place, he's standing right in front
In first place, Nicholas
T220 champion, Nicholas Arcila.
Nicholas Arcila. Congratulations to all the athletes today. It was a very hard-fought battle. We're going to be closing out here in a second. They're going to do group photos, and we are going to go ahead and move on to the thank you screen here. And have a great day.